Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution.
Oh, it's not that.
First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the second day of England versus Zimbabwe. If there's ever been a bigger mismatch, I don't know what it is. Maybe the Bear playing in the IPL. That would be something.
That's not a mismatch.
That's not a mismatch. No, you'd get wickets, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Good morning. Welcome along. We are in the new studio. It's my first visit, and I have to say, it's a wonderful space. It really is. Although it's a bloody long walk from Lewisham Station when you've got a bad back. Anyway.
Exercise is good for you, Hendo.
Well, yeah. Well, in moderation, yes, absolutely. But not when you're falling apart. Now, that is the sound of the Bear on my right. You can hear him vaping away. Are you allowed to vape in here, Bear?
Supposedly not, but I never take any notes of that shit.
The Bear doesn't take any notice. And on my left, well, it's the first time I think he's been in a Gorilla studio in the flesh since the 2019 World Cup final.
That is correct.
That is the voice of the Weather Cave himself. Who's manning the Weather Cave? Messi?
It's a travelling weather cave.
Oh, it's a travelling weather cave.
I can forecast a sunny day for today. There you go.
Wow. Yes, well done. Okay, that's brilliant. It is sunny outside here. It's like a sort of warehouse in here, isn't it? It's
yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's a magnificent setup. A credit to the Bears' creativity and determination, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay. We don't want to get carried away with too much praise.
Yeah, we do.
Come
on. Praise be to the Bear.
Be. I think we've already got one of those super chats this morning.
We have indeed.
Should we play it?
Oh, no, that's right. That's nothing to do with it at all.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Do you want to do the honours Messi, or do you want to do the Messi honours?
Our first super chat of the day is from Metal in Both Legs, who's just sent us £3.50 and says morning. In response to me having posted on By Gorilla Cricket, super chat us. So thank you for following instructions. I hope a few more of you are just as obedient.
Well, the teams are taking the stage, as it were. They're out in the arena. There are a few Zimbabwe fans fluttering flags in their hands. Good to see them at the ground. Brilliant. But the overnight speculation was whether England would declare. Well, they're not. Because let's face it, if you're Stokes, if you're Brooke, and if you're Jamie Smith, you want to go out and have a slog, don't you?
Well, exactly. I mean, I noticed Bear and others were saying, why don't they declare last night? But this is a run up towards the Indian Test, so they might as well have a back, because they're not going to get a second innings by the look of it.
Oh, no. That's very true.
Well, I mean, there's a point there. I mean, I think they want to declare lunch on about 6:50 if they can.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's about right, isn't it? And then try and bowl them out twice in a day.
don't know. I think they might declare at about 12:30 and give them half an hour before lunch. That's always fun.
Well, you get 20 minutes.
When you get 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Pope it is to face up one of the three Centurions, and it's blessing in disguise coming in, tucked away behind, well, in front of square leg, in fact, for a single. And England move within 1 of 500.
Shall we get some jingles?
Shall we get some jingles?
Yeah. The bowler is.
A blessing on your head, Muzarabani, Muzarabani. You're not quite the spearhead, Mazel Tov, Muzarabani.
I thought he bowled quite a nice length of what I saw of him yesterday. But he's gone at almost 6 runs and over.
Yeah.
It's just a great pitch to bat on, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing there at all. I saw no seam movement or...
There was a little bit of
was there maybe
swing.
in the morning? I didn't see the morning session, so
there
maybe
wasn't any seam movement, but you want to, but there was certainly some swinging around.
In comes Muzarabani again, 1 for 112. Got 2 slips in there for Harry Brook, who's rather tentatively onto the front foot, but plays a straight, foolish ball down in front of him. There is no run.
We do have another super chat.
Yay!
I was going to play some jingles, but okay, we'll have another one of these then.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
Philip Shaw has put me in my place, says, don't tell me what to do, and sent €5.99. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's sort of contradictory. Always got that one to rise on him, appeal for LBW, but seemed to hit him very high up, I would say.
Going down as well, wasn't it? Down and over.
I mean, he's 6'7", isn't he? That's,
well, he claims he's 6'8".
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
The technical thing about people saying the audio on the website is clipped from yesterday, superimposed over the live audio.
Oh, fuck, I forgot to turn it off.
Thank you for letting us know, Mike.
That's more the Bear I know and love, rather than the one that we keep having to give praise to. I mean, actually, the thing is, the Bear's got loads of T-shirts of his own, and talking about merchandise, which we weren't, but we will do. And I haven't got any. I want a T-shirt. Muzarabani in again. Bowl's always played at that one. It's lifted as it goes through, beaten him on the outside edge. Lovely delivery. Perhaps a bit of movement, or whether it was just the bounce that fools Brook.
Sorry about that, peeps. Let's have some jingles for the bolt batsman.
One or two things I'm itching to talk about, and one of those is this argument about Bethel and whether he comes back into the team. I suspect you spoke a little bit about it yesterday. And he is again, turns him round a little bit, jabs it out square on the offside, and there is no run.
No, it still is a reasonably new ball, isn't it, as well? It's only
8 overs, 9 overs nearly, yeah.
Fresh. There seems to be a little bit of... He seems to be getting something, doesn't he? Certainly
he does.
Different to yesterday morning when they were getting battered all over the park.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it won't take long for England to stretch their legs, but Harry will want to get some runs.
It was quite entertaining to see that Crawley was almost being scored 2-1 by Duckett at one point yesterday.
Duckett was just bashing it all over the place.
I mean, he looked disappointed when he got out, but I mean, that's the way he plays, isn't it?
yeah, Pope's 170 or 164 deliveries. It's like,
I don't know. I'll come back to that. Musarabani in again, bowls. He doesn't look totally comfortable. He wants a single as he jabs us out on the onside. Musarabani lopes over to field. He's got a long way to go down, but Pope wasn't interested in the single. It's the end of the first over of the morning. Just a single from it. Much better from Zimbabwe. Can they keep it up? Messi.
Leah says hello.
you got to talk into the mic, you know.
Oh, yeah, that helps, doesn't it? I'm so used to
Having a headset.
Yeah. Leah says hello, all looking sharp, Hendo.
Really?
By Shubnagarath. Messers in the studio. Mog says hi, Messi. Hi, Hendo. Hi, the bear. Brian in Brisbane says hi from City Europe in Calais. Must be off shopping for now, but back soon. How's Messi adjusting to the new cave? It's great. I love it. Actually, we could be out in the countryside. We look through the windows, there's sunny, there's trees.
It's quite nice actually being up on the third floor because you are high above everything else.
Yeah.
The guy who owns the place set up a cheeky WhatsApp group yesterday, and the first thing I put on it was it'd be really nice if we put a bar on the roof. It's fucking amazing. There's a little stairway just outside the entrance there. Yeah. And you walk up, it's about 10 stairs, and there's a hatch, and you open it up, and you've got the whole of the fucking top of the building. And you overlook the whole of Lewisham and shit, because you're above everything else.
Are there actually any sort of walls to stop you falling
No,
off?
but they could build all that. It's not fucking hard.
Chivanga is opening the bowl this morning. Very expensive yesterday, 12 overs, none for 83. This is going to bring Pope a second single of the morning. England's 500 for 3. Stokes is up on the balcony applauding. And, run rate of 5.6. What can you say?
Let's have a jingle. Popey's jingle as well, because we don't know that.
We got a pope, take a good hard look at Solly Moore.
2 slips again for Brook, and Brook's just not finding his timing at all. Trying to turn that one short of a length onto the onside, but made no real contact with it. Hit him in the midriff, dropped out on the offside. No run, 500 for 3. Bethel. Now, according to another station, Ben Stokes was trying to kind of withdraw his comments that he made about Bethel coming more or less straight back into the team, and I don't know. I didn't see the exact quotes, so I'm not 100% sure what he said. But, and there's the argument that you're putting too much extra pressure on Pope. Well, to be honest, as
he's answered that.
Chivanga is in, hits the pad, they'll get a leg by there, out into the onside, no one nearby. Well, I don't think he has necessarily. I mean, he's batted well. I mean, you have to bat well to get 170 against anyone, really. You certainly have to have concentration.
Ooh, no ball.
So no ball. But, what does it tell us? It tells us that Pope can get runs against a very mediocre attack. Yeah.
Well, that's what we were saying yesterday. Yeah, but it does certainly helps with your own confidence, doesn't it? I mean, exactly the same with Crawley. I mean, he's got no runs all season. Yeah, okay, it's 100 and whatever it was, 120 odd or whatever it was, but it was against Zimbabwe. Yeah, fine, but it's got out in the middle. He's hit some nice balls and thought, oh yeah, I can play this game again.
Well, yeah, but you say that, and we say that a lot, that players don't play enough cricket, and so. One slipper's already gone now. Oh, he's aimed a drive at that. He's got an edge. Pope has gone. It was an airy-fairy drive outside the off stump, and a wicket has fallen. Pope is wandering down to talk to Brook because he doesn't think he got anything on it. So I don't know why he's actually asking Brook. He's going to review it anyway.
He's looking for some black smoke.
So it's going upstairs. Go upstairs, Bear.
Well, it is going.
It's going upstairs. Go upstairs.
What, you want me to actually play a review jingle?
I just want a review jingle. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Well, it's a batsman's.
It is a
jingle,
batsman's
so we'll have that one.
Okay. Happy with that. I'm very.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Let's have a look.
Let's have another look at this one. Aston Raza is the man who's given the decision. He has a little sneaky half look back, which can sometimes be a clue. Here we go. Yeah, definitely.
Big edge.
Nothing
Well, we
Nothing
wasted
wrong
our
with that at all.
reviews.
That was, was that the last one?
Yeah, Crawley wasted one yesterday on his LBW that was plum as well. They just didn't want to be out. Just want to carry on batting.
Well, I think for the first time, like yesterday, I heard the interview with Crawley afterwards. It is out, by the way. And he was kind of saying, you got in there, you've realised, it nibbled around a little bit, but then you realised it was a really good pitch, and you needed to get your head down, and you get runs, and all these guys need runs.
Absolutely.
He's gone there for 171, just 2 added to his overnight score. England 502 for 4.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Here's some good news. We have not only another super chat.
Ooh.
Ooh. One of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
From the wonderful Hombre Nuevo, who I can tell you personally is a very good host, great father, but most of all, he cooks a bloody good steak. But he's sent us £4.99 and says, "Good morning, wonderful Gorilla Cricket. Your request is noted, Hendo."
My request?
For a t-shirt.
T-shirt, yes, Indian t-shirt. We need an Indian
Hendo
t-shirt.
rant.
No, Hendo.
Something along the
A
Hendo,
Hendo rant
rant
t-shirt. That would be great, yeah.
An exploding Hendo.
Yeah.
Indeed.
If I could draw, I'd be quite good at this design shit, but I can't.
I know. Well, if you remember the ICC World Cup idea, I mean, I sort of had the basic idea for the design, and then I think it was Taz's friend who did it, and it was brilliant until the ICC threatened us with legal action. Anyway, new batsman at the crease is none other than the multi-tattooed England captain, Ben Stokes.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
I suppose we ought to actually ask, would anyone buy a Hendo t-shirt?
Well, I don't know how many people buy bear t-shirts, to be fair, and I've got lots.
I've got a bear t-shirt. I was
Oh,
wearing
there
it
you
yesterday. And so's Hombre Nuevo.
Okay.
I couldn't find my ordinary Gorilla Cricket t-shirt today. Which
There's
I
a
was
bag full of t-shirts.
Oh, yeah, but are they big enough to fit me?
I think there are some extra larges.
Oh, right, maybe then. Chawanga in again, bowls, and a little bit of in-swing, but that's a glorious clip off his legs by Stokes. Finds a man out there in the deep.
Is this Stokes' first game of cricket, or is there any warm-ups coming into this?
I don't think he has.
Has he not played for Durham at
I
all?
don't think he did.
No, he was giving his knee every chance to be in.
It's not his knee, though. It's his hammy this time, wasn't he?
This is Hammy,
operation.
yeah. I'm the one with the bad knee and the bad arm
You're just
and the
falling
bad
apart,
back.
Hendo.
I'm having a test. I've got to go to a test for osteoporosis next week.
Oh, my God.
I know. So, as I say, I am falling apart. So, actually, any contributions? Chivanga in, bowls to Brook, looking for the Yorker, digs it out, straight back to him, dives, stops it, and there is no run.
Anybody with a backbone to spare, let Hendo know.
Yeah. I've never had much backbone. We still got one ball in this over. Oh, we should say GPL, shouldn't we? It's the GPL open, Ben.
The GPL is open.
And how much is in the GPL pot?
Oh, it's quite good today, actually. I've managed to log it in finally on this computer, which is quite handy. Roll forward, £130.
Wow, £130. The Gorilla Prediction League. You can play that by going to our website, gorillacricket.com competition, and that will give you all the information you need. Chivanga in again. Bowls. Oh, now, Brook looks horribly out of form, I have to say. The ball runs into the offside of his pad, maybe a bit of inside edge. End of the over. I'll come back to the GPL. But in the meantime, Messages has more of your
Yes,
messages.
we've got several other people with us. Muttley says, whoop, morning, primates. Messers, good to see you all at the new Gorilla Towers. Love and sausages. Mog pointed out that the stream was a bit weird on, as did Mark Hammond, thank you. Mark Arnold says, surely this is 1,000 run innings. Declare crap weather Saturday and then bowls them out twice in 2 days.
Crap
No,
weather.
we've only got one day because it's all over on Sunday.
Yeah, it's a 4-day game, Mark.
Crap weather on Saturday. That's tomorrow.
Mm.
Oh, really?
There's a bit of rain.
Oh, no,
light rain days. I
Well,
think.
Well,
Actually,
light rain is the worst. 'Cause
Listening,
it hangs around.
Hold on, I was listening to the weather forecast this morning. They said for all those people going to the test on Saturday, it's good news. The rain will fall overnight.
Oh,
Excellent. There you go.
okay. Muzrabani is going to get his first sighting of Ben Stokes. Ben's has he? I think he's highlighted or bleached his hair again. It looks very,
Yeah,
very,
it's very light.
yeah, very light indeed. 2 slips for the left-hander. He leaves this rising delivery. Good angle from Musarabani. Got that straight away with his first ball to the left-hander. Through to the keeper. It goes. Now, the GPL is the competition in which you estimate how many runs you think we scored in the entire day. So if both England and Zimbabwe bat today, which we imagine will happen, you add what England have added to their overnight score to whatever Zimbabwe amass, and you pay us £1 for each guess. Musarabani in, bowls, flashing blade
lovely.
of Ben Stokes, and he knew it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He just stood there, posed. That was everything like Headingley in 2019. That was glorious.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Lovely stroke for 4 through the covers. The GPL, you have a guess, you pay us £1, and you could win £130. And of course, the more of you that take part in any day, the more that builds up. So for every £1 that you put down, 50p is added to the total. Musarabani in again, bowls to Stokes, who gets in a bit of a muddle there. He went back and was about to thrash it through mid-wicket off the back foot, and then stopped and left it. Maybe it came off the pitch a little bit more loopily than he expected.
It certainly looked that way. Maybe it was a slower ball.
Well, it's at 83,
No, it wasn't then.
and he is around about that, isn't he,
Yeah.
generally, Musarabani?
So to go back. Sorry, to go back to your original question, Hendo.
Yeah.
Bethel, Crawley, Pope. Who are you going to have out of them?
Well, this is the difficult thing, and I think it's muddied the waters by, as this is outside the off stump again, left alone, by Bethel going off to the IPL. It's not necessarily the worst thing for him because, he'll play against some really, really good quality bowlers. But
If he bats too.
And with Coley, which is got to
yeah, but at the same time, he's batting without slips, and Test cricket is a completely different beast when you're playing against high-class bowlers. Now, I've been a really big advocate for Bethel. I think he looks tremendously talented in all forms of the game. Musarabani outside the off stump, flashing cut without much real foot movement. Ball rose a bit more than he expected. It was a wild shot really from Stokes. He's on 5 from 6. Brook has 9 from 27. Who would have thought that against Zimbabwe? You'd expect Brooks to be on about 83 by now.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pope came out blazing yesterday, didn't he?
He did. In fact, he was close to being LBW first ball, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't that far away.
He was on about 2 a ball at one point when he got to about 30. He's got 30 for about 14 balls.
He absolutely raced away, didn't he? Final ball of Musarabani's over coming up. He's bowled. This has been a good over, I think. He's in, and onto the back foot goes Stokes. Threads it out into the offside. They possibly came through for 1. This they did. It's the end of the over. 508 for 4. Messi.
Well, there's a lot of chats that I haven't got to. Sorry. There's a lot of chats I haven't got to yet. But there is a super chat from Brian in Brisbane.
Yay!
Hey, should we play a jingle then? I suppose we ought to.
Indeed.
Is it Brian in Calais, didn't you just say?
YouTube Brian, super chat. No shipping unlike the bucket hat.
He says, morning, I've been let out of Primark City, Europe in Calais,
Yay.
to catch up with you all. Nice to see you all colour coordinated.
Yeah, we're a very, very dull.
Yes.
We're very dull.
Well, I've got
interest.
design on my t-shirt.
They got design, but it doesn't mean it's not a nice. It's not a particularly bright colour, is it?
I may look black, but I'm actually deep blue.
Yeah, that's
With
what
tomato sauce on it.
that's what Parker says. I thought this was black. Outside the off stump, driven by Stokes, but he picks out the man at backward point. I think he got a little bit lucky because as it was going over where the pitch joins the outfield, it just seemed to sort of rise a little bit, so it was comfortable for him rather than him having to go low to try and stop that one. 508 for 4, Stokes 6, Brook 9. GPL, yep, get involved. You have until when? Lunch, isn't it? Lunchtime? You have until
1 o'clock.
lunchtime.
It's
1
130
o'clock.
quid. You can win all that for yourself.
See if we can get that up to 200 quid. I mean, we need lots and lots of people to take part.
24 entries yesterday.
24, good stuff. Chivanga in again, very wide. Didn't really time that one, Stokes, as he aimed the drive at it again. This one, once more, rising on the bounce to the man at back point, and there is no run. So back to Bethel. I think the whole thing is a bit confused because all the talk about Bethel was, he's never got a century in first-class cricket.
Mm-hmm.
He's only played how many first-class games for Warwickshire? Not very many. Wouldn't he have been better served being here playing a few 4-day games just to get his eye in? Chivanga in bowls, and it's a full toss, and it's driven. Hit low on the bat. Only going to be one because that's a Curran, isn't it?
Ben Curran.
That's a Curran. You could just tell he has the Curran look about him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a single.
Angry?
I don't know if he's angry. He'll be angry if he doesn't get any runs, won't he?
Yeah.
I guess he can turn around and say, "Ooh, who's the only Curran playing Test cricket right now?"
Yeah, for Zimbabwe, mate.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's still Test cricket, isn't it?
Aye.
Grubby has just wandered in to say something, but I didn't hear what he said.
23 first-class games. There you go.
For Bethel, which is not a huge number, is it? Chivanga into Brooke, who goes across a little bit. That's more like the Harry Brooke we know and love. He's absolutely
battered that.
thundered that away through square cover for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That pinged off the bat.
Certainly did. But going back to Bethel keep going back to Bethel. I don't really think it's done anyone any good, really, because in a sense, by making out that he's such a good player and that he has this talent, which I think you can see he does have, but it's putting a lot of pressure on him to say you're coming straight back into the team and you're going to displace the guy who was vice captain not so long ago, and probably still is.
And just scored 170 in an innings and looked pretty good at 6 as well. I mean, it creates all sorts of problems, doesn't it?
Down the wicket he comes. He's lofted that over mid-off. It wasn't a great connection, but
good enough.
Cleared the infield, and it's 4 more.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
I think Ollie Pope has been really badly served by being put in at number 3. I mean, obviously you're not going to turn it down as a batsman. They said that's where they want him to bat, but I think it's messed with his technique a lot, and so I feel he's been badly used by England. And when you look at it, if you go to the India Test, and if Bethel has not played any cricket beyond the IPL, I mean, how much touch is he in? It's
probably not great.
Chivanga in short and pulled by Harry Brooke. I think there's someone out there. There is. It's that pesky little Ben Curran, and they take a single. 518 for 4 at the end of the 92nd over.
So
Messi.
I'm going to scoot through a lot of names rather than read everything out. Stephen Kelk says Messi, Dan De Castro, Philip Shaw, Matthew Todd, Jamar the Pickleball King.
Oh, I like that one.
Grubby 78, don't know who he is. Matthew Todd again. Matthew Cullen, Mr. P. Warren Davies says Messi. And Tony Bishop says, isn't Hender supposed to have his hand up above his heart?
Yeah, sorry, I've just remembered to do it. I really should have been. I don't know. I mean, I did think.
What did they do?
They went into the ligaments of the palm just beneath the finger and
Released them.
fiddled around with them. Yeah.
Oh, anyway.
And we have another super chat.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
Mog has very kindly sent us 20 Australian dollars. Just says, fuck it, whatever. Thank you, Mog.
Very true. I'm very disappointed to miss Tony. I haven't seen him for ages. And
He was
I'm
in
hoping-
such a bad mood when he arrived yesterday.
was he? Was it the traffic?
Yeah.
You cheered him up.
He left home at 8:15. He got here at like 10:45.
Oh my God. Musrabani in bowls. Has he got a little edge through? No, but it was very close indeed. Harry Brooke just jabbing in a rather nondescript manner, really. So that not a good piece of batting at all, really.
It didn't get up, did it?
Didn't get up that one. So variable bounce.
No, indeed. No, he got stuck at Robin Hood roundabout for an hour and a half.
I spent an hour and a half on the M25 going
Yeah,
from the
that's
M40 right through to
painful.
the A22.
So which way did Tony come? Because I was going to come by car today, and I've got a long story as to why I didn't in the end.
I thought you couldn't drive for 2 weeks.
Well, that's one of them. Pulled by Brooke. No need, not so much no need to run for that, no need to leap for that if you're the deep square leg, because that's gone into the crowd. 6 runs. Brooke has loosened up. He moves to 24 or 32.
Not being able to drive is quite a strong argument against driving.
Yeah, and that's what really annoyed me. Is they gave me no indication that was a problem beforehand. And then when I was there, just before the operation, they said you won't be able to drive for 2 weeks. Oh, great. I've just booked a parking space in Lewisham. I won't be able to get that back, probably. In comes Mazarani again. Short. Picked up again. Although, has he got too much underneath that? No. It's gone sailing over long leg this time. Consecutive 6s. We've got a jingle for that. And it's 530 for 4.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
I feel a bit sorry for Mazarabani bowling. Actually, that's not that short. It's just the
beautifully
angle,
timed.
really. It's the angle that enabled Brooke to get his hands through that. It was almost a scoop in a way.
Hit
A
it up
scoop
rather
pull.
than long, didn't he?
Yeah. And poor old Blessing is very unhappy with
Suddenly
himself.
Brooks come alive.
He has. The brook has been breached, and it's flooding all over Zimbabwe. In comes Muzarabani. 1 for 129. Fuller and Better had defended up to mid-on for no run. There was talk about the Bethel situation on a certain programme last night after play had finished. And I think Henry Alonga, one or two others, were saying, well, I'd rather go with the guy. He's got a record. Whatever you say about Pope, he has got a bit of a record. I think you have to give Pope the first 2 tests. And if he's an absolute disaster, then maybe you think about changing it. But we shall see. Down the wicket comes Brooke. Didn't really get to the pitch of it. It's hard to get to the pitch of it when it's 85 miles an hour. And he just manages to push it back to the bowler. There is no run.
What was he, 9 off 29 or 30?
Something, well,
No,
yeah.
it's 30 or 35.
Well, how many has he got off this
Well, he
over,
got 2
actually?
4s in a row and then 2 6s in a row, so that's 20 and 4 balls.
Right. That's pretty
Pretty handy.
And this is what you expected England to be doing this morning. If the team is packed with stroke makers and you're in this stronger position and you're playing
Play
a
some
4-day
strokes.
test. Exactly.
God damn it.
Muzarabani to complete the over. Looking for the Yorker, and Brooke had absolutely no idea where that went. It sort of skewed off the inside corner of the bottom of the bat, and they did hurry through in the end for a single. It was Stokes who spotted where the ball had gone, and so Brooke will keep the strike. 31 from 36, Stokes 7 from 10, England 5, 31 for 4.
Well, I must say our audience are doing beautifully today. We do have another super chat.
Yay!
Mark Arnold is very kind to send us £5. Says, I'm revising my 1,000 down to 750. Unless Hazard gets out soon. Liking the Bears t-shirt, by the way.
Well, thank you.
What's it say on it?
It's
Santa
something
Monica?
about California. Yeah.
Have you been to California?
No, Primark. Venice
Been
Beach.
to Primark.
Dan
Primark,
DeCastro
yeah.
reckoned that Mog's tweet, fuck it, whatever, was the best super chat ever.
I think it probably is, yeah. I think it's up there with the best. Chivanga is going to continue. 1 for 96. He's got the
Of course, they had an
wicket this
injury to
morning.
one of their bowlers yesterday as
Was
well.
it Chivanga who got injured?
No, it wasn't. It was who was it?
Here he
Look
is,
at the names.
running in.
Gengarava, I think.
Right, okay, this is tucked away through square leg for a single by Brooke. I had a feeling... Oh, is he...
The Pornbot's with us and super chatting.
Yay!
At $1.99, he says, does Hendo's wrist injury mean no happy end?
Well, actually, no, it should mean very
Shake
much a
hands.
happy ending, shouldn't it? You don't happy end yourself, do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
Well, no, actually.
No, exactly. So I
You
thought,
go to a massage parlour.
not that I've ever done anything like that myself.
Andy Ward is trying to get in.
Andy Ward. Andy Ward coming to do Test cricket. Seems
Yes.
unlikely.
Hold
Anyway.
on, let me answer him.
Chivanga 1 for 97 into his 15th over. We're going to have a change in a few minutes' time. Stokes, he's coming around the wicket now, Chivanga. He's got one slip short and pulled by Stokes. There is a man positioned at deep backward square. Is that Sikandar Raza? I think it might be. Should remember that there are one or two really experienced batters in this Zimbabwe side, the likes of Irvin and Williams and whatever.
I mean, given that it's a flat wicket, there's a sort of inherent assumption that they'll do dreadfully. But
Well,
you could make 400 on this wicket without too much trouble.
Yeah, I just feel that the scoreboard pressure will be a lot for Zimbabwe. I agree with you. Yeah, that a half decent batting team should make a decent score on this pitch. But whether they do, I think if they make a good start, they've got a chance. But if they lose early wickets, it's going to be quite hard. Chivanga in bright sunshine, running in, bowls a very high bouncer, which Brook had lined up to hook and then decided was getting far too big, and indeed it is signalled as a wide.
All that noise was Gravy putting on his head.
Yeah, goodness me. If he, I don't think what other kind of noise he makes when he's doing things, if that's just putting on the headphones.
Noises like this.
That's not a good look. That's not a good look. That noise when you've got a porn star moustache.
Someone called it a John Walk moustache the other day.
It is a bit of a John
which
Walk.
I was very pleased with.
I can imagine how you would be. Yeah, absolutely. Chivanga has almost brought up his 100, 1 for 99. Brook with bat aloft, takes a step back, slower ball from Chivanga, but it doesn't get the required result. Really good piece of fielding out on the boundary, running around at deep square leg. Good pick up and throw. And Brook gets through for 2, 536 for 4, 3 balls remaining. Yeah, it was out the back of the hand. He was trying something T20 like, and it was picked up by
500 odd for 4, and he's going through his box of tricks.
Absolutely, yes. Seems reasonable to me. Oh, yeah. My voice is going after half an hour of commentary. Chivanga in short. Ooh. Oh, that's extraordinary. That was delicate, but he could be caught. Has he taken that? No, he hasn't. He's gone down on his knees, the fielder. He's gone, oh, bugger. I thought he caught that at first. I mean, it was a lovely piece of batting in a way.
On an Indian ground, it would have been 6 over third man.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting sick of when I watch the IPL, I just think, the straight boundaries are ridiculous. It goes over mid-on, and it's a 4. It's a 4 at any time. What happened here? He had a lot of ground to make up to his left.
He was running like a cartoon character in mud, though.
It would have been a good catch on the run, to be fair. It's gone through his hands, and we're just waiting to see whether it actually dropped in front of the boundary sponge. I think it probably did.
I think it might have hit it on the... No, it didn't.
No, it's a
hit
4.
Hit it on the half volley.
So 540 for 4, and Stokes has got 8. Quietly washing at the other end as Brook has unleashed the monster within, and it's now raced on almost a run of ball to 38 for off 39. Slips have gone, all slips have gone, all hope is gone. That's smashed. There's a bloke on the boundary about 10 yards from that, and he didn't even move. Yeah, absolutely astonishing shot from Brook. He goes to 42, 544 for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. That went like a tracer bullet.
It did indeed. It did indeed. But this is what Brook should be doing against this sort of bowling, really, on a good wicket. So, don't just enjoy it, I suppose. Although if you're Zimbabwean, you possibly won't. Run rate is now 5.8. There's 1 ball remaining of my spell. Who's coming in to do ball by ball next?
Bear is coming
in. Chivanga is in to Brook, and plays a delicate late cut shot. Runs it down off the face of the bat. He felt as if the ball went all the way along the face of the bat to get down to third man. and he gets a single. He keeps the strike again. Ben Stokes just can't get a ball to face.
He's incredible, Harry Brook, because you boys were saying that he was looking a little bit stodgy first thing this morning.
He was.
And then he just clicks into gear and bang.
Thing is, though,
There,
against better bowling, he's got to be there to do that. So to be able to click into gear, if he looks dodgy at the start and he gets himself out, he's not much use to.
Well, no, yeah. But, I mean, I think
love
that's...
it.
The Mog is taking over from me on the messages, which I have to confess I've stuck almost
Lost
exclusively
control
to
of.
super chats today. So
I'm
thank
only
you all for
reading
your
out super
messages.
chats. Everybody else can get fucked.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Thanks,
Hey, Mog.
Welcome, Mog.
How you doing?
Hello.
So this morning...
Perhaps, yo.
Yeah, man. We've had 6 overs and 47 runs. Is the bare bones of it. England have moved on to 545 for 4. And snugly into the central missionary position comes the bear.
All right,
I don't want
Grubby.
to see the bear's
Hello,
bone. Thanks very much.
No, well, you never know. How are we all this morning? As Blessing is going to bowl, and Brooke just plays it back down the track, and there ain't no run.
Messers leaves with his laptop.
Yeah, the man who's been travelling the length and breadth of Britain meeting fellow gorillas.
I tell you, it's really exciting to be in the new studio, by the way.
Yes.
I put on this lovely new headset and then spent about 10 seconds looking for the mic.
Yeah.
Where's the mic on the floor? And realised
Well, I was wondering whether to get. I've got like 5 of those fucking things. I've got
Yeah.
6 of them. I've got enough for 2 sessions. Can someone shut the fridge door? Hello? 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 Can someone shut the fridge door? Thank you. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Well done, Hendo. Look at that. Didn't even have to get up.
house train.
Yeah, we
left
don't have
it
our
open.
own bin or anything in here, so people are going to have to remember to clear up and put their shit in the bin. I'm not being mother here. It was fine in my own
If
flat.
anyone puts shit in the bin, I'm leaving.
Well, yeah, there is that too. I had to send a note to the owner of the building that there's no fucking toilet roll and there's no hand towels.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's pretty poor actually, and it hasn't been a week. It's pathetic. So I've put in my complaint. Where do you reckon we're going to get to?
Well, listen, 12:30, have half an hour at them before lunch, something like that.
Well, it'd actually be 20 minutes, wouldn't it? Because you get 10-minute changeover.
All right, 12:20.
But I mean, Brooke was on 9 off 29. He's now 44 off 33. It's quite amusing. And Stokes is into the action, and he punches that out to the man deep on the point boundary, and that will be 4 runs. Sorry, a single. What am I on about?
It's the top 6 have all had a bat now, so that's kind of job done as far as England concerned, isn't it? Just kind of an extended net. Sorry to use the old cliche, but it sort of is really. It's
Yeah.
not a game, it's not a contest in any meaningful sense, is it?
No, I mean, might want Jamie Smith to have a
I was going to
go
say,
as
unless they
well.
want Smith to have a go, it's the only sort of missing link, if you like. So
Yeah.
we'll see these two swing pretty hard over the next half hour, I reckon. And if we see Jamie Smith in that time, all well and good. If not, he might have to sit it out for today.
Indeed. Clipped into the leg side by Brooke. Ooh, I was thinking about 2 there. And it set off quite a pace, but decided not to. Don't want to test Stokes' hamstring in the first test against Zimbabwe.
No, that's the latest of his 12 injuries that kept him out most recently.
Yeah, apparently he's not feeling any pain when he bowls now.
Uh-huh.
He had an actual operation, presumably they did something and stitched it all back together and
There is.
strengthened it a little bit.
I don't care what he says. I'm telling you right now, there is no day of cricket that he plays where he does not feel considerable pain.
Wow, just bangs down the painkillers, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's all the drugs. Doing
It's all the drugs, exactly.
I think he's somehow addicted to it,
Yeah,
playing through pain.
I think so.
the drugs. Oh.
Well, I think. Oh, now what's happened there? I think he's gone to pull it. Has he been caught? I think he has been
Oh.
caught.
Now we will see Jamie Smith.
Yeah, we will see Jamie Smith. He's gone to pull it. Ben Stokes got himself an awful position. Kind of stopped on the shot, and it must have come just off the top edge. Just ballooned up in the air. We didn't really know where it had gone, but then the cameraman focused on the Ben Curran, funnily enough, down at long leg, or fine leg actually. He had an age to pick it up and catch it. Yeah,
It was on him a bit quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on him a bit quick. It got a bit big on him. And he was in no position whatsoever, was Ben Stokes. Ooh, got that in the end of his fingers.
On your bike, mate.
You make me a cup of coffee. White, no sugar, please. Lovely. Thanks so much, Messi.
It's a good song by the Clint Boone Experience, that.
What?
White No Sugar.
White, no sugar. Great name for a song. Well,
Good song.
Stokesy goes for 11, I think. He won't be particularly happy. Rick, you went for 35. 300's in the top 3.
Stokes is the sort of player, I don't think he really needs to play himself into form. He can just click in pretty
I also
immediately,
think he
can't
doesn't really care.
And actually, in the long run, this might be a good thing that Jamie Smith has an opportunity to bat for what we're going to give him. Best part of an hour, probably. 45 minutes. Get out there, get your eye in.
Super chat warning.
Super chat warning. Read it out.
The GC Naked Fun bot for $4.99. Bear blames Hendo for using all of the toilet paper towels and hand lotion.
Well, yes.
I think that's a masturbation reference.
Shall I, to cover that up, play a super chat jingle?
You can do.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero! They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
And this man's just come in.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Except today.
Have you been to the Oval at all?
And the previous
Me?
10 tests.
Yeah, I was at a stag do at the Oval last Friday. 60 odd of us, 68 of us, I think, in total.
Wow.
Jonathan Wilson, the football writer. Hello, Trough, if you're listening. He won't be.
Jonathan used to come into TMS in
Well,
those days.
Mr. Norcross showed his face briefly during the day to say hi.
Thank you very much. I used to like Jonathan. I think he's a
good lad.
I think he's a really good writer as well. I love his football analysis.
Oh, he'll be delighted to get praise.
Driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think he's so knowledgeable about the whole thing. Yeah, it's quite good to read.
Have you read his book, Inverting the Pyramid?
No.
That was his first book, and possibly his most famous one, but he's written loads. He's written one about Brian Clough. South American football, lots of stuff. But yeah, very knowledgeable. And getting married in a few weeks.
No, right.
In
Oh,
Sunderland.
fascinating as that is, let's read some of these things.
Okay.
Daniel Castro says, I think the target's 100 overs, or maybe a Brook ton. Either or.
Yeah, you can get that double.
Muttley says Hendo's a house-trained gorilla.
Yep.
Jamar the Pickleball King says, will you open with Smith and Duckett in the second innings?
There will not be a second
No,
innings.
there will not be.
Well,
a
I'm
second
glad you
innings.
made this break off from our interesting chat to read these out, Mog.
Yeah.
That's what they pay me the big bucks.
The big bucks for. Shamanga is in, and Brooke just drops it down to backward point. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. Smith's not prepared to go. What I was going to say, you know me, I don't follow county cricket particularly. How is Jamie Smith doing this season? Did you see anything of him? Were you too pissed?
No, he wasn't playing last week.
Oh,
On
right.
the side. I don't think. It was a great day at the Oval, actually. 6,000 people for that day alone.
Oh, wow,
Surrey
that's
versus
pretty
Yorkshire.
good for
Yeah,
county
queues,
cricket.
massive queues down the road when I arrived at the Oval.
What day was
Extraordinary
that?
stuff.
Day 1, 2, 3, 4?
Day one.
Day 1, wow. Pulled hard by Brooke. Are they going to get back for 2? They're going to try it, and they're going to get there easily enough. Brooke moves on to 47 or 46. And
This could all be over today, couldn't it?
well, I mean, this is it. I mean, when they're facing down 600 and they lose a couple of early wickets, you can see it going horribly wrong. I'm certainly going to be betting the unders on the wickets.
Well, the unders will be about 3, won't it?
Oh yeah, they won't. But they'll offer about 14 or 15. Maybe,
2 sessions,
maybe
2 full innings.
Exactly. Maybe even only 13, 14 per.
Bit of a paparazzi camera angle there on Stokes.
Yeah.
Taking his top off, was he?
Guided by Brooke down towards third man, get himself a single. Jamie Smith will come on strike.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say they've been out there for a long time. They'll be, even though they're fresh this morning, England would have put certainly all the weariness will come back into their legs after an hour and a half. You'd have thought, staring down the barrel. It could all go horribly wrong, couldn't it? Although England's attack is really inexperienced.
I'd be fascinated to see how Sam Cook bowls. His accuracy of hitting the seam pretty much every ball as he wishes. That's his super strength.
Well, this is it. Could he be the new Jimmy Anderson, just a bit slower? Or late Jimmy Anderson? Well, Jamie Smith's second ball has been picked up gloriously and deposited over cow corner, but flicked off the legs. That was a gorgeous shot. 6 runs, I believe. No, 4. Yeah. I thought it got over the boundary. That was lovely.
The boundary's a long way in.
He just picked that up. Sweet. I mean, it was there to be picked up. It was full and on the pads.
You mustn't bowl there to Jamie Smith.
No.
He'll pick you up all day.
Almost any professional
Like an
batsman.
over-exuberant Uber driver.
Yeah, almost any decent batsman will deposit you in the stands for that one. So, Smith facing up. Will that be a wide? No, it's not. So
Should be,
there's no
shouldn't it?
wide. Well, there isn't any wide lines, are there? And it was inside the return crease thing.
5, 5, 5 for 5. How often do you get to say that?
Well, do we take our feet up for that?
95.5.
Yeah. At 5.79. It's pretty much racing along. We got the 4th highest runs on a day of a test match yesterday.
Of any day?
Of any day
in any test?
Yeah.
4th highest in any day in any test. That's mad.
How many feet do you lift up for 555?
I don't know.
Oh, we should ask the dead David Shepherd.
Edged.
Oh
Dropped.
dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Fished out by Smith. No need to fish it either. It was well wide and he just didn't move his feet. Hung his bat out. Got an edge. And the keeper, who I can't remember who it is, but...
Way up in the sky, little darling. And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, mate.
yeah, he really made a bit of a boo-boo there. Went with 2 hands, crocodiled it, and basically just fell out. And he's kept pretty well generally.
Chiga.
Chiga.
Yeah.
Sega, isn't it? That's how pronounced Sega, apparently.
Is it? I thought
Sega.
that TS in many African pronunciations is a kind of a ch sound. Chiga. But what do I know?
No, it's generally silent, I think.
Anyway.
In his case, it's definitely Sega, because I looked it up and saw him saying his own name.
Okay.
So
That's usually a pretty good guide.
I'm going to go with that one.
Sega, like Bob Seger.
Like the video game console,
Which I would
for the
call
younger
Sega.
listeners.
Sega Dreamcast. Pulled
Bloody
by...
hell.
Oh, I think he's got that bit vertical, though. No, maybe not.
That's
gone
an
all the way.
extraordinary shot. Christ.
6 runs.
Six.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
That is a phenomenal shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
lovely.
it's maybe a tad short of a length, but almost off the front foot, he's whipped it round deliberately, uppishly, and it's gone miles over the square leg boundary.
Yeah, I thought he'd put it very vertical,
Yeah.
but he didn't. He did pick
What
it
an
up
eye.
quite nicely. Oh, it was his 50, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one he clouts into the leg side. It wasn't great timing, but it's got enough on it. It's a quick outfield. Is it going to be chased down? That's the first time I've seen it. Oh, first time I've seen a bit of diving in the outfield from the Zimbabweans. He got a paw to it, but then it scuttled away from him and crashed into the sponge. 4 runs.
In honour of the Zimbabwean wicketkeeper, here's a bit of Bob Seger.
2 plus 2 is our number. 2 plus 2 is our number.
Great song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only ever hear that bit of it, but
Yeah.
I'm sure you're right. Sometimes I'll hear a jingle, a full song on the radio, and I go, oh yeah, that's what the rest of it's like.
Same here. He's got
gone.
himself bowled. Brooke has gone to guide that down third man, got an under edge back onto his stumps, and he is gone. England are 5-6-5 for 6 now. Just going to bat now, aren't they, until they're all out. Everyone go out and have a
Tom.
swing.
Gone.
I mean, everyone's entitled to just have a little bash here, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, he clicked into
Oh,
top,
no.
top gear there. Oh, okay.
Is that the case, or is that guy just going out to...
No, declared.
They have declared.
Top 7 done. Job done.
batting practice done?
Have we got a declared jingle?
No, we haven't actually.
Declared.
There you go, Mark.
declared,
There's always something for you to
declared,
do, Mark.
Declared.
I'm pretty sure I've sent you like 3 declared jingles.
Really? Oh, I don't think I've ever
Let me
loaded
just,
any
let me
of
just
that.
check my records.
Yeah.
Yep, it goes for 5 seconds.
All of the top 7 got a bat then. So yeah, England will consider that to be success. I mean, Jamie Smith's only out there for a few balls that managed to hit a 4.
I'd have given Gus Atkinson a go. He can deliver it. Got
It's
a ton last
the only
summer.
thing you might think, you give 20 minutes to Jamie Smith.
Yeah,
to say,
exactly.
Just get your eye in there, but they've obviously thought, nah, it's fine. Now, listen, I'm predicting then that the game's going to be done by the end of today.
You reckon? I do wonder whether it will be. It'll all depend how his first top order goes.
2.5 sessions.
What, we bowl them out in 30 overs an innings?
Please tell me that Sam Cooke's jingle is don't know much about history.
I don't know. Play it.
All right, I will. Where
No,
is it?
it's not.
Oh.
It's not idea, it's not.
Sam Cooke. Let's bowl. Sam Cooke.
It's nothing like that.
He bowls.
To be fair, if you did the one you were thinking of, we'd probably get fucking dinged.
Yep.
It's too obvious anyway. You can't do the obvious song.
Uh,
He says, desperately defending his poor choices and hoping nobody notices
Well,
he missed an obvious.
Look, I think it's fair just to give Sam Cooke's jingle a few spins, because who knows how many goes he's going to get for England.
Well,
Not many more.
you got to have all these bowlers in the mix. I mean, I do think. I mean, the inevitable fucking Australia chat, but from what I understand and what I've seen in recent tests in Australia with the new ball and the fact that they seem to got drop-in pitches working better, it seems to be much more favourable to the bowling than it has been in the previous the last couple of years seems to be a bit more favourable to bowling.
Yeah.
Previous 10 years was just flat track nonsense.
He's an odd choice in many ways, because England in the last few years have been seduced by extreme pace and spinners who give it a massive rip.
Well, look,
and he's an 80-mile-an-hour bowler who hits the seam. Now, maybe he'll be like a Vernon Philander, that sort of thing. That's what you're hoping, or a Ryan
Mohammed
Harris.
Abbas.
Yeah.
Ryan Harris is quick.
Was he?
Yeah, he was
I
fucking quick.
I always put him in the same sort of bracket as Philander.
No.
I mean, Philander was definitely 80 miles an hour, wasn't he?
Yeah, no.
But
Ryan Harris
average-
could get up near 90.
Ryan Harris was 90-ish.
Yeah.
I beg everyone's pardon.
He was
all right,
genuine
Philander. Let's use Philander as our model.
It's not us that needs to pardon you. It's Ryan Harris and his slighted ego that needs to be apologised to.
Rhino, forgive me with your massive horn.
Exactly that.
Right. Well, at 8:45, J Mother Pickle King, 8:45 my time, said declare soon, England, and I believe they basically declared as he said that.
Wow.
And Matthew Cullen wants to know what your thoughts on the New England kit are. He's a big fan himself.
I quite like it. Yeah, I've got to say.
Not really noticed it much. What's different about it?
They've got Tyrrells on the arm.
Is it proper cricket whites colour? Because I remember
yes, it is.
The last year or two, we've had that sort of vaguely blue.
No, it seems a little. It seems a bit more creamy to me.
Good.
The Cinch logo, I think, seemed to make it look a lot more icy blue, maybe, than it should have been.
Yeah.
I'm not the man to ask about this. I'm colourblind, so.
So am I. Funnily enough.
I'm
see,
not, funnily
all
enough.
the best people are.
Well, I'm not. So.
Case closed.
I don't know about that, Grubby. I really don't. Yeah, well, I guess we're just waiting for Zimbabwe to come out. I need to get my phone so I can do some gambling.
Oh, quick, run.
Yeah.
Well,
actually, make Hendo fetch it. He's got one good hand.
No, Hendo's spouting something in the corner.
Coffee or opinions?
Opinions, by the sounds of it.
Holding court in the new vast space.
Well, yeah. It's quite a nice space, though.
Those pictures look nice.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. The under overs. Hold up. First innings runs 175.5. That's worth an under bet, isn't it?
That's worth an under bet. Yeah.
Now, where's first wicket?
0. Will they do that?
I reckon it'll be 14.5. I'll take that as well.
I can't find the market at the moment.
They won't bring it. Bet 365 been a bit fucking dodgy with their over unders in games I've noticed recently. They're very slow to get them up, and if a fucking collapse is happening, sometimes it can take them like 10 minutes to get an under up, and then you've lost another 2 wickets in that time. It's really frustrating. Huh?
They don't want people to take their money, so God, they're not going to go out of their way to help you.
Well, look, it's their job. Fuck that. It's their job to play the punter.
Denise Coates needs her 365 million quid a year, so come on.
Yeah. Aren't they selling? Thinking of selling to somebody? Someone wanted to buy a stake in them? Some American firm?
Probably.
Valued at something like 2.5 billion.
Only way to avoid the tariffs on your bets.
Yeah. So when did that 90 days end, by the way? When did he do that? April something, or was it end of March?
It's in June sometime, I think.
Okay.
Or am I might be making that up.
So,
West Indies are 2 for 73 against the Might of Ireland, by the way.
mm-hmm.
Is that a test match or an ODI?
That is a one-day international.
Ah.
One day into Milan.
Malahide.
I assume so. I didn't see where it was.
Fond memories of Malahide.
Fond memories of Malahide, Thunder, Lightning,
Yeah.
Gibneys,
Good old Dublin.
Yes.
and
It's-
it's great.
It was.
Brian
fantastic.
Bennett, by the way, he's going to open the batting for Zimbabwe alongside, I think, Ben Curran, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
So Brian Bennett does have a Test match 100.
Against?
110 not out as his top score. His maiden first class sentence.
Afghanistan?
Don't know. Can't work that out originally. For now, I'm afraid. What's his average? Test match average. He's only played 6 games, averaging 32. Perfectly respectable, I'd say. Ben Curran. I wonder what the round the table at the Curran's house would be like. You played any international cricket recently, lads? Oh no, haven't you? Oh no, I played against England. Yeah.
He's the middle one as well, isn't he? Tom's the oldest. Has he moved back to Zimbabwe, or is he living in England? That's the question. Is he just an overseas player?
I think he's lived there for a little bit, I think.
Oh, okay.
Midwest
remember reading
Rhinos.
something
he
about
plays
that somewhere.
Did he play? Was he in the Surrey Kids as well as the other two? Ben, did he get dropped or something?
for. Northampton, they're from, aren't they, originally? So. Again, well, 5 Test matches. 68 is his high score. Averaging about 31.
Yeah.
At the higher end of Zimbabwean averages, though.
He averages 38.5 in first class cricket. 7 centuries to his name. I wonder who's going to get the new ball for England then. Gus Atkinson and... Will they give it to Sam Cook? Just to see what he's made of? It'll be quite fun.
No, I think it'll be Josh Tongue, won't it?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe Stokes will do it.
Does Sam Cook take the new ball for Essex?
I imagine so. I mean, he is a premier bowler, isn't he? I mean, he averages about 19
Yeah, he
in
does.
first-class cricket.
Anyway, if that's his game, I would like, and you know, this is his debut, I would toss him the new ball and ask Tongy to come in and be first change.
Yeah, I think the new ball, hard, quickest guys you've got. Go at it full on.
England are
Blast them out.
entering the field of play, and I'm thinking that these are going to be ZIM's opening batters.
He's just a regular, everyday Zimbabwean. His name's Brian Bennett, motherfucker. Sometimes plays tests, but not often. His name's still Brian Bennett, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Gonna throw in with Zimbabwe. Ben Curran's brothers can't go get fucked. They took the easy way out. Ben Curran's in Zimbabwe. Until he's poached.
Dear, I do.
He's having a little prey on the boundary edge, unless he's lost a contact lens.
He's thinking, fuck, is it too late to back out?
Yeah. They're a religious family, the Currans. It looked like he was having a serious prey there.
I don't know.
That
No
A
idea.
very arid outfield, isn't it? Saying on the way in, I think the farmers in the UK are all doing rain dances to no
Yeah.
avail at the moment. Very little rain in the last 6 or 8 weeks, I'd say.
Very little indeed.
So it's pleasant for some of us, but not so good if you're trying to grow shit out the ground.
England 25-1 on.
Ah, look who's
Who
got
it
the new
is.
ball. Looky here.
Oh, it's Sam
Come on.
Cook.
Don't know much about
Cricket.
Sam Cook. Let's bowl. Sam Cook. He bowls.
Yeah, an absolute menace on the county circuit. Just seeing his stats on the screen there. 90 games, 321 wickets, averaging 19 point something.
Well, I'm going the line on Bet365 is 215.5, so I've gone under that.
Is it?
Yeah.
That was 175 a second ago.
165.5, you can
Seems
get
a tad
13
generous.
to 8, which is probably
Yeah,
fair
I'd
as well.
say anything is under. And have you got a market for the first wicket there?
No, you fuckers. Where is it? Runs at the fall of the first wicket. Oh, they're off in 19 and a half. That's fucking genius.
I think we'll see one in the first over, I think.
That's why I'm getting my bet on
First
quick.
3 balls, we're going to see a wicket here. That's my prediction. It's going to be bowled in a moment by
Bold claims.
Sam Cook.
Yeah, why not?
I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. I don't think I've ever seen him bowl, and I've heard a lot about
He'll get
him.
one to nibble away or be caught in the slips. Here we go.
Well, there is 4 slips, and the first ball is full. It didn't nibble away. It was actually angled in probably towards middle and leg. It's driven up to mid-on. There is no run.
A little bit of shape through the air there.
Yeah.
A little bit of late swing, I thought.
81 miles an hour. Look, Jimmy did this for 4 or 5 years, didn't he?
Yeah.
If he can do that.
If we've got access to anyone half as skillful as Jimmy with the ball through the air on off the seam, then
that would be quite handy.
That person will have a good run in the side. Or
exactly.
Still a few hundred wickets worth of a career.
Yep.
So, Sam Cook is coming in second ball. It's wide. It's a little bit of away movement and swing, but it started too wide and went wider.
One more ball for my prediction to come true.
Yeah.
Reputation is on the line.
Yeah. As it's been many times before.
Ah, well.
I think that ship has sailed.
We're getting 3 new chairs tomorrow as well.
Are we? This is high-class swanky times at Guerrilla
Jesus.
Cricket.
Armchairs.
Beautiful.
They should be arriving during the day's play, actually.
Test match armchair.
Cook is in. Oh, and he nearly did get that third ball wicket. There's a big fat inside edge. And I think it's gone for 4 in the end. Down to the third man boundary, fine leg boundary. It was a Vatican slice. Pretty poor shot from the batsman, playing away from his body. It was nasty, ugly shot. He was lucky not to play that back onto his stumps. So you were nearly right, Grubby.
Reputation intact there, Grubby.
Yep. Reputation of getting things wrong. Solid.
Shoaib Bashir, forgotten about him. Of course, he's on the side.
Man with the fingers.
I don't know if he'll ever have to get a bowl in this game.
Might not get time.
Well, he'll get on
that's what I mean.
just before lunch, won't he?
I don't even know if
Surely.
they'll bother with that one. Sam Cook is in. Nicely clipped off the pads by Bennett. He's going to get another 4 out to deep square leg.
Yep.
Damn. In my first over, I've lost 8 of my runs that I
In the name of war.
It's got a taste of blood now.
Going for the juggler.
Well, again, it was angled in towards middle stump, maybe a bit middle and leg. He was able to just turn that off the pads. And there's 4 slips, so there isn't that many fielders anywhere else, is there really? There's probably someone out at long leg. A mid wicket, a mid off maybe, and a cover. Duckett sticking his arse out. That's driven, and that's driven out through the covers, and that's 4 runs. The first over has gone for 12 with 1 ball left. My word.
It's Cook got a shit house.
2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Interesting, yeah.
You won't forget this first over in Test cricket in a hurry.
I mean, it was there to be hit. It was full. It was wide, offering itself to be driven, and there's no one out there.
Yeah, 2 full. He's not quite find his.
Oh, we're having a
his
change
line
at the end
length.
of this
Yeah,
over. Who's coming in? That one's better. A little bit shorter of a length. Jumps, beats the outside edge through to the keeper, and there is no run. Who is in now?
I'm doing the old ball by ball.
Let's have a look.
Is it 40? No.
Grubby Messi's 40. We'll have to let 40 in, and you'll have to sit here.
Who's going to have to sit there? Because they're very sensitive, these new headsets. I'm sorry if you're getting a lot of noise, everyone, through your earpieces, however you're listening to us. But wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome. And we're all quite excited to be here in the new Guerrilla studio in sunny Lewisham. We've got lots of exposed brickwork. We've got a fridge, which has got some beer in it. And basically all is right with the world. Hello, Mum and Dad as well. My mum and Dad are listening. Pete and Barb. I know everyone at Guerrilla always sends their best to you in Great Shelford. Now, England, second over is going to be bowled by Gus Hattrickson. Here he is.
Gus, the Hattrickson, there's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the Hattrickson, bowling impresario.
Starts with a ball that's tucked round the corner by Ben Curran, who's off the mark straight away. Atkinson falls over Mark Wood style, and there is a run. I've got to let... Oh no, Forthy's in. Forthy's in. Hello, Forthy.
In like Flynn. Hello, how are you?
Like Errol, very well, thank you. You've got a bit of brickwork in your room, haven't you?
Brickwork?
Yeah.
Not in this room. I mean, there might be some behind the wall.
It's all books with Forthy.
Bookwork.
It's just book. Oh, bookwork. Yes.
Bookwork
books,
and brickwork.
Yes, books. Yeah. Yes. And it's not really a bricky house. It's one of those sort of trellis fenced, or Californian bungalows. They're called. This one.
That's the one. Atkinson in again, and Bennett leaves alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. Have you been following proceedings so far, Forthy, or have you just come in fresh?
Yes, I have. Yeah. Yes. I dropped my son off at the airport, and then I got back for the first ball.
Very good. Well timed. Oh yes, he's coming. He's coming over our way. He's going to be at Craven Cottage at the weekend. You said.
Yeah, he's coming over for like a day and a half to England before he flies back out again. He's just come specifically for Fulham's last game of the season.
Oh, what a admirable fella he is.
Yes.
Atkinson bowls a full ball, hits him on the pad. Is that going to be given as it's sliding down? It's not been given on the field. Dharma says no. England consider a review for a nanosecond, and then he's back to his mark. I think Ben Stokes has dyed his hair. He's got a little bit of a blondie mullet poking out the back of his cap there, which messes. I don't want to presuppose what you think. I'm imagining you don't like it though.
I'm imagining that I think it ought to be cut a bit. Sorry.
I thought you were going to suggest maybe a new look for Messi.
It's beyond that.
I'd be very keen to see that. This ball dies a bit outside the off stump, but it's allowed to pass through by Bennett. He's got 12, which is comprised of those 3 fours he hit from Sam Cook's first over in Test cricket.
Just check with you. I'm sounding very loud in my own ears on this headset.
I like it. It's good.
They sound about right.
Thanks.
Yeah. They are quite sensitive, these mics, though, so no heavy breathing from me. One of my favourite hobbies.
Have you told Barbara?
Mum's definitely listening. She's just written to me to say how exciting the new studio. A back cut here from Bennett to a ball outside the off stump. It's going to race away again, and he continues his 4 streak.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You don't get enough Barbaras these days.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Nigel's, isn't it?
I was watching. There hasn't been a Nigel in England born literally for 2 years, nor a Barry.
I cannot believe that is true. I just can't believe that.
True.
Well, it's a Farage effect. Why would you?
Not many.
Nigel's got. I don't know what about Barry. Has there been a notorious Barry recently?
Short and pulled by Bennett with no timing at all. It's fielded in the mid-wicket area, and he gets a single. Does he, or did he not go anywhere? He may not have gone anywhere. Anyway, it's the end of the over. Do you have any messages coming through?
Well, I would say that there was a fantastic flurry of super chats when we first started. They've died down a little, so I'd encourage you to do it.
Come on, everyone.
A lot of messages, and the way to ensure your message gets read is if you super chatters.
These chairs don't pay for themselves.
Exactly, and of course the GPL is open, and somewhere in the £130. So well worth winning. Yep. David Durrell. A.K.A. Josie Oak says, Messi is having to commentate with pants on. Yes, indeed. Well, from what I saw yesterday, there was a considerable lack of pant on some people, which led to a degree of embarrassment for Nick Brooks, as I recall. Exposure of sausages was mentioned.
Get your rishabs on.
Yes.
Now, Sam Cook, bowling his second over, is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Curran. Let's see if he can go a bit better than his first over, which went for 12. Curran bat raised, waiting, 4 slips. And this is too wide for Curran to consider playing at. He just allows that to pass through. Has a look at it. So maybe
there was the younger sister in Strangers on a Train. She's a Barbara. She's Babs. She's actually played by Alec Guinness's daughter.
Oh.
Not Alec Guinness. What am I saying? By Alfred Hitchcock's daughter.
Oh, okay. No,
There's a famous Barbara, fictional, albeit.
My mum doesn't get Babs; she gets Barb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Barb, yeah.
Pete and Barb.
Nice. Barbara Castle, who's a famous Barbara.
Defended into the onside by Curran, and there is no run. A little bit better that from Cook, a bit more line and length that he'd be looking for, probing that third or fourth stump line.
Yes, it's fair to say that when he went to sleep last night, get 3 successive boundaries in his first over, it would have had him waking up.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Cold sweat.
I've got to say, Muttley has done the right thing by us and immediately come in with a £5 super chat. So I heard sausages.
Cook round the wicket to Curran, who tucks it round the corner, gets himself a very comfortable single, backward of square. Messers?
Thank you, Muttley. It says, my poor aching heart, Messi. And the Naked Fun Porn Bot sent us $1.99, says, Barbara must be proud of Grubby's cricket insight.
She's so proud.
Not bad.
As she'll tell you if you ever meet her.
Thank you.
Which is unlikely.
Yes.
Unless we broker it through here. That was a leg by the way.
She'd be a good guest.
Another harmless ball outside the off stump that Bennett allows to pass through. A little bit of shape after it had passed him, but nothing particularly threatening so far from Cook.
Brothers who've played for different international teams is an interesting subject. I'm thinking in football there was.
I've got one for you.
A Shaqiri who played one for Albania, one for Switzerland. I've got a notion.
The Boatengs, one for Germany and one for somewhere else.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yes.
What was the other one? Germany.
I thought it was a Shaqiri.
This is defended back to him by Bennett. No run. I meant the Boatengs. One played for Germany and one played for.
Netherlands? No. Oh, one of the African teams.
Was it Ghana? Yeah. Senegal?
Maybe Ghana. He feels like a Ghana. Although we had a George Boateng who played for the Netherlands, played for us at Coventry. Yeah. But that's a different guy.
Not an uncommon name. Oswald Boateng as well, who didn't play football internationally but has designed some.
Labour MP, doesn't he?
Wasn't he the designer?
Who was the Labour MP? Was he?
This is driven by Bennett aerially. It's past the right hand of third slip, and that's going to race away to third for one of these.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
A bit of luck, but
yes.
Well earned.
They're off to a flyer, Zimbabwe. 22.
I mean, he's put it up there. There's a bit of swing about, but the inevitable corollary of that is you'll have to accept the occasional thick-edged 4, and there is one of them.
Perfectly found.
Was that a chance even?
Yeah. It flew past the right hand of third or fourth slip, whoever's stationed there. I wouldn't call it a chance.
No, too harsh.
Yeah, but 22 without loss after 3 overs. So really, they've raced away. Bears already lost a bet. Carnage, I tell you. Carnage.
Now, Dan De Castro makes a good point. He says guerrilla cricket jingles are worth the price of admission. And it occurs to me that we should set a trend in this new studio of people bidding to have jingles played.
Oh, yeah, good point. Atkinson starts a new over, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who tucks this defensively into the onside, and there is no run.
Particularly when we have someone as talented as Grubby on the wheels of steel. And he can find a jingle in no time. He's been doing this for a very long time.
Bastard. Catch me at Turnmills later tonight. Probably doesn't exist anymore, Turnmills.
Well, I don't think they have. Do they still have turntables, or is it all digitised DJs?
I suspect much of it is digitised these days, but it's not something I've ever done. Full and on the pads and nicely, pleasantly clipped by Curran. This is racing away towards the backward square leg boundary. Fielded down there by Atkinson, is it? No, he's bowling, can't be Atkinson. Anyway, it's wanged in to the keeper, and I think Curran has come back for a couple. It was Cook who, as well as running into bowl, has had to do a fairly lengthy sprint to do the fielding there.
I think you'll find that turntables are still part of the performance process rather than actual sound delivery, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, those DJs, and I'm doing the inverted commas if you can't see it. Those DJs that you see at 100 games or T20 games certainly have that They're props, really.
Yeah.
They're props that don't really do anything. Driven by Curran, not much timing. It's towards the mid-off boundary, or the long-off boundary. It's going to be hauled in there. I think they might have come back for just a couple. So another 2 there to Curran. The junior partner, early stages, just 6 runs.
I think a discotheque is one of those portmanteau words which was formed as sort of, well, not a parody exactly, of bibliothèque. So bibliothèque was a place full of books, and a discotheque was a place full of records.
Yeah.
There was some French city down south where it started, I think.
I'd expect you to know that sort of thing, Forthy, yes.
Well, the trick is just to lurch the conversation onto things that you know about. No one asked me to say that.
But we all enjoyed it anyway. Atkinson into bowl, decent line and length. Bennett is back in his crease and jabbing it to point, and there is no run. Other portmanteau words that relate to cricket, possibly? Can we have some of those?
That relate to cricket? No, that's a pretty narrow,
isn't it?
area of the Venn diagram. That is, crikey. I can have a think.
While we're waiting for that, though, a friend of mine, Rob from Tooting Rob, claimed to me, I used to work with someone called Eileen Hairstyle. I said, you did not. But he's adamant that he did. This one squirts off.
Possible. How would you?
Squirts off the outside edge from Bennett. Maybe I've done him a disservice and he guided it. Anyway, he's run into the third man boundary for yet another one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Perhaps if you're listening, Eileen Hairstyle, you could confirm your very existence. I said it's very much the Toast of London approach to names, that things like Ken Skittles.
Surely, surnames originated around the 15th century or so for tax purposes. Nobody said, oh, well, that person's known for their hairstyle in 1390 or whenever it was.
Atkinson bowls a fuller ball to Bennett, and he defends this very competently up towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's 31 without loss after 4. They'll be hauling England in at this rate by the end of the day.
Yes. Well, I mean, as Mayank points out, over 7 and over, absolutely dwarfing England's innings.
Yeah. The slugger beds.
Yeah. So it's good to see. There's nothing in it, in the track.
Well,
is there?
I would say that Cook hasn't found his ideal line and length yet. We've seen a little bit of movement, particularly when it's past the batters on the way through to the keeper. So there's a little bit through the air, I would say, and I don't think Cook has bowled well enough yet to get that nibble that he's famous for in county cricket that serves him so well. So we shall see.
Matthew Cullen asked, how much do I have to pay for the Dame Pete jingle? Well, unfortunately, it's been removed because it gets us pinged with a copyright strike.
It's hardly recognisable as that song, so I'm amazed he gets a ping. This ball from Cook lands outside the off stump of Ben Curran. It does jag a little bit, but it started wide enough that he was able to leave that comfortably through to the keeper again.
You were right about Kevin being from Ghana. I've just checked
Ghana,
him.
good, okay.
Yes, very good. And there was also Paul Pogba for France and Florentine Pogba for Guinea.
Mayank points out there was a Leicester City player named Drinkwater, which is absurd.
Danny Drinkwater, yeah.
Danny Drinkwater.
Oh, he's got a leading edge here. It's dropped over the bowler's head. Very unlucky there. And a slice of fortune for young Ben Curran as he looked to turn that into the leg side. And he got there, he got through the shot. So a leading edge that looped back over Cook's head. And unfortunately for him and for England, it plopped safely onto the turf.
Yes, no one's going to say moral victory, but it was a good ball.
Except Forthy.
No. If you get one of those and you've got all your field up, it's less likely to go to hand early.
It's another edge. This one's been caught at second slip. Cook does have his maiden Test wicket. He was unlucky the previous ball, but he got his Ruwenge. He wreaked his Ruwenge immediately straight afterwards, and Ben Curran is out for 6, and Sam Cook is absolutely cock-a-hoop.
Cock-a-hoop.
Hey. And he found his length, you see. That's what happens. A good length. The ball did a very small amount off the seam, going from the left-hander's leg side ever so slightly towards off, and it was enough to take the edge. You only have to move the ball half a bat width, and that's exactly what happened. The catch was taken by Ollie Pope, I think, the second slip, and Zimbabwe are 31 for 1. My prediction is still on. 20 wickets before the end of the day, game over. What do we think?
No.
No.
I don't want it to be over. Apart
No, I
from anything
don't.
Else. But I also think there's a part of me that just wants Zimbabwe to do really quite well and say, we're not that easy a pushover, because there's such an imbalance assumed that it's good to see some fight there. And there's not a lot in this pitch. That was a good ball that took a little bit out of it, but at the end of the day, this England attack's fairly untried.
Yep.
And there's some experience in the Zimbabwe batting lineup. I don't think Karen was looking particularly comfortable anyhow, to be honest.
I've got a sort of a question that occurred to me today, sort of philosophically. Why are Australia? Why are they really good at sport compared to other? People say, "Oh, it's the weather and all those things," but those things apply to South Africa or indeed Zimbabwe as well.
South Africa are pretty
so
good.
of the ex-Commonwealth countries, why was it Australia who managed to get much better at cricket than the other Commonwealth countries down south?
Well, I think South Africa and New Zealand might have something to say about that.
Yeah.
The new batsman gets a full ball.
Yes.
Drives it backward of point. He's going to get runs immediately here. At least 2, as Captain Stokes with his blondie mullet runs after it. It is 2 runs, and it is new batsman is this fella.
I always thought he was a plonker. It turns out that he's a tonker. All in the day's work for Craig Irvine.
That's a good jingle.
It's very good.
it's one of
Curran,
the books, I
we've
think,
just seen a replay of the Curran dismissal. He just went searching for it a little bit. Oh, that's a good ball that whisks past the outside edge of Irvine. Cook perhaps just slotting into his rhythm now. Irvine, who is the captain, of course, of this side. And what is he, 38, 39 years old? He's no spring chicken, but bringing some of that well-needed experience.
In answer to your question, Forthy, I think one thing to take into account is that Australia has 5 times the population of New Zealand and of white South Africa.
New Zealand, but not
South
how many people are in South Africa?
Lots who don't play cricket or didn't play cricket for a very long time.
This is tucked backward of square on the leg side by Irvine. He's going to get another run.
Because South Africa, as much as England, cricket was the domain of the private school for the white middle to upper class person.
So your question presupposes that South Africa aren't very good at cricket, and they've been excellent. They've been the best side in the world about 10 years ago. So I don't quite.
I get that. No, sorry. Yes. But why have Australia consistently been, they've won more test matches than any other country since test match cricket was invented. I just wondered why that was. For example, why it didn't become the province of private school in Australia as it does do in both England and South Africa.
Well, maybe that's a part of it then. Maybe it's a greater proportion of participation at grassroots level, so that you've got a wider talent pool to pick from.
Yeah, but I wonder why that was the case, if you see what I mean. Yeah. Why it didn't... Anyway, sorry. Little digression.
A full delivery from Atkinson, starting new over, which Irvine pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Well, I don't know. One imagines that there's less of a class system or divide in Australia, I think it's probably fair to say.
I suppose that's probably it. Yeah. And it never had the class distinctiveness that it does in the other places. Didn't become it's only... place really of those places where private school isn't an advantage. Although that said, a greater proportion of Australian test cricketers have gone to private school than England.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Forward and defending this back up the track is Irvine. No run again. The score is 34 for 1. We're in the 6th over. It's really sort of microwave cricket at the moment, isn't it?
It is rather.
Which is fun enough. Now, my mum has been in touch once more. With some Terry Wogan names, Celia Fate, Edna Bucket, and Annette Curtin being 3 examples that she wanted me to read out.
Nice one, Barbara.
Mum, when I tell that story, I say you knew someone called Annette Curtin, so I've sort of made it A lie. This is left alone outside the off stump by Irvine, sweeps the keeper.
Oh dear. We got another super chat from our good friend Warren Davies. Are you back in New York State, Warren? Or you? I think you probably are. It says $4.99 over or under on the number of overs before Stokes is injured.
He's injured at all times.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid you've already either won or lost that bet, because he is.
It's a question of how long it takes the sticky tape to wear out. Shot.
Yeah, that's been cut backward of square. It's going to run into the backward point boundary. It's 4 runs to skipper Irvine. It was a drive rather than a cut. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention because I was trying to look up his stats, which are half decent. You know, he's played 25 Test matches. Obviously, if you're Zimbabwean, the opportunity to play games is rather restricted compared to somewhere like England. But he averages 35. He's got a higher score of 160. 4 centuries to his name. This is left alone. Good leave that, because it was a decent line and length from Atkinson. He just thought, I'll leave that on length, and sure enough, it passed just over the top of his off stump.
Just back to Cook for a second. As I understand it, the barrier to him making his debut quite so late at 27, it's not, it's somewhat late, is a lack of express pace, sort of 83 minutes. Has he couldn't see his kilometerage this morning? I don't know whether he still bowls at relatively modestly.
I can give you the MP, early 80s, 80, 81. No more than that.
Yeah.
Defended into the onside by Irvine this time. He's moved on to 7. Bennett has 24. And the score is it 34 for 1, I think? That always happens. I don't say the score and it goes off the bloody
38
screen.
for 1.
38 for 1, beg their pardon. 38 for 1.
Okay, so Richard Peel's with us. Says the Aussies have better central funding for sport because they prize it highly. I mean, there's more culture in a pot of yogurt, so they have to do something. Oh, yes.
Surprised you read that
well,
out.
I think his first point was a good one. I came apart with him a bit on the second one. That surprised me.
What? Oh, no, thank you, Muttley. Good try.
Sausages.
Yeah, Warren says, Mike says, Warren, you're in New York. Which area? I live in Manhattan now. I think I remember you said somewhere upstate. Yeah, Buffalo is where Warren lives.
Cook starts a new over. This takes Bennett on the pad and trickles out to that kind of 45 position. Back with a square on the leg side. So I think that's a leg by. Or has it been given a run? Might have been given a run. Bennett moves on to 25. Irvine on 7 comes to face. Cook, having got that first wicket, and he'll be very relieved about that. Figures of 1 for 20, and he's just started his 4th over. Took a bit of tap early doors, 3 4s in his first over. Hit by Bennett.
He's still the 316th player to make his Test debut for England since I was born.
Since you were born?
Round the wicket comes Cook. It's a bit short and wide, and that is flayed away through point off the back foot by Irvine. A very pleasing shot. Trickles, races into the boundary sponge, and that's 4 more.
So I would guess, Forthy, that about 2/3 of all England Test matches have been since you were born. Is that about right?
I don't know, but that would probably be right. Yes.
Yeah, because I mean
maybe
the
more,
frequency has
actually.
increased
More
so
like
dramatically.
Did you do a little bit of a quick info search to work that out, Forthy?
Well, it was a Sporkle quiz I was doing the other day.
This is left alone outside the off stump.
That's training for his pub quizzes. That's all that
Sporkle's great. Do you use Jet Punk as well? It's a similar sort of thing.
Oh, is it? I haven't used Jet Punk. Is that good?
I mean, it's a similar sort of thing. Some people like it because I think there are more of those quizzes. Things like, can you name the 681 train stations in the UK?
Okay. Well, I can now do all 315 players who've debuted for England since I was born. So if you say any name, I'll say yes or no to whether they played for England, or I can give you all 315 of them.
If we have a lull in play, maybe you can do that as a party piece.
Indeed.
Full from Cook. He flings his arms in the air as if he thought he might be getting through, but is met with the full face of Craig Irvine's bat.
Dare I say that's a pretty dull party.
People always say that, though. Oh, I bet you're fun at parties and things. And I always think when people say that, yeah, I think you probably are fun at parties. You'll be the person I want to talk to at parties, not those people who are throwing shapes over there. Who want to talk to them?
There's an Icelandic bloke who I think was somewhere on the autism spectrum who learnt pi to thousands of decimal places, and people would gather in like libraries or record shops to hear him do it over hours. This is defended to backwards point and there is no run.
Performance maths.
Yeah. He had this, you know about synesthesia, where you experience one sense as another. So he experienced numbers as sort of colours and shapes. Yeah. So 1 was like a big giant glacier and 2 was like a little hillock, and it's fascinating. I think that stuff's fascinating. And I am great fun at parties.
Who's going to correct him?
That's
people would sit there with the number written out, checking as you went along. I know.
Autism party.
Irvine is beaten on the outside edge here. A ball angled in from around the wicket by Cook, who's just pulled his economy rate back a little, but still has figures of 1 for 24 off 4. At the end of the 7th over, 43 for 1.
Let's face it, where would cricket stats be without Asperger's?
Yeah, there we go.
Mayank says, when were you guys born? I was born March 1994. Wonder how many England cricketers have debuted since then. Fourthie, when were you born? 60s sometime, I presume?
May 62.
Yeah. And Grubby?
72, mate.
Oh, you're a youngster. I was 1950. So
I love hanging out with you guys for obvious reasons. A, because you're fun at parties, and B, because you're significantly older than me. And I like feeling young.
Indeed.
That's why I used to go to my dad's golf club so frequently back in the day.
Yeah.
And for the tip when you used to caddy for him as well.
I didn't. I've never caddied for him.
I like being on with Tony and Messi when I'm the youngest.
There we are.
I'm young Mr. Grace.
young Master Fourth.
Young Master Fourth. Old Mr. Fourth doesn't get that much these days.
Atkinson bowls a ball just short of a length, and a really lovely punch through the covers by Bennett. Is that going to race away on this hard turf? Not quite, as Pope just hauls it in about a yard short of that boundary. But I'm thinking they must have come through for 3 there. They did indeed. Bennett races to 28, galloping along with his captain now for company.
And there was me thinking you enjoyed it because of the company, Fourthie.
That's a given. Or that's a gibbon, as somebody used to say. Love that story. Someone for years and years thought that the phrase was "that's a gibbon."
That's brilliant.
We are due a change, aren't we, at the end of this over?
We are indeed.
We are at the half hour, so whoever's going to come in, please come in.
So it's Andy, Fourthie and Hendo. So I'm hoping that Hendo and Andy are ready to come.
Andy and Hendo. Defended by Irvine into the offside. There is no run.
I remember someone saying that when they were growing up in America, they heard about Nielsen families. And there's a market research company called Nielsen, and they would monitor your media consumption. They thought they had to have the surname Nielsen, and they continued thinking this until they were in a meeting in their 30s when it came up.
Oh my God. Very, very specific research. But
yes.
Gosh, we know a lot about the Nielsens. Nielsen Schmielsen. Irvine facing up to Atkinson. This cuts him in half and rather dies also. Jamie Smith has to dive to his right to take the ball on the bounce. So a little bit of a suggestion of some variable bounce there. It's normally a pretty good batting wicket at Trent Bridge, isn't it?
Yes, this one's a good one too.
It
I think
but that definitely
it
just passed over the top of off stump and then rather died on its way through to Smith. So not the carry that you might expect ideally. I don't know how that's missed actually.
It's pretty phlegmatic.
Hell of a ball to face,
just a hand through the beard and then back to his mark.
Such is the life, the lot of a bowler. As this is defended and almost back onto his stumps there from Irvine. It spins back towards the slips where it's fielded.
So Fourthie has stimulated the Naked Fun Pawn bot to the extent of $4.99. He says, I can vouch that Fourthie is lots of fun at parties, at least at the Ann Summers variety.
He's classic pawn bot.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Thank you, pawn bot.
Yeah, thanks, porno. If I can call you that.
Porno.
Irvine facing up, full face of the bat, and times it quite nicely towards mid-on, and they can't get a single because it raced there.
With your moustache, you can call him porno.
I was going to say, I had another friend who thought, because he heard Walsall as Warsaw when the football results, right? And until he was an adult, he thought Warsaw had special dispensation to play in the 3rd division.
Something to do with the Second World War.
Something to do with that, like Eurovision Song Contest, where Australia get to play. So it's not that unreasonable.
Yeah, that is wholly unreasonable. Full delivery, he doesn't time it, but he is going to get a run to straightish mid-off. In fact, he's going to get a couple as it races away on this very, very dry outfield. That completes the 8th over and takes the score to 48 for 1. I'm going to vacate. You're staying there, Messrs, right?
No, Fourth is staying on. He's doing messages. Right. The next one is from Mayank, which relates to what you were discussing anyhow.
I'll leave you in Fourthy's capable hands and see you all later, listeners. You're also being joined by Andy Ward for the first time today.
Oh, nice here, isn't it? Do you want me to go in the middle one? Okay. What's been going on then, Fourthy?
They've got off to a bit of a flyer, 48 for 1 off 8, as you can see, but I think that masks the fact that the ball's been doing a bit and they've been chancing their arm. And just a feeling this may not last, but never say never.
Well, at least they're having a bit of a go. I mean, it all looked pretty grim yesterday when it was 430 for 2.
No, yeah, 100%.
It did pull that back a little bit. But England, predictably enough, on the attack. 4 slips, 2 gullies, a couple of token fielders. It's actually gone down to 3. Ooh. Down the track comes Bennett and hoiks it past mid-wicket. Didn't get that past mid-wicket by very much and may not even get 4 for that. No, he's going to haul it in just before the rope, and that wasn't a very convincing shot.
Horrible shot. It was basically a slog, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Afternoon, Fourthy, or whatever
Hello
it is,
there.
where you are.
Your hand doesn't appear to be above your head.
I know, I keep forgetting. I mean, goodness, I'll probably drop off.
Oh, you're supposed to leave it.
I'm supposed to have it there, if you can see, across my shoulder, as if it was in a sling, but I don't have a sling with which to hold it, which would be handy. I kind of, if the doctor, I sort of half was going to say to the doctor, shouldn't I have a sling? And I thought, well, he must know. So.
Here comes Cook again, the outside half of the bat, chops down to gully for no run. Fourthy, it's the elephant in the room, and I can't not mention it, so I might as well get it out of the way early. Hendo and I are both going to a playoff final this weekend.
Oh, yeah. That's
that's nice.
Well, I'm sorry, I was funking for you. I was hoping you were going to win that semi-final, and then...
Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate
that.
Very
cruel.
We've found a new way to break our own hearts every season at the moment. But
had a horrible run.
It might have been a Pyrrhic victory, it's fair to say, had we gone it.
Maybe. Well, that one's defended back down the track by Cook. Hendo, of course, with his beloved AFC Wimbledon on Monday, and I'm going along on Sunday to support the Mystic Orient.
Ah, yes, the Orient.
Oh, right.
I love the fact that that's a London derby, Cheltenham Orient. That's a cracking sort of... no one's got to travel too far.
No one's got to... people were suggesting it might be a record for a playoff final. They couldn't think of many London derby playoff finals in the past.
Yeah.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. Anyway, back to the cricket. We should try the cricket. Cook again, the outside half of the bat. He does seem to be getting a little bit of nibble, Hendo.
Yes. I'm another of those who's not had the chance to see Cook bowl. I think I've seen a little bit of him on one of the county streams, but I haven't really seen him in the flesh at all, and he's been around for a few years.
Is a name that's been promoted by county cricket aficionados for quite a while.
Well, him and Jamie Porter, and of course Jamie Porter got into a few squads but never actually got a game, did he?
Cox is in again. That's too far onto the pads and it's clipped down to backward square leg. There is a man there though. Whereas someone like Josh Tongue is a lot more sort of England model. Yeah, he comes out of England's statistics model more than county cricket fan appreciation.
Yes. I think Jamie Porter was that as well. But I've been quite impressed. On a pitch that's not really doing a lot, he's got some nibble. He got a wicket with nibble. He got a ball to beat Irvine. From bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, certainly he's looked the part.
Well, here he is again. He's pulled his length back a little bit, and that's been more, as in that case, an inside edge onto the pad. Rolls out into the offside. Does look. I think it's understandable. He's bowling a bit foot full in his first over or two, just searching for that. But anyways, 52 for 1, so Zimbabwe at least clicking up a few runs, and I can see some socials for you on YouTube, Forthy.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, because there's one specifically for you.
Yes, yes. Well, we had that one.
Oh, you had that one.
The GC Naked Fun Pornbot one.
Yes, yeah. The super chat.
Yes. There's no need to repeat that. Mike says, did some research. The first test match after my birth was England-West Indies 1994, second test. Ooh. Test number 1,254. Today is test number 2,584. So in other words, Mayanks worked out that more than half the tests ever played have taken place during his lifetime. Blimey.
That sounds to me like the series when Tufnell took 6 wickets and won the test match, the last one, for a resounding 1-4 triumph.
Well, I actually think 1995 was it?
They can't have been both. They can't have been.
Was it 6? I thought he took 7.
It might have been 7. Yeah. Atkinson's back in and falls over again. He's doing his best. What's his name? Mark Wood impression. What happened to him?
Well, he might be at Wembley on Monday, being an AFC Wimbledon fan.
Could be.
Mind you, don't want to put him up too high in the rafters in case he falls out of them.
It's a big stadium, Wembley. It's a long way up.
It is.
Atkinson's
I
in
had
again.
to explain the history of Wimbledon and Milton Keynes and all of that to a ninja over lunch earlier.
Yes, that was great. I saw you met.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah,
pushed into the offside and then make sure he's on the right side of history.
Absolutely. So what was he doing? What was an Indo doing down there?
Well, he's thinking of moving to Melbourne, and I think you have to rack up a certain number of days, or it puts you in favour if you do.
Really? Okay.
Beforehand.
He's kept that quiet.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it.
He'll blow his whole cover, yeah.
The Australian border guards will be amassing.
Atkinson's onto the pads and it's flicked down to long leg. It'll be another single.
We'll have the biggest exclave by far, won't we?
Exclave, that's a good word. Is it? No, is that even a word?
It definitely is. Kaliningrad is an exclave.
You can't have an enclave though, or is that what a conclave is?
Well, you can have an enclave, I think, isn't Lesotho
enclave, yes, not enclave though, yeah.
They can't have an enclave, I don't think that's...
Oh, we've had the most famous conclave in the world recently, of course.
And you can definitely have conclaves, yes.
Yeah. Atkinson, that's a good shot, punched out to backward point. A tramp picks it up. Oh no, it's Ben Stokes.
Yeah, we were talking off that we thought that Ben Stokes probably wasn't going to age well. I can imagine him at 50 sitting in a pub with a beer and a fag out the corner of his mouth. He's got one of those faces, I think.
That cricket, hardest game in the world.
Oh, yeah.
30 years, man and boy. Playing a tour game in Brighton once, in a park after this ball. Atkinson comes in and chopped down by Irvine down to third slip. And a guy wanders onto the pitch with a can of beer singing seagulls, cheese rolls. And obviously he was well known to the home team for doing this. And they told him where to go in no uncertain terms. And his bearing and particularly hair are very reminiscent of how Ben Stokes looks now.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes, if you can't see the pictures, looks like he's got a Russ Abbott comedy hat on with hair sticking out the back.
Very straw-like.
He's a lovely guy and he's an amazing cricketer, but he also looks like a contract killer at times.
Atkinson is in. A little bit of tail in, but it dies before it gets to Jamie Smith again, left alone by the batsman.
Yeah. End of the over. Anything on the socials?
Yeah, a little bit. Mayank's back in. I've got my money on Wimbledon. I hope in 7 to 8 years' time they somehow reach Championship, if not Premier League. So Mayank's got you back.
Well, Premier League's a big step these days.
That can't happen now.
Well, can't. Not for unless you're Wrexham.
Unless you've got £1 billion.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
And Racing Rant says, despite my Sydney-sider status, I cannot recommend Melbourne highly enough. I like the cut of your jib, Racing Rant. Lovely. So that's us on YouTube.
I thought I saw something on our YouTube that was sponsored by Racing Rant, which was news to me. I don't know how that happened. I'm glad it did. If it's giving us any money, but I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, call it sponsorship if you like. If you want to give us money, call it by any name you want. Yeah. Cook is in, and it's slow again. It's just dropped into the offside by Bennett.
It's a glorious day, isn't it? Glorious day. They said it was quite cold first thing yesterday morning. I think it's about 15 degrees in Nottingham, which is not a great temperature in which to be watching cricket, especially if there's any sort of breeze. But it's been bright all morning.
We get a bit more sunlight in here as well. We've got some windows behind the screen. It's a bit more, no disrespect to Bears Flat, but it's a bit more pleasant now. That one swung in quite significantly. It's gone through everything. It's gone underneath the bat. It's gone past leg stump, and a little bit of a shoddy piece of wicket keeping by Jamie Smith, because it's gone for 4 byes.
No, I think he's given that as an edge, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, he has. Yes, you're right.
Let's have a look. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that came from nowhere, didn't it?
Okay. I was a little bit harsh on Jamie Smith.
You were a bit looking at that second time round. It's gone for one of these.
Well, if England had had a leg slip in, they just weren't funky enough.
It's because they're newly humble.
Is it? Always a red flag. People who talk about being humble. Chopped down to gully and there's no run.
Well, I saw that was what Brendan McCullum was saying in an interview the other day, that, we've got to show a bit more humility. And I thought, well, yeah, but that's your doing.
Do it. Don't talk about it.
He's talking about some of the comments that have been made by various players, which is, it does seem odd, actually, doesn't it, when they're so media trained these days, and actually Ben Duckett has come out and said weird things during the Champions Trophy. Brooke has said things mainly connected to one-day cricket, to be honest.
Goes the other way, that one from Cook. He's certainly getting it to swing, not at a great pace though. It's 80 miles an hour, and Bennett was able to leave that one alone fairly comfortably. I mean, they don't help themselves.
I would say a red flag for me is people who say they've got an eclectic taste in music, because it usually means they like, Rod Stewart and Coldplay.
Yes.
Oh, come on. Rod Stewart's an absolute marvel. I mean, Maggie May's a cracking song, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Someone was saying to me the other day, has anyone had a better life than Rod Stewart?
Yeah, but he spends most of his latter life hanging around Celtic. That can't be great. And once again, he's making it difficult for them now, Cook. He's getting a bit more movement. And that one beats the inside edge and comes off the pad and goes down to sort of gully.
Well, he's been seaming it, but suddenly he's started to swing it, as far as I can see.
Another inside edge on that one. But yeah, I was going to say, Rob Key did an interview where he said, one of the things he said, it wasn't fair that they were portrayed as playing golf all the time. It would have carried more weight if he wasn't standing on a golf course. With the golf course literally behind him. Cook bowling slower and slower, floating that one up. And again, it's the inside half of the bat out to mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over, certainly making it a bit more difficult for the batsman. It's Jurgen Klopp, get out of here.
79 miles an hour, that one, yeah. Fourthie, anything on there?
Yeah, Mayank is on good form. He says, I'm convinced if it wasn't for cricket, Stokes would be a plumber or electrician in Australia. He would go to work wearing thongs. And, of course, that's
maybe
flip-flops.
That would be a better life.
Yeah, he'd be a pretty good plumber, I reckon. And Racing Rant says Chinese work boots, as they're known in Australia.
He'd have no problem sticking his hand down the U-bend, would he?
No.
Absolutely
Wouldn't be squeamish about that.
No.
Does not mind getting his hands dirty. Ben.
Literally. No. Yeah. Oh, here's Atkinson. They are rattling through the overs. I did see Zimbabwe bowled 88 overs yesterday, which was decent enough. Gary would be pleased. That one chopped down to gully and there's no run.
Well, that's interesting because a friend of mine looked up the highest ever number of runs scored by England on a first day, and it was some colossal number in 1930. But you know how many overs were bowled?
Yeah, probably about 120 or something.
142.
Wow!
God.
Jeez. How can you bowl that many overs?
How'd you do that? I know.
No DRS, I suppose.
Oh, nothing. No drinks. No changing the field. This is the field, and we're sticking with it. Mind you, wouldn't do that much worse. Play down to point.
Perhaps they bowled the entire match from the same end.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And they probably, well, all right, on the record day they would have scored runs. Probably most days they score like 300 in 140 overs.
If you didn't, then it would be quite dull cricket, wouldn't it? If you only scored 300 in 140 overs. Yeah, it wasn't that day when they got. It wasn't the match when they got 903 for 7, was it?
No, I think it was one in which maybe Wally Hammond got a triple century, maybe against New Zealand. I can't quite recall.
Chopped out to point. Stokes backs away from it in fear, but manages to pick it up.
Well, I suppose the thing is, you see now county cricketers, particularly, talking about, well, we can't finish a game at, 9 o'clock at night and then get to the next game at get in the car and drive.
They don't have to do that so much now, though.
Well, I'll come back to that.
Okay, yeah. Atkinson is in. I mean, anything I say about county cricket, there's a lot of people know more about it than I do. He gets another sort of bottom half of the bat into the leg side and it skews away and they pick up a single.
I don't know what goes on because I actually replied to a thread that was mentioning this and saying, I think it's utter madness, and it was always madness in the old days.
Oh, it was much. I mean, they were playing 3-day games and going off in the middle of a game to somewhere else to play a Sunday game.
Yeah, and then they were coming back for that final day of the county game, and it was crazy. And how people didn't die in car crashes, I don't know. I thought that those days were over. I thought that presumably all counties would have buses, coaches.
You'd think,
but I don't think they do.
Well, they don't have much money, and everything they have has to come in from subsidies, pretty much. Play down to point, and there's no run.
Well, I think that comes, part of that comes down to now, if there is this money that's swilling around from the 100 and various other sources, that the ECB needs to grab some of that money and put it into providing coaches for county teams to move around, because you can't have players endangering themselves and endangering other road users because they're knackered. And
they wouldn't be much different from like 60% of the other people on the roads.
Well, true, but it's still, I think it's still a fair point.
Yeah, Atkinson is in, and he's swished at that one. I thought he had an edge on it. Just the odd one is carrying through, isn't it?
Well, it was with Zimbabwe when they were bowling, especially Blessing. He was getting it to carry through. I mean, what you don't want to see from a batting point of view is suddenly the ball skittling through at ankle height as well. Now we have some interesting news from the GPL. There are the win pot so far is 134 quid. So how many entries have we had today? Not enough. Not enough. If you haven't entered the GPL, get on it right now. Go to gorillacricket.com/competition and follow the prompts. You have to estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the entire day. Both teams' scores added together. Oh, now, just looking at that.
I saw one or two take nump out of the pitch earlier on, yes.
Now, it's going to be Shoaib Bashir, who, believe it or not, is the most experienced bowler in this attack at international level.
More than Atkinson?
No, apparently not. In terms of tests, Shoaib has played more.
16 tests.
Yeah,
okay.
There you go.
Okay, I would have certainly bet substantial sums that Atkinson had played more tests than Shoaib Bashir.
Well, there you go. Cricket, always surprising you.
Well, it surprises when you pay no attention to it. Bashir is going to come in. Wow, he really floats that one up, and that was a bit of a gimme, and that was a big full toss outside off stump. And the batsman just put his bat on it and beat cover for 4.
That's a horror Let's Players jingle to cover up his embarrassment. Now he's been playing for, is it Glamorgan he's been playing for?
No, don't ask me.
He's been on loan. He goes on loan everywhere. Because Somerset, might as well just let him go to somewhere else.
He plays for England, but he can't get in his club side, county side.
It?
Yeah, it is a bit odd. I will concede. That delivery reminded me one I saw at my club, watching the first team play a cup game on the Sunday. Bashir comes in again. He's got a slip. That's better length. It's dropped into the offside. They'll get through for a quick single, and the fielder seemed to be a little bit on his heels there. Anyway, the club professional. Well, it was Scott Newman.
Oh,
remember Scott Newman?
Yeah.
He's playing. He gets the bowler, the 17-year-old bowler. He has a big long chat with him. Long chat at the start of the over. What I want to do. This is the field you're going to set. Okay. He bowls that ball, big full toss outside off stump, and Scott had to chase it all the way to the boundary, and he didn't get there. And I will not repeat what he said as the ball hit the boundary. That's a little bit full, but it does dip down to become a kind of a Yorker into the pad. It was missing leg stump.
Scott Newman, he played many years for Surrey, and then of course moved to Middlesex just for a short while, didn't he? And then he sort of disappeared from the professional game.
Well, you have your shelf life. I always got on with Scott, but he ruffled a few feathers.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. That one's played out into the offside for no run.
Now, Bashir's come in for a lot of criticism, people saying, I suppose he's the bowling equivalent of Zach Crawley in one respect. He divides opinion. I like
his
what
dad
he does.
pays the press to talk him up?
Not in that sense, no.
Batsman goes back to that one, plays into the offside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. He gets through it pretty quickly anyway. It's 64 for 1. We'll only get a couple in before lunch, I should think.
Yeah, we've got one more. We've got one more super chat. So if you want to, I'll reach for a jingle. I can read it out and then you can play it off.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
How are the jingles?
It's a naughty one from GC Naked Fun,
Well,
who says Mayank has a fantasy about Stokes in a thong. Intercultural differences about the interpretation of a thong.
Yes, indeed. Apart from that 4, I thought that was a reasonable over from Bashir. Quite nice flight. There was a little bit of dip. I quite like him, and the reason I like him is I think he gets bounce. And if you're looking for a spinner in Australia, he is potentially, in terms of the bounce that he gets and the wickets he might get just round the corner, he's a bit more like Nathan Lyon. Nowhere near as good, but anyway, that's my point.
Well, it's another change of bowling.
He wasn't great when he kicked off, Nathan Lyon. I remember a club cricketer I was talking to about 15 years ago. I cannot see for the life of me what they see in Nathan Lyon. He doesn't get any. He's got no variations. He gets no loop on the ball. And now look at him.
Well, of course he was. I mean, he was sort of loitering as a groundsman, wasn't he? When he was kind of discovered.
They say, "Oh, let's try that guy."
Yeah, he's got to be good. This is the man bowling.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
On to the pads. Now this ball has aged a little bit. It's just starting to nibble that much more.
Yeah, there's definitely more swing there.
Doing
isn't there?
enough to discomfort the batsman.
That happened yesterday as well, didn't it? First 10 overs, absolutely nothing. Then when the lacquer came off, it started swinging.
Right. I mean, I got the impression that the ball had done nothing all day because I only saw it from sort of 2 o'clock yesterday. But apparently there was a bit of nibble early on. It's cloudy then, wasn't it? First thing.
Ooh, that does flash past the outside edge. Again, on first appearance, it looks like he just missed it, but it's probably another one of those that's just held its line.
Yeah, and then you consider that, he's got the angle. Actually, I don't think they did do too much, but when you're coming around the wicket, you have got that angle in. So if it just holds, it's equivalent really to a moving away. That's a good start, this.
I was just going to say, decent start for Zimbabwe. Good start for Tongue as well. Yep, three dot balls. That's looked like the batsman, a bit like that one Ben Curran got a leading edge to, was going all set to play that into the leg side, and it was on leg stump, and it's somehow flicked off the other half of his bat and gone one bounce to third slip. Is that Zach Crawley's dyed his hair as well?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they gave up the golf for a day and went and had their hair done.
Romania World Cup '98, and all had their hair bleached blonde.
And Grubby did the same day as well.
Tongue. And that one has again just hopped up off the thigh pad, I think. It's rolling down to the boundary. It might well make it. It does. We'll see what the umpire says. Looked to me like the thigh pad.
No, I think there was bat in that because it went so quickly to the boundary.
There is that, yeah. The umpire doesn't look sure.
He doesn't look sure, does he?
Well, you've got to make a decision. We aren't going to VAR this one. No one cares. And yes, he has given 4 off the bat. But it still could have been an inside edge onto the thigh pad.
Yes.
Have another look.
Yes, I think that's what it definitely came off the thigh pad, but I think there must have been a bat initially that is why it went quite... Oh, maybe it just went off the bat itself because he turned the face.
You see it from in front. It just evaded the sort of wide fourth slip. But Tongue certainly causing them some issues. That one is a bit too far onto leg stump and it's tipped out to deep square for a single.
What was quite encouraging there was to see that Tongue's 4th ball, I think, of that over, or 5th ball of that over, was up at 90 miles an hour.
Okay.
So that's good. Let's hope he doesn't break down before Australia or India. Because because 2 years ago against Australia, he did bowl really well, didn't he, when he first came into the England team? He's had all sorts of injury problems since he's changed counties, but that was impressive. I thought that was a very good over.
Going to sneak one more in before lunch. Will be Bashir again.
All quiet on the YouTube front.
Everyone clocking off for some lunch. That one is tossed up and pushed out to cover for no run.
Well, this is good. I mean, from Zimbabwe, you have to say 69 for 1.
I mean, yeah, you don't want them to get. You don't want them to lose the game today, as has happened before. 3 minutes to enter the GPL. Bashir goes with another full toss. There is a man out at deep mid wicket. It's Cook, and they'll just pick up a single. Batsman should feel he's missed out there.
Yeah, it wasn't. I think it was a very, very low full toss that time. It was almost a Yorker. It was one of those that you struggle to get a major part of the bat on.
Yes, in what looks like reasonable conditions. I mean, Zimbabwe will hope to not get bowled out once today at least. It is a 4-day game. That means the follow-on target is 150 less, not 200.
Ah, right. So they've got to get over, 400, and what did England get,
560, so yeah, they need 400 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah.
In a 4-day game, you'd expect England would buck the trend and enforce that. Goes back, the batsman, and just drops it straight down into the ground.
Well, it's not like they have to keep their powder dry for the rest of the series. This is it.
No, but they still got 5 games against India. It's 5 tests against India?
They do, but that's not for a bit. They can put their feet up.
A month away, really, isn't it?
Okay.
They've
got some white ball crickets, yeah. Bit of turn there. It's
nice
a fairly perfunctory appeal because it was clearly turning past the leg stump.
Nice ball, though.
Yeah, bit of dip, bit of turn, bit of encouragement.
It's fair to say that teams often take a while to get going in England, particularly in May, and then they can often win a series as the series progresses. But you don't stand a chance if you only play one.
You only play one game, yeah. But come on, I think we're being pretty generous giving Zimbabwe one game, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Yes. Got a short leg and a leg slip in now. Tossed up again, driven nicely. It's going to go straight to mid-off as no run.
I will say, though, about that, it's the end of the over and it's the end of the session. But, I'm in two minds about this because it isn't fun to see a team absolutely smashed around the park like that, unless, of course, it's India and Australia. But you've got to encourage these teams. And Zimbabwe have been around for a long time. And, okay, at one point they were a really competitive side. But how can you go 20... I know there have been political problems and whatever, but how can you go 23 years, the whole career of Jimmy Anderson, without giving them a test match?
Oh, it's been that long?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In England, yeah.
Probably not unreasonable then. For some reason, we're having an extra over. We don't know why. It's clearly past 1 o'clock. I want to eat my wrap. What's going on?
Well, do you know that all the playoffs are starting at 1 minute past 3? Or 1 minute past the hour?
Yes, I know that it's 1 minute past 1 on Sunday. I don't know why is that.
It's to do with it's trying to raise awareness of CPR and how long it takes you to do a bit of CPR or something.
All right, okay.
Which is kind of
tongue, and that's full, and he gets it past mid-on. He's going to have to lope after it. I think it's Bashir going after
that. But surely that's not right. You can do CPR for 10 or 15 or even 20 minutes.
No, is it? It must be to do with some element of cardiac arrest and the fact of. I think it may be to do with the fact that only 1 in 10 of people who have cardiac arrest outside hospital survive. So I think that might be it. And it's appropriate for Wimbledon because, of course, one of our players had a heart attack in the game the other day.
Tongue is in and dropped down to gully, no run. Well, they haven't publicised it very well because it's the first I've heard of it.
Well, I saw it and I thought it was a joke. I saw someone on one of the chat rooms in the Wimbledon chat room saying, "Oh, we're starting at 1 minute past 3," and I thought, it was just taking the piss for some reason, and then I discovered it was true. But then it took me quite a while to find out why. So yeah, it's not doing a very good job, is it?
Well,
not yet, anyway.
You'd hope they would mention it on the day.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah. Tongue's in again around the wicket. There's no reason we're going to half one, is there?
Can't imagine, no.
Why? There would be no reason. I can't think of one.
Well, I don't know why they're bowling this over. It was clearly past 1 o'clock when the over started.
Well, the strange thing was, I think what it is that they're going by the umpires' watches as opposed to the clock on the stand, because late last night at 6:30 they were saying, "Oh, that should have been it," and they played another over. So I think it might be to do with that.
Fix your clock, Nottingham.
Yes.
Tongue is in.
Got him. Imagine
Zimbabwe
if
would
they'd
be
been looking at it like Cardiff 2009 or something.
Well,
No.
I think if a batsman gets out in this over, he could have due cause for complaint.
They get a single there. So Bennett's going to face what we think will be the last ball of the session,
as far as we know.
But we don't know. We know nothing.
A little bit of YouTube action to finish off after this ball.
Okay. Steve Tongue looks like a slightly mustachioed, bigger James Anderson to me, from side on.
Here he is. Oh, and he just seemed to come out of his hand a bit differently, and it just held its line. Batsman had a very indeterminate poke at it. Are we going off now?
No, that's
yes, we are. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think that was the first ball that he's bowled over the wicket to the right-hander so far, and you say it did look a little bit different, a bit fuller. But I mean, a really good response from Zimbabwe. And we talked about the fact that it looked like a good pitch. That there are hints that it is beginning to do more, and that maybe one or two of these England bowlers are going to get a bit more out of it than the Zimbabweans did. But 73 for 1 off 16 overs. I mean, they've got to be happy with that, haven't they? And 140 runs in the session.
Not bad. Yeah.
Not bad. Over 8 poor. Run rate throughout 5.71. Entertainment. So there we are. 40's going to bring us a few more messages.
Finish off. Dan De Castro says England declaration was correct. First, it's a 4-day test, not 5, and there is rain about tomorrow, and you've got to try to win. And then he has a little bit of a conversation with Suter about 4- and 5-day tests. And then Frank Rockefeller says Zimbabwe giving England a run for their money. Well done. And England missing out on their lunch. And Suter finally says hoping for some Zimbabwe centuries.
Yeah, that'd be good. Craig Irvin's been around a long while, but of course Sean Irvin is slightly elder brother as well. Played international cricket, and Williams is also very experienced. So there's every chance that someone might get a good knock, or maybe more than one person. Now, Bear, I'm going to have to ask you: do we still have the podcasts on this computer, or are they controlled from the sort of mothership? Oh, they're being controlled from the mothership. Okay, so if you're ready to put something on, the Bear is ready. We will be back in about 40 minutes, but because we had a minute taken away from our lunch, of course, we'll come back a little bit later than we normally do. And we'll see you for the afternoon session. It's been good fun this morning. Please join us then and stay with us for the podcast.
Choosing the people was quite tough, but I did sit down with my publishers, which are Fairfield Books, which were Stephen's publishers, but are now taken over by Matt Thacker. They and we went through a whole list of people. I mean, they were keen to get the bigger names on. So I've included like David Lloyd and Roland Butcher. And I understand that because a lot of people I don't want to read a book about nobody I know kind of thing. But I think often most people have said to me the ones the stories about the people you don't know are the best ones.
Yeah, probably
again,
true.
Yeah.
I think that we will touch on a couple more of those. Again, you, as you read a book, there's phrases you write that put mental images in your mind. And I think the book does that really nicely a couple of times. And Roland, I mean, like you, I've met Roland a few times. He's a lovely chap.
Yeah, really lovely.
But the description of him as a 3-year-old waving goodbye to his mum and dad, who he then doesn't see for another 10 years or something, and being left in Barbados,
so
on the
weird,
quay
isn't it?
as the boat disappeared. That just stuck in my mind, and because I was thinking, at the end of the day, he was born in Barbados, to a poor family. He's played cricket for a first black player to play for England. You know, he did okay, could have done better, I'm sure, but you know, he's carved himself a good commentary career. It's not a bad old life, really. But then he realised that, as was the case then, because it was just post the Windrush generation, wasn't it? You know, he'd been left by his parents as they went off to look for work, look for money, look for ways to support their family. Is how hard working his dad was in doing that.
Have
and you
more
realise
children.
behind every have more children. But it was that image. It was somehow I so often see the now, what is he, 70-something Roland Butcher?
Yeah.
Of various cricket things, not least of which in the Lord's Media Centre. And every time I see him now, I'm going to see a 3-year-old boy on a quay waving goodbye to his mum and dad as the boat disappears on a slightly choppy seas as well, from the description, I think, from the book. And I will look at him in a different light.
I mean, it was very common, wasn't it? There were a lot of West Indians that parents went to, because England needed people to come over and rescue the country from having nobody around to rebuild it. So they were seeking people, not just England. West Indies people went to America as well, didn't they? So it was very common for grandparents to bring up kids, but it's just I think the thing, he loved it in Barbados. He found it, he said he was in heaven, really. That's one of the things he said to me, was I was in heaven, really. And then to have to leave when you're like 13, come over and meet your parents who you don't know, and new brothers and sisters in a rainy Stevenage. I mean, God,
Stevenage. Of all the hardships in the book, that's probably the worst. All 11 chapters is having to go to Stevenage, to be honest. It's a shithole. It was at least averagely, reasonably close to Watford if he wanted to go somewhere a bit more civilised.
It's also a shithole, but
harsh.
But so all those things, that they are things people have been through, and everybody has a story. I think you say one of the challenges, the biggest challenge was meeting bloody Enid Bakewell, trying to get
Enid Bakewell, fascinating.
Oh my God.
Well, do you know what? I'm
going to say who?
You're going to say who? You see, this is the thing.
Nothing to do with tarts, Bear.
She is probably one of the best England all-rounders ever, She's played 21 tests for England. She got a century in her first test. She got a century in her first one-day game. Really, got loads of wickets. Fantastic player. And she's just not known. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. She's 86, Bear, and she's still playing cricket now.
Wow. Now that's impressive.
That's not bad, is it?
She's
still scoring tons?
She could.
No, I don't think so.
Damn.
She's still smacking it all round the park.
Quick single to cover.
As you're bowling in the IPL.
Wow,
Shall I tell you again? Do you know what? I actually this is how What did you say? Aged white nerd. I got my. Sorry, when I read the Enid Bakewell chapter, I swear to God, I got my calculator out, or my laptop, my phone with the calculator on it. And because she got a ton in her last game, didn't she?
Something like that, yeah.
She got 112 out of 164, and I thought, hang on, is that more than the famous Bannerman? So I did the maths on it, and it was. Yes, it was. It was. She got it versus the West Indies. 112 not out of 164. That is 68.29%. Of the team's
not nerdy
total.
at all, but
the Bannerman was only 67.34. So Enid Bakewell out-Bannerman.
Yes.
But nobody knows about it, which I think is a bit harsh on poor old Enid.
Yeah. I mean, she has, she's had lots of accolades since. She's been in Hall of Fame and, lots of things that she's, they have started to appreciate her much more. But she was in the 1970 Wisden. She had a big write-up about her because she was so impressive. So, but people don't know about her. And absolutely, Bet. I mean, you're certainly by far not the only one that said who. And it's wrong. It's so wrong because she's an incredible woman as well. Absolutely incredible.
I must have been a fascinator. Where did you meet her? Did you take her out for tea? Did you meet her in a garden?
I actually managed to meet her at Taunton at a match. England. I can't remember who we were playing even, but she was there with a lot of journalists and ex-players, and she messaged me and said, come on over, let's meet. And so I managed to commandeer a room, and we had a good chat.
Is she a Devonian?
No, she's from Nottingham. She's from the mines. She's a very working class woman, very Labour. Her dad was a union man. She's out leafleting Labour stuff. So she's a proper sort of union woman.
And I'm sure she's got
good.
Memories. Well, she'd have memories of the Ashes. She maybe just before she was born. 34, she was born, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but so that was the year of the famous Ashes, wasn't it?
Well, she probably wouldn't remember it then.
No. But she might. I'm sure she will have met some of the main protagonists for sure, with a Nottingham connection.
Yeah.
As a small business owner, my favourite thing about posting a job on LinkedIn is that when I hit send, I clock out and LinkedIn clocks in.
LinkedIn makes it easy to post your job for free, get qualified candidates and manage them all in one place. Plus, LinkedIn extends the reach of your job post by allowing you to share it with your network. And hiring managers that add a hiring frame to their LinkedIn profiles receive 2 times more qualified applicants. Go to linkedin.com/agree to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Who maybe didn't make the cut for the book, but might be lined up for book 2? Or is there even going to be a book 2?
I don't know.
Is book 2 more cricket stories to change my
Well,
mind?
you see, I haven't discussed any book 2 yet, but I certainly wanted to see how the book was received before I made any decisions about writing. And it's been received so well and genuinely well that I probably would like to write another one, because I really enjoyed the process. Whether it's going to be about different people's stories, I don't know. Who didn't make? I mean, there were loads of people I tried to get. Very difficult to get current women cricketers, for example. I'd love to have had Ebony, because she would have been fantastic.
Oh yeah.
There were quite. Michael Simpson was another one that I did interview him. He wrote Fatty Batter, which is that really excellent book about being a fat lad as in a sweet shop growing up, and I'd have loved to have done that. But he was really interesting, and he's got a great story, but he's already really written it, and I didn't think it necessarily would be well. And there were quite a few autistic people I spoke to that have such amazing stories as well. But there was only so many people that you can include, and I wanted to have a varied group of people.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I was worried that all people have seen somehow were associated with Somerset, but that very quickly it allayed my. Although one of my favourite chapters, let me tell you, is Fred Rumsey.
I love that. I really love meeting him.
Fascinating character. So just tell us a little bit about him, because he struck me as the real live wire.
I mean, what a man he is. I have to say, he was the one I enjoyed meeting the most. And the one I came away thinking, my God, what an amazing person, and I'm so lucky to have met him. He was a giant man, really big, but a giant person as well. He played for England. He played for Somerset. He played for Worcestershire. But
Derbyshire, I think, was his other county, if I remember rightly.
That's right. But his biggest legacy is starting the PCA and being a real union man of starting to look after players and God, I mean, he started sponsorship really for cricket as well. He was on the ball with that. He was way ahead of his time, and he did so much. He did so many jobs. Everybody wanted him to do stuff, and he was just a doer. I said to him, "You're such a doer, aren't you?" I mean, but he loves his champagne.
Oh yeah.
And he's just absolutely incredible. What all the things he does. I mean, I list it all in this chapter. It's just so much.
Yeah, I mean, buried in there is. I mean, I can hear your voice. I mean, it's because we know you, I suppose, so well. But when I'm reading it, I do hear your voice. It's like
well, that was the idea. I definitely
reading me a
wanted-
bedtime story. It's got a very
Lulling him to sleep.
soothing Annie feel to it. But every so often, as I say, like, you know, a little nugget of something pops up, which is not necessarily immediately relevant to the story, but sticks in your mind. The one with Fred, and I'll go back to another Dan one in a minute. But the one with Fred, which fascinated me, was he went to school with Bobby Moore.
Yes.
And Bobby Moore was seen as being highly likely to be an England cricketer, and Fred was going to play for England at football. And somewhere in that whole story, the whole thing got reversed. And I looked at it and I thought, oh God.
Just
we talk about a little tease, and I was going, I want to know more. Tell me more about that. And of course, you're not really. That's not the angle of the book at all. But
it's not.
It's just such a fascinating sliding doors sort of thought.
It is, isn't it? But there's so much in Fred. I mean, he does so much that he couldn't go into too much detail about one thing because it just would. I missed out a whole chunk of all the stuff he does about doing his Barbados tours. Really, there's a massive amount of that. But yeah,
I mean, there's definitely a sense of redemption in a lot of the stories. We do, you know, I don't want to sort of give them all away because people need to read the book.
Like Bear, you mean?
Well, okay, let's not set our bar too high in terms of what we're actually hoping for.
I'll get there eventually.
So Walid Khan, talks about Roland Butcher. You've got people like Georgie Heath, who obviously we know very well. She's been on the show with her dog and charming, and she's
her story's quite.
Sue
hard,
Redfern, first umpire to do a first-class women's umpire to a first-class men's game. I think she did the Derbyshire game between Middlesex this season, if I'm right. Callum Flynn overcame cancer at 14, which is a real redemption story. Barretts and Darrison survived 2 overdoses. David Lloyd, just a general, more sort of working classy background, but I'm not sure there was anything specifically you'd point out.
Just came from a very, 2 up, 2 down, had to give his cricket wages to his mum to pay for the electricity,
Yeah.
That sort of real traditional background that I love the background with his dad being a sort of vicar, whatever, preacher that went out all the time.
Yeah, again, I'm reading that chapter and I'm hearing your voice and his voice. It's just extraordinary what I'm reading. He had Wissam Al-Jaber and Miriam Al-Qudiyya, who fled Syria, didn't they? And, became refugees.
Whistle saw her aunt beheaded in front of her. Yep. And then their story is just brilliant. They came over to Al-Sama, to a refugee camp in Lebanon run by Al-Sama, and they are now cricket coaches. They couldn't read or write, they couldn't do anything. Now they're really literate. They're cricket coaches getting paid to do the cricket. They're hoping to go to the Olympics. They're flying, and both of them are just wonderful girls, just so much character. They just made me my heart sing when I was speaking to them. So much joy in them.
I think, and then Dan. That's our
why
team of 11.
Why Dan?
Okay, Dan, because he loved cricket so much, he started.
Because Annie would not be here were it not indirectly.
Yeah.
For
Well, he started his own test match sofa.
Yeah.
Did he name check anyone else, or did he just say it was me?
Oh no, he does talk about a lot. He talks about a lot of people. You're included in that chapter, Ben.
If you don't know our story, it is worth saying that chapter is a very good one to read for a potted and a pretty evenly balanced. Potted history of why we're here today.
I will be the judge of that. I might have to read that chapter especially.
Do it, because it's. I mean, Dan is. You know, he didn't sort of sit there going, "Oh, this is my story." He was very much sort of.
He was
pushing the whole gorilla thing and making errors, and just how he was very Dan, and he was wonderful actually to talk to and really interesting. He's such a raconteur.
Isn't he just?
Well, there was a few things.
Well, of course, he was my captain for my team
Yes.
for a good 10 years.
I think he talks about that.
It's in the book. I mean, there was a couple of things as well in that chapter that struck me. One was apparently he'd been placed in detention by Nigel Farage, which again is one of those. In the middle of this quite serious thing, suddenly this throwaway fact. Oh, fuck, what? Say that again.
Yes, well, of course, Farage, the wanker, is an old Dulwich boy, isn't he?
Yeah. And you also, and I thought, well, apart from obviously, the understatement of that first sentence about, there may be an element of extrovert about it. But you then talk about contradiction. You liken him to Oliver Cromwell, who is the least extroverted and most puritanical person ever. And I thought, what's he got? So you're going to have to explain to me, Annie, how did you get from this extrovert to Oliver Cromwell and somehow link it back to Dan Norcross? That's the only bit in the book where I got a bit lost.
I can't remember my thinking that.
But it was near the end.
I think it was to do with he was doing his own thing, fighting against the
establishment.
Crowd. Yeah, the establishment.
Yeah,
which of course he then dived into.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
He was described by someone as the most dangerous man in English cricket.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that whole period was very strange. I mean when we got taken over by the cricketer.
Yeah. He talks about that quite well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my view of that. I mean, my view is that I got no bad feelings towards Dan. We're still good friends, but I personally, I thought he stitched us all up royally,
right?
For his own benefit, really, because he was the only one who got paid, essentially. And actually, the cricketer wouldn't really deal with any of us either. It was everything went through Dan, and we were kind of just like offhandedly put aside. Didn't help that Andy Afford was a complete, my words, wanker. I can't stand the guy. He's such an arrogant fucking idiot, and he didn't really understand what we were trying to do. And it was a really bad deal. And the point was that we did have a deal lined up with what was Now the Night Watchman and Spin and all that back in the day. And the guy who ran that had been on the show quite a few times, and he actually really liked us and really got it. But the only deal he was offering Dan about 10 grand a year, and the rest of us wouldn't get paid. But the point was that they would have actually probably promoted us and got us to where we needed to be at that time, and we probably could have grown from that.
And then there was the Jonathan Agnew stuff, and all
that came out.
All of which is recounted.
I
do need to have a good read of the chapter.
You need to have a read, and you can,
if I'm coming to see, I'm going to see you Thursday, whatever.
Yeah.
If you need me to hold your pole while you screw it in, whatever it is you needed me to go to the studio for this afternoon, I'll bring the book. I'll have it with me just in case. It is it's described as uplifting and joyous. Stephen Chalk said that. Joyous was another word used, as he said, by Gideon Haigh in his review of it. I mean, it is a beautiful read. It's life affirming and fascinating if you love cricket, but also very varied.
I mean, I've got friends that have read it that don't understand cricket at all, and they get it's about people rather than just cricket, really. So it's that's the good thing. It's quite flexible.
So if you have it, it's Fairfield Books. Cricket Changed My Life. 11 personal journeys. It's at all good bookstores. You will find it.
And the bad ones.
Good book.
Well, everywhere. And Amazon. Where are you ranked on Amazon?
Copies.
I've no idea. I don't look at Amazon, so I've no idea.
Okay. I buy everything from fucking
Do you remember
Amazon,
dodgy videos?
Well,
you used to get dodgy videos that, being copied off copies. People are buying photocopies in markets as being sold as the original
bad
version.
Bookshops.
The videos
available at all bad bookshops.
The videos filmed from the back of the Chinese cinema. Yeah.
But It has our endorsement, and not just because it's St. Annie, but because it is a crackingly good read. So
thank you.
There you go. Right, shall we talk about? Well, we are, as you've probably heard, about to go back to start our venture in our new, spanking new studio. It literally is brand new. The Bear is still putting in poles to hang lights from 2 days
trying
before.
to get up green screens, and I still got to plug up all the computers and the audio. But we're on air on Thursday.
But assuming that actually goes okay,
you can do it, Bear.
I can do it. The plugging up, I'm not really worried about. It'll take a good 3 or 4 hours, but it's not. It's getting everything else ready, really.
Yeah.
Assuming and hoping that goes okay, we're going to be covering England and Zimbabwe. In fact, I'm sure probably by the time you listen to this, it may very well be during lunch of England and Zimbabwe.
Although it's of course the international cricket season is about to start, and the weather's about to change, and it might well rain.
Yeah, it's due to rain. Yeah, it's due to rain on Saturday.
Yeah.
Well,
it'll probably be over by then, though.
Well, okay, let's start there then. Okay. Yeah, the form book. Well, let's face it, England's most recent form has not been
It's
brilliant
been
summer.
dreadful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all been white ball, really, though, hasn't it? I mean,
last 2 Test series, reverse in Pakistan, 1 in New Zealand, but lost the last Test. But if you look at Zimbabwe, what have they got? They've won 1.
They beat Bangladesh away, didn't they?
Their last 8, but they did win in Bangladesh.
They haven't been to England for about
April.
20 odd years, have they?
2003.
Peace streak. And the flowers probably back then, wasn't it?
That's exactly the era, Bear, that you're
He's Streak and the Flowers. That sounds like a band, doesn't it?
Great. It's a real sort of psychedelic late 70s band.
That was probably the best team they've ever had, isn't it? Really? I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it wasn't a bad team. They had a couple of weak links back in those days, but it was pretty competent.
Yeah.
Pretty much downhill since then.
Football, it has its ups and downs. There's the players who kiss the badge and kiss the club goodbye, right after you've splashed out £100 to get their name on your kit. And the A-list striker who always sticks it in row Z. The good news is the Ladbrokes ACCA gives you auto insurance, free bets back and big odds boosts. So whatever else lets you down, it won't be your ACCA. It's a gaffer of an ACCA from Ladbrokes.
18 plus, online and mobile, minimum odds apply. Maximum 1 to 3 £10 free bets per customer per day. Up to £50 of boosted odds. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. BeGambleAware.org. Take time to think.
But yes, so the form book 100% says it should be a walk in the park or along the Trent for England. But I just think they might have enough about them. I mean, they lost to the professional county cricketers team, but it went the full 4 days, and they had but he insists he's 6'8". I wouldn't bloody argue with him, I've got to be honest.
I would never reach.
In fact, if the Bear had him this afternoon, he definitely won't need me to hole in a seam.
He'd be very handy by the sound of it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's over here. Why didn't you ask him?
I'll just give him a quick call. Wait, blessing.
Blessing, bit of light exercise before Thursday's game. What was that? There's some gorgeous stat. I've got to find it now. First player to get 3 sixers in a row since I think George Lohman at the turn of the century, and somebody else. It is an absolutely fascinating stat.
But you can't remember it exactly.
Well, I will. I'll let you to talk about your views of this game coming up, and I'm going to find that stat because it tickled me when I read it.
Okay.
But Bear and Annie, have a little think.
We'll have a little chat. I want to say, Bear,
discuss that it isn't necessarily going to be a walkover.
Well,
there you go. Give us reasons to think it won't be.
I'll give you a reason why it will be, but okay.
Why? Go on then.
Well, I just think teams like Zimbabwe, I think when they come up against very high quality bowling attacks, and I guess this might be the thing, is we've got a fairly newish bowling attack. But I just think they'll struggle against the top. I think the batting is where they'll struggle. They may well be able to compete with a little bit of bowling.
Bowling.
I mean, I don't know much about their bowling. I don't know how fast Blessing bowls and stuff, and you don't necessarily need to do really, really pacey. But again, it's the competition against really top level competition.
Yeah, it does make a difference. Yeah.
It makes a massive difference. We've seen it with other teams that come over here. Teams struggle against the moving ball. It's going to be a Dukes. They probably won't play much against that. I don't know what they use in Zimbabwe, to be fair. But, you just think that if, for example, I see if England win a toss, they'll bowl. And if they bowl and they get 2 or 3 quick wickets, and I can quite happily see Zimbabwe being about 20.
Who are the bowlers in the side? They've got Sam Cook, haven't they?
They got Sam Cook. I'm interested to see him.
He will play.
Yeah, I hope he does, because I think that's a really good opportunity for him.
Gus Atkinson will be back.
Yeah, well, yeah, he looked good against Somerset.
We've got, what's his name? Our spinner.
What's his name?
Bashir. That's it, show him.
Who hasn't played for Somerset this season?
Well, of course. I mean, this is the thing,
on
isn't
loan,
it?
Nanny? I thought he'd been sent off somewhere
He went
else.
on loan to Glamorgan for a couple of, but he was back, a month ago. Hasn't played.
Hasn't played. I mean, he's a bit of a.
Right, here we go. I found
this amazing stat.
This amazing stat. Yeah, here it is. In the first 3 innings, in 4 Test appearances in 2025, he's taken 26 wickets at 18.5. In the first 3 of those matches, he claimed 6 for 95 against Afghanistan, 7 for 58 against Ireland in Bulawayo, and 6 for 37. This is a quick bowler in Bangladesh. 6 for 73 against Bangladesh in Sylhet, making him the first pace bowler to take hauls of 6 wickets plus wickets in 3 consecutive tests since Malcolm Marshall in 1988.
Who was Malcolm Marshall playing against? It wasn't Afghanistan, Ireland and Bangladesh.
All right. The only other quick bowlers to achieve that feat
It's
are
still
Imran Khan,
an achievement.
It's still an achievement.
George Lohman, who of course played for England, and Tom Richardson, which must have been again late 19th century. So I think I think they've got 1 or 2 quite interesting players when you look down that Zimbabwe lineup. You got Craig Irvin, who's been around for forever. Didn't have a great game against the professional cricket select team. Brian Bennett, I think, did make a few runs and took some wickets. You've got Ben Curran playing for them.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, isn't it? I'd like to see how he gets on.
Yeah, I think Nick Welch definitely made a few runs. He made 87, I think, if I look down that list.
It's good to see, isn't it, that we're playing Zimbabwe, but why just 1 test and why 4 days? I mean,
that's an interesting question. What do you reckon to that?
Well, it's just a stop, isn't it, to the international cricket community? Probably. Haven't played them for exactly that, however many years.
Or is it just commercial realism? We did it to Ireland, don't forget, at Lords.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ireland in return said, we're much more focused on the World T20 and we don't see this as particularly a high-profile game anyway. And then got tonked.
I'm sure Zimbabwe do, and I think they'll, playing at Lords is always, highlight for a lot of people in their international cricket careers. And there's no reason why we shouldn't play them, but I mean, this is the problem with the World Test Championship, isn't it? I mean, if you've got 11 teams and you're never playing against anything, is it really a championship? It's the big question. It's all going to be supposedly changed, but now we've got the BCCI in charge of world cricket, essentially, at the ICC, and who knows what the fuck will happen.
I feel like I'm in a time warp, Annie, every time I sit at this bar in the Bishop and Bear.
Yep.
Well,
somehow, at some point, we'll get
the ICC comes on.
That very
wow,
subject.
I mean, it's getting worse, isn't it? I mean, Jay Shah's in charge of the ICC, and someone else from the BCCI has taken up the commercial role or something, as far as I can see. I can't remember who it is, but it seems that way.
I'm looking down their lineup, and I think yes, all the smart money, of course, is on England, and I think the 4-day argument, I don't feel that strongly about it. Only because I just think it's possibly commercially realistic. Better to have a showcase game to start the summer off. is of interest. It's
Just feels a bit
interesting.
patronising.
A little bit, and I do see that argument, but I also see the commercial side. For what it's
well,
worth,
I'm not a commercial person, you see.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, if I ask you how many books have you sold so far, I bet you know
I don't
the
know.
answer to that.
No,
well, there you go.
No
All right.
idea.
I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to completely roll over. I do think England will win. I think there might be some surprises along the way, and I think it's going to be interesting who England select. And I do hope we do see the likes of Sam Cook, because we've been angling for him for a while. I think.
Options.
Well, we'll have a look, shall we?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to go on.
What I want to know is whether James Rue's going to play. I doubt it very much.
Ooh,
James
I'd
Rue.
quite like to see him. I mean, shouldn't they try some of these
Oh, yeah, well, I would have thought so, but I mean, he's in the squad, but
Have a look at the squad.
Well, that's exactly what I'm literally about to have a look at.
England.
So,
who have we got?
you were talking about bowling options. You've got Josh Tongue,
oh yeah, no.
Bashir, Matthew Potts,
Yep.
Sam Cook, Gus Atkinson,
Well, presumably they choose.
and of course Ben Stokes.
Well, it's 4 out of 5 of those, isn't it? So only one of them's going to miss out.
I hope it's not Sam Cook. I really hope it's not.
I hope it's not Sam Cook.
For me, that'll be between Potts and Cook, won't it? Really? I think Josh Tongue with a pace, they'll go for him.
Well, Potts has had his chance. Let's give Sam Cook a chance.
Well, that's what I mean, but I kind of feel a bit bad for Potts because he hasn't done that bad when he's been in the side recently.
No.
But he always seems to be a nearly man. Obviously, Ben Stokes will be a fifth bowler. And of the batsmen, they're probably going to... Well, Crawley's going to keep his space somehow.
Well, he's good at golf, apparently.
And he's rich. So he'll open with Duckett. Presumably, Pope goes back to number 3. Root 4. Root 5. Which is 5 out of what? How many have you got there? 5 out of 8. So you only need 1, which is 6, which is probably Jamie Smith, isn't it? So therefore, Jordan Cox and James Rue miss out.
Yeah, I would have
Cox
thought
is
that.
out anyway.
Yeah, Cox is out.
Oh, yeah, he's withdrawn.
Yeah, injured.
Okay, so James Rue misses out. I'd quite like to see him. He's a wicket-keeper batter, isn't he?
Another one. Yeah, England like them.
Yeah.
A big hitting wicket-keeper batter. From
Where does he plays for... He's your Somerset boy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, and his brother played in the counties select, captained by Middlesex's Josh De Cares, aka Mike Ather's son.
Mike Ather's son. What's he like as a keeper?
He's not bad at all. Apparently his brother's probably slightly better. He's not bad. He's very athletic. But he's an excellent bat. I mean, he's got 5? He's got 10 centuries already, and he's only 21. Yeah,
that's pretty good. I'd quite like to see it. I'd quite like to have a look at him. I mean, it does give you an opportunity to give some of these guys a go, doesn't it, against a team like that? I mean, the bowling. When you look at that bowling attack, it's bloody inexperienced, really.
Yeah, it is really. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Interestingly, so I saw an argument that possibly don't yet discount a potential Jimmy Anderson return.
yes, I saw that. Yeah.
No fucking no.
Whether
He
or
got
not
a couple of wickets yesterday, didn't he? But
I'm not sure. What I do think is encouraging, Annie, is that someone like Sam Cook, for so long, it's all been about pace and bounce, and he's sharp, but he's not super quick, is he, Sam Cook? So for so long the argument's been it doesn't really matter what you do in county cricket.
As long as you're fast.
It's are we able to hone you to bowl quickly in Australia?
Yeah.
That'd be the only criteria.
That's all that matters.
Well, exactly.
And yet they've got Sam Cook in, which I think is
yeah, it's a good sign.
Well,
it's exactly what you want to see.
Things seems to be changing a little bit in Australia, don't they? The pitches seem to be more competitive. They've changed the balls, so it's a bit more competitive and
slightly prouder seam on the
and it lasts a bit longer.
We all like a proud seam.
We do like
absolutely.
A proud seam.
And therefore, I mean, we saw in the India-Australia series last year. I mean, it weren't particularly high-scoring games, were they? I mean, wickets were tumbling a lot on both sides. So there might be an opportunity for someone who's just a bit of a nibbler.
Yep.
Going out there.
Well, so we are going to be on air anyway. Don't forget.
Hopefully.
Yes. Bang. Well, hopefully.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
We get on air because of the bear or not brackets, but I'm pretty sure confident we are.
If we can't get hold of Bear, he's under a pole somewhere.
He's under a pole. Yes. We were going to talk about a few other things, but I think we're going to time will have beaten us, so it is time to Call last orders. Annie would have drunk probably
yeah.
her 4th or 5th rum by now.
Yeah, it was good.
I've just
It
been
was good.
refilling them without telling her.
Nice island, this one, isn't
Down
it?
It is. I'm going for a swim now.
It's going to be fun. There was something else I was going to say, but it's gone out of my head. So, yes. Annie, have you been, very quickly, Annie, you've been keeping up your Somerset duties?
Yep.
Despite all this celebrity that you're enjoying?
Oh, you know, I am a bit too famous now, but yeah, I've been doing. I did the third voice for Somerset this last round, which was
fantastic.
lovely. Yep.
Very good. Unfortunately, I haven't been going to Middlesex, and I've been missing it. I am going to go to the Kane Williamson press conference, though. Get a chance to meet Kane.
Yeah.
My guerrilla cricket guy, so I'm going to do that.
Great.
Next week.
Good move.
Otherwise, circumstances have kept me out the game for a little.
The dulcet tones of Tony Bishop. The dulcet tones. He's a tone, and he speaks in lovely tones. I'm Grilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined by another Henderson in the house.
Henderson double.
Double Henderson. Bashir is going to start after the break, and he's round the wicket to the left-handed Irvin, who presses forward in defence to a nicely flighted delivery. Bashir operating round the wicket.
Well, unfortunately, my name's not Harry, or that would have worked quite well. We need to get a Harry on next time you two are on.
Bashir in again, a little bit of turn as Irvin aims maybe a sort of contracted drive at that, really. Didn't fully go through with it. Went a little bit off the outside half of the bat towards backward point. So I sensed he wasn't quite in control of it. Bashir around the wicket again, tossing it up. Shoveled up to a quite deep set and wide mid-off.
There's a single there if you really want
You
it.
would have thought so, wouldn't you? But they didn't. They didn't go for it. He's got two close fielders as Bashir. I was saying I've got Jeremy Henderson, otherwise known as Messi Jez, on my left. He's out of the cave in Perth. He's in situ. This is pushed up to mid-on. And on my right, Andy Ward is here.
I brought some Australian weather for you because I figured you needed a bit.
Well, I don't really want you to bring too much, a really hot Perth day. That we can do without that. This is defended to the man at short square leg, and there is no run. Zimbabwe have made a pretty good response, or a good start to their response to England's 550 lots, and they're 73 for 1. Bashir in again. Oh, now that's a dreadful ball, and in fact, he's got away with it because Irvin thinks, well, it's wide. I haven't quite got my foot over enough, and I could get myself out to absolute filth, so I'll just leave it in the end.
Well, that's the thinking with the bowling, isn't it? You toss one up wide as a spinner when you've been,
possibly
aiming it in.
Yeah, could well have been deliberate. Well, I'm sure he'll say that, but we shall see. Messi.
Ashley Partridge has joined us. He says Zimbabwe draw. Farong says the only interest left in the match is will Angry Bun have the balls to bowl the lad. I'm really tired of hearing about ducket bowling, Farong. It's never going to happen, nor should it. And Sudahu says Messi in the fucking studio. Magic. Thanks, Carl.
Well, grumpy Messi, based on that response to the... I want Ben Duckett to bowl. It'll be fun. Tongue is going to continue. Down the leg side with his first delivery. Over the wicket to the right-handed Brian Bennett, who sounds a bit like... did you remember they used to have those summer specials on BBC TV on a Saturday night in a big top?
Absolutely. You say that. I've been down a bit of a rabbit hole recently of sort of all that terrible 70s and 80s TV. I mean, you remember all those variety shows, all those programs which all the same celebrities would wheel around and come back and forwards. And
Frank Carson.
There's just millions of them. Keith Harrison, Orville is a bit later.
I think I make an exception for Orville. Onto the back foot goes Bennett. Defends this one short of a leg onto the
one I make an exception for is Rod Hull and Emu. That I always thought they were hilarious. I mean, all right, I was 10 years old.
Yes.
Okay, But also, you see these clips now, and they're all terrible, and then Emu just comes on and starts grabbing people, and he's brilliant.
You kind of knew what you were going to get after a
You
while.
did know what you were going to get. There was one bit, I'll come on to it in a second.
That was a no ball from Tongue, quite a big no ball. He's in again, bowls Fuller this time, squeezed off a thick outside edge, diving figure at backward point, does the necessary, prevents that going away for runs.
So it was one of those, it was either a children's royal variety or just a royal variety, and they were the worst of the worst, you remember. Just terrible. And they always made Princess Margaret sit through it, which is a bit of, at least we got something back. And they're doing this thing where they got this kid. I'll let you bowl this ball.
2 slips waiting as Tongue bowls, again back of a length, and Bennett onto the back foot playing confidently into the offside.
So this kid is standing behind these boxes, and in each box is a celebrity, and the kid has to stick his hand through the top of the box and sort of feel the celebrity's head, and so
Right.
try and guess who it was.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, I think one of them was bald. It was
Right.
Duncan Goodhue or something. So that was the joke, that he was bald. And one of them was Roger De Courcy and Nookie Bear and this kind of thing.
Tongue in again. This one angled more in towards the leg stump and met decently by the batsman, pushes up to mid-on.
But the last one is Rod, Hull and Emu, and it's making me laugh so much because you knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And the guy doing the voiceover goes, the kid's going to lose his arm. Kid puts his hand in through the top of the box and Emu grabs it and goes, "Rah!"
Well, poor Rod Hull, and he met a really unfortunate end, didn't
Well, he did, yes.
Really sad. Tongue in again, and this is very full indeed, almost looking for the Yorker. It's dug out and steered away into the onside for a single by Bennett, who gets his first run after lunch, first run from the bat after lunch, 75 for 1.
Well, yes, and it's no justification for that, but he was apparently quite an unpleasant person.
Yeah.
But even so, I maintain he was the greatest entertainer of that generation.
Well, he was different, I suppose, wasn't
Yes,
he? He was a bit
exactly.
different.
But everything else on this kind of thing is all the same people showing up. And what do you do exactly? Faith Brown's on everything. What does she do?
Who was Faith Brown? I remember she had a curly...
She's on everything, though.
It's still a ball to go in this over, and
Yeah.
that's beautifully played by Irvin, going onto the back foot, and with great time. I wouldn't say he creamed that, he just timed it beautifully, and it ran across the outfield to the boundary for 4. End of the over, 18 bowls Zimbabwe in reply, 79 for 1. Messi.
Well, I would point out this started from discussion of the name Brian Bennett. Brian
Yes.
Bennett was, in fact, still is alive, a drummer for the Shadows during the 60s.
Okay.
And wrote many of their songs.
Didn't know that.
So, he was in everything too, and he's still a force.
The trouble is, you never heard anything about him because he was always in the shadows.
Boom, boom.
I should be on the Royal Variety Show.
You would be better than most of them, yes. Like Jimmy Cricket was on everything.
Oh, yeah. God.
Suda Who says Brian Bennett sounds like a fast show character.
He does. He sounds like a teacher.
Bashir, 3 men round the wicket for the right-hander, who works this away off middle and leg out to Atkinson at deep mid-wicket. Irvin's on to 34. Bennett has 38. And Bashir is into a 4th over. It's just gone for the 7 runs. He's bowling probably the one bad ball and over, but he's actually bowling quite well, I think. He's in again. Oh, he throws that one up and it ends up being a full toss, low full toss. An awful piece of fielding, and he should never be allowed to bowl for England after that. Ben Tuckett has allowed that to get through his legs. He's chased after it, he's hauled it in. They should get back for 3.
He's going to argue there's a little bit of uneven outfield.
I think there was, to be fair to him, it did bobble quite nastily.
I mean, if that happened to you in club cricket and it was a 14-year-old, you would shout long barrier at him. But
yes,
you know they don't tend to do the long barrier in international cricket.
Don't see the long barrier very often because the ball's hit too hard, I think.
Yeah.
You don't have time to get down. That's a lovely
Shot.
stroke from Bennett. A perfect cover drive, extra cover drive. There is a man square on the boundary. We won't get round to that. So 7 off 2. Just as I said, Bashir was bowling quite well. That said, it doesn't mean he's bowling badly because he's been hit for two
He's got an
fours.
attacking field, and understandably, he got slip, leg, slip, and short leg.
And he's throwing it up, isn't he? He's giving it air, and there is a gap there, so it's all is fair in whatever it is. A little bit of turn there, that's better because he's brought the length back a tiny bit. That gave it the chance to turn, gave it the chance, I suppose, to bite. It gave it the chance that he wouldn't be able to get to the pitch of it and drive it in the way that he did. Bashir, and again, that's too full, and that gets the treatment once more. And although the man square has come a little bit straighter, he's still not going to get to that. That is another boundary, 91 for 1. You know, I mean, I suppose if ultimately they decide the Shoaib experiment has gone as far as it can, and that he isn't going to be the man for Australia, then they have to get Fahim Ahmed in, don't they? The guy from Nottinghamshire, very young guy. Going back to this one, there's a little bit flatter, defended out the offside. There is no run. 91 for 1, 19 overs bowled.
I'm just looking at Bashir's figures, and so far this year, he's only taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wickets in 6 games of various sorts, including 3 championship games. So he's not been having a good time.
That's always been the thing, isn't it? They like something about the height and the loop, which doesn't seem to translate into domestic wickets for whatever reason. It's beyond my pay grade.
Well, I was going to say, perhaps you have to wonder what goes on in the nets as Tongue is round the wicket to Irvine. He's edged! But he's edged through the gap between second slip and gully, and that will bring in 4 more runs. The runs are absolutely flowing. I like what I've seen of Josh Tongue so far today, which isn't a lot of him, just 3 overs so far. But he's getting up at 90 miles an hour. He's got the edge there. He's forced.
Well, it got the carry. A lot of them, the ones you see go through the gap like that, you kind of think, well, would it have carried? But that one was perfect catchable height.
Yeah.
And as Botham would say, should have had the man there.
Oh, Tongue has bowled a very short delivery, which has looped way over the head of Irvine and almost cleared Smith.
That's the value of a tall wicketkeeper.
Did they not give that as a wide?
Well, it's a test match. You know, there's no. We've spent the entire break crying about that game in Zimbabwe where they bowled loads of wides.
Well, actually, I was thinking earlier today that one was given as a wide over the head, and I didn't think it was as high as that, though. But I know what you're saying, yeah. Tongue in bowls, and he drives at that one outside the stump, maybe fading away from him a little bit, and he needs to just knuckle down Irvine here. Getting a bit carried away with the rush of runs suddenly. That was wide, wasn't it? It was wide.
There's a little bit of a quirk in Tongue's action, and it seems to come in every now and then. I can't describe exactly what it is. It's like his shoulder kind of goes a bit sideways. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there is. It's almost like overcompensation to a certain degree, as if the arm is coming.
It's
straighter
not quite
than you think,
aligned.
maybe. Yeah. They're going to get a single into the offside this time. Irvine moves to 42. They got 2 slips and 2 gullies when they were crying out for a third slip, really.
Yeah, well, you know.
It happens.
Of course it does, yeah.
Messi. Oh, no, we've got 2 balls to go. Sorry, I thought it was the end of the over.
Sophie KL is with us. She says, messages in the studio. Let us mark this day for posterity. With super chats, I hope you mean, Soph.
Well, here is Tongue over the wicket to the right-hander, down the leg side, and if anything, Bennett could have just gloved that. It was a slightly airy attempt at helping it on its way. So easy to mistime those, just get a little bit of glove. And then you're thinking, why on earth did I play that shot? 96 for 1, Bennett 46, Irvine 42. A man out is Ben Curran. Here is Tongue to complete his 4th over. Oh, he was looking for the Yorker. It ended up being a full toss. It's pushed firmly back to him, but he does well to react in his follow-through. grabs the ball. End of the over, 96 for 1. Messi.
Dara Azizi says, hi all, hope everyone's well. Thank you, Dara. Stephen Kelt waves to us from Maastricht. Steve Chilton says hi. And Ashley Partridge is here in all his glory with emojis flowing strongly. And says Tongue needs the wicket soon.
Well, England need a wicket, I suppose.
Or what?
Yeah. I mean, he needs a wicket for his... well, not for his confidence, because he's bowling quite well. But, you know, it's always nice to have it in figures, isn't it? As opposed to, you know, just bowling well and not taking wickets. Bashir will continue. He got hit around a little bit in that last over. He's round the wicket to the left-handed over, and this is a bit short. And he goes back, tries to force, but not with any real conviction. Straight to the man at backward point. There is no run. Almost up at 5 and over.
It's settled down a little bit, as it would bound to happen.
Bashir in again, too short. It did turn and bounced a little bit, and it was clipped.
Short leg almost in the game there.
Well, I didn't think so. I thought he hit it into the ground quite well, but maybe not. I didn't see it. It was well stopped by Pope. Anyway, the one this is thrown up, it ends up being a Yorker, which you don't see from spinners very often. Irvine digs it out.
Well, when he's bowling very full, he's not really giving it much chance to turn enough. But maybe we've only seen one ball turn, I think. Maybe he just thinks it's not going to, and he just has to try to beat someone in the flight.
I think there is a little bit there. Oh, that's turned, and it's got the outside edge.
There's so much for me. That was the exact length I was just complaining about.
Perfect length from Bashir, and that is why they keep faith with him. Irvine goes, and he's wandering off very slowly, as if suggesting that, did it turn out the foot marks? He's going to review it. Would you believe?
He's reviewed it.
Well,
or is it an umpire review?
Someone's reviewing it.
I thought it might have hit his boot as well as the bat.
Well, I thought it was possible that it actually just turned and missed the bat slightly, but it went to slip. So
it all looked fairly straightforward to me, unless it's an umpire review for whether it carried. Well, let's have a look.
There we go.
It looks fairly
nice
straightforward
ball
to me.
Oh yeah, that's a big edge. Is it carried? Oh, it's carried.
Ooh,
yes,
I would say. He's done quite well there. Is that Brooke?
Yeah, that is Brooke. He's got these big long fingers under that, hasn't he?
Yes.
Because it looks like it is going to hit the ground, but the fingers are like spiders' legs.
Claws.
Yeah.
They are amazing. And
big fingers like in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
But I didn't see them in the first 20 minutes, and then I gave up. So.
Well, I think that's got to be given out, hasn't it? It looked out to me. It is out. And Zimbabwe have lost their second wicket. You can.
Play the jingle. I was going to play The Crowd Says Out. I guess the TV umpire says out.
The crowd says. The crowd says.
The TV umpire says you're out.
So Irvine goes without getting to a half century. He'll be disappointed. Although, yeah, he was just getting a little bit carried away, I thought, in that post-lunch.
Wasn't
first
it
few minutes.
Bennett was getting all the boundaries off Bashir?
Well, no, Irvine got a couple. He played that lovely shot off the back foot off Tongue, didn't he? I just think the fact that the runs were flowing maybe sort of got them a little bit overexcited.
It can happen.
Messi.
Sudahu says, I should get out of bed. Well, I mean, you've been on night shifts, haven't you, Sudahu?
Oh, has he?
So I think it's fair enough. You should sleep in as long as you like.
Absolutely.
Ashley Partridge says, can I ask a serious question? Have we got a spin option, guys? Well, it's Joe Root.
And Shoaib Bashir is just taking a wicket.
Yes,
I think his being sarcastic.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. Okay, fair enough.
He also says, what a ball. It was actually a very good ball. It turned quite a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely ball. Lovely ball. We should have a jingle for that to Bill Withers. Lovely ball. Lovely ball. You know the one I'm talking about?
I do, yeah. Anyway,
it's Williams.
Got a jingle for the new batsman.
It is.
If I had Sean Williams' number, if I had Sean Williams' number, I'd Branko him a lot.
Isn't that the same as the Glenn Maxwell jingle, except
it
slower?
Is. I thought it seemed familiar. Hang on. So is that Is that Perko? Is he now sort of recycling his jingles for?
Putting him on 33 instead of 45.
They won't remember that one. He's in to another left-hander who goes back, defends, and back to the bowler it goes. A man at short square leg, and a man at slip who took that catch.
You know, when you say a bowler needs a wicket for his confidence, I'm always the one who's saying professionals shouldn't need that. But it is amazing how much perkier a bowler looks after he takes a wicket.
Oh God, yeah. Flicked through a vacant mid-wicket area. It's fielded by the man running around from mid-on, and they take a single. A successful over for Bashir. He has 1 for 19 from 5. Zimbabwe 97 for 2. Messi.
Ashley says, Zimbabwe, who's next? India. 5 tests against India. Well, we've got some white ball games against the West Indies, which we will be covering.
Yeah, what are they doing in Ireland? I mean, they lost heavily the other day in the one-day series. I mean, you know, it doesn't really augur well for a great one-day series here, does it?
And West Indies just in terminal chaos. Yeah. They're never not in turmoil.
And of course, don't forget that we will be covering the World Test Championship final between South Africa and Australia.
Of course,
being played at Lord's in mid-June. Scheduled for 5 days, but with a spare day available if rain delays it during those 5 days.
I think Australia are going to win that quite easily, aren't they?
No, I don't.
Really?
I think the South African team are actually very good at the moment. I think their attack is looking particularly challenging.
Tongue, 3 slips now for Williams, who's off the mark with a single, by the way. He's on 1, 97 for 2.
Well, do they have the thing that the team who finished top can draw?
No, if it's drawn, then it's shared.
Penalty shootout.
No, there's not even a boundary count back.
They do corners.
Well, there certainly have been things. I mean, that's the case in the Sheffield Shield final, isn't it? One team can draw.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, sorry, not quite that anymore.
Tongue in again. Oh, now that is an exceptional leave because that's gone over the top of middle and off. So you could argue he's just left it on length.
And Stokes got something in his beard now. Jesus, clean yourself up.
Oh, it's probably a bit of crumbs from lunch, isn't it?
Ugh. We were saying it before, he looks like old man Albert's steptoe.
He's getting that way. A very ginger steptoe. Gingery fair.
The Sheffield Shield final, Andy, it's played over 5 days. I'll wait.
Tongue in again, bowls left by Williams outside the off stump.
And if there is no outright result, then they go back to bonus points from the first innings.
Oh, okay. I'd have thought it would make more sense to go back to, like, you know, at the start of the game, one team knows they have to win. You know what I mean? That's what it used to be, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and they've changed it now. And I think there've been very few draws lately because 5 days is a pretty decent span to get a result in it.
Yeah.
Tongue in again, bowls, Fuller, driven by Williams, and he's going to get a couple. Chased at mid-off, I think, by Atkinson. He goes to 3, 99 for 2. And Williams got a very good test record. I mean, both him and Irvin, who was just out, if you look at their test record, you feel like they've played a lot more tests than they have, actually, because they've just played a lot of international cricket, and Zimbabwe have played a lot of ODIs and T20s in recent years, more so than test cricket, even though they have a lot of test cricket this year. But Williams, 500s and 550s from his 20 test matches. If you're getting over 50 once in 1 every 2 test matches, you're a high-class batsman. Well, he ducks this one and gets lucky because, I thought that came off the bat.
No, I think it got the side of the helmet. He really did duck down very low. It was barely going over the stumps.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about his class, but he's looked a little bit shaky in his first few deliveries. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of a delay here while the new helmet is brought on, and presumably they'll check him that he's not sort of feeling any effects from that. Ooh, yeah, that was nasty, right on the side of the grill, wasn't it? He turned his head away, got low, didn't get up as much as he expected, and that would have whacked him in the cheekbone had he not had protection. Messi, maybe we can do some...
Well, I've had a question from Ashley Partridge about Sean Williams' stats. This is his 20th Test match. He's scored 1,508 runs, high score of 154, averaging 44.35, which isn't too shabby, to be honest.
I mean, I suppose you can argue that I mean, these guys have been around for a little while, so they will have played some decent Test match teams, or I say decent Test match teams. You know, I don't want to sort of say that anyone's weaker than another, but as we say, it seems to me that so many countries,
everyone's just as good as everyone.
Well, they're not. What I'm trying to
woke.
say, but the country, all I'm saying is that there seem to be an awful lot of countries in a state of chaos.
Yes.
And I actually think that part of the reason for that chaos is, well, the rebranding that happened with regard to the big three. And, you know, how have we got to a situation that a good team like Zimbabwe, as Zimbabwe had become, hasn't had a Test match in England for 22 years? It's how can you encourage a more well spread sort of
partly it's
talent?
Because there are now 13 test playing nations.
Yep. I mean, Zimbabwe are playing 11 Test matches this year.
Yeah, this year.
Look, I agree that once in 20 years is well overdue, but these things cost. You know, if Ireland have played Zimbabwe in a couple of tests these years, but these things cost a lot to put on, and that money's got to come from somewhere because it ain't coming from TV.
Full defended out into the offside.
Or gate receipts.
Well, I don't know. Goodness me. To be honest, are you talking about in England or are you talking about elsewhere?
In Ireland or Zimbabwe.
Oh, yeah, fair enough, yeah. I was going to say that there are plenty of gate receipts in England.
Yeah, when you're playing England or India or Australia, that's fine. It's everybody else.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know, this is the thing though, is that
Tom's got to the end of the over and he doesn't realise it's finished.
Oh yeah, it has. But the thing is, you get into a point now where, you know, which teams do you look forward to England playing? Because you know, New Zealand have come up, haven't they? They've been really good for the last few years. Australia, India, Pakistan at times. South Africa again, but you know, we can see that South Africa is not really, despite the fact that they're in the World Test Championship final, they're not really taking Test cricket that seriously, are they?
Well, yes and no. I think they're doing it as serious as they can, given the financial circumstances and the challenges they face.
Well, yeah, I mean that's exactly it. When you know, what you would consider a top 6 Test playing nation is under, you know, financial constraints, and once you get down to Afghanistan and Ireland and even Sri Lanka, they're struggling.
Short from Bashir, pulled but stopped by Steptoe.
No, did he have half a chance at that one?
He moved a little bit more quickly than Steptoe on his horse and cart. Bashir, some people have no idea what we're talking about. That one keeps low, and it's
with our audience, I think mostly they do.
Well, quite a lot do. Jab down into the ground and really well stopped by Brooks at slip, actually, because that was it was speeding on the ground, and he had to get down really quickly. I'm one of those who believes that to the front foot he comes. That there should be, you know, a wider sense of purpose for Test cricket, and that
carries a lot of weight, a lot of things that should be, but that, you know, you just got to look at how it works.
Yeah, but you know, I know cricket is an expensive game. Bashir in again, bowls nicely played out through the infield.
I should point out that the Jinglers Union have sent their shop steward after us.
Why?
Mog says, I must defend any jingle reuse. There are so many of them, it's inevitable.
Do you mean you forgot?
There are only 5 different tunes in music you're going to tell us next.
5?
That's nonsense. I hear this nonsense. There are only so many chord progressions. There are many, many different things you can do with harmony, melody. You know, it's ridiculous. Or even with just the
our jinglers,
13 notes?
Mog seems to disagree.
Defended into the offside by Williams, the left-hander.
Just ask Dame Pete. We've only got one ball to go until we've got a mass change.
What a shame. I was just getting going. 100 for 2. That's the score. Basher's got a slip. He's into the left-handed Williams. Williams plays this, strokes it really up towards Steptoe again, who steps across on his toes and picks it up. End of the over, 100 for 2. And who is taking over?
Well,
on
it's
this,
Grubby, and I'm going to go and try one of those
Grubby,
peach
Forthy,
beers he's
and
been
Mog.
recommending.
So
Grubby, Forthy, and
Grubby
Mog.
versus the Australians.
Grubby's
basically.
Grubby's going to have to
back
go.
off with this jingle bullshit, lads. There's only 3 songs in the world, and unfortunately the Beatles wrote them all.
That's why Perko is so lucky.
I was watching a bit of that film the other day, yesterday, where
That's fun,
everyone's
isn't it?
forgotten that
Yeah.
the Beatles existed.
Yeah, I like that.
Classic Curtis.
Okay, catch you
It's all
later.
right.
That'd be fucking boring and turgid show.
Hello, Melbourne.
Hello, Melbourne.
Hello, here we are. In fact, straight in with tongue, and that's right in the slots for Bennett, and that will be a boundary. Not only that, that will be his half century straight off the bat.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's 15, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 15, and you know you should be glad.
Batted nicely,
Right.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's batted really nice. I think he's only 21, and he looks like he is unfazed by Test match cricket. That's his. I think we've got 100 up there. I don't know whether that is this 100. I assume it is, in which case it's his
No, he's not.
100.
He hasn't got 100 here. He's only got a 50.
It was 350s and 100, I believe.
What am I saying? I've lost my mind. It's late in Melbourne. 350s and 100. So he does have 100.
He does
obviously.
have 100, yeah.
Oh dear. Right. So he does. He looks the part, doesn't he, Robbie?
He looks like a player. You'd hope so,
Does,
wouldn't you?
yeah.
Given that he's playing.
The proper
Put a helmet on
man.
anyone and they could.
He's a proper cricket man. That's flicked off his toes by Bennett. Very nice looking shot. The deep square where it's fielded. I think that'll be Atkinson out there. And it scores in all the excitement. As Dirty Harry says, Clint Eastwood, all the excitement. The score's moved up over the 100 mark as well. Zimbabwe 105 for 2. Look round. How are you, Mog? You good?
Long time no see.
Indeed, yes.
Can you talk us through that photo that was taken recently of the two of you and an Indo?
Yes, it was someone who took a photo of myself, Forthy, and an Indo.
So that's cut very nicely, but it doesn't have the legs to go all the way. I think it's Stokes.
Bleachy Steptoe, as we've come to know him in recent times.
Yeah, it's inappropriate, isn't it? It just doesn't look right, that little blonde.
Has he got a moustache? Has he gone sort of the Amish beard? I can't quite tell.
Yeah,
he's had a makeover, but I don't think his makeover consultant has really earned their money there. He doesn't look right to me. But sometimes one mustn't be a neophobe. Sometimes
you get what you pay for, and he probably didn't pay much.
Comes time again, round the wicket, right arm, fast medium, and cuts it off his legs. Actually, slightly faster than fast medium. I would say fast.
I think 90 miles an hour can be called fast, pretty much any day of the week.
I was thinking of the guy at the other end. I'm sorry, I was trying to organise my holiday itinerary, and my head's obviously not completely. The game is over. I'll be fine next day.
Have I told you, chaps, about the time I had my hair bleached blonde in Alice Springs?
Well, I know you had it bleached blonde at the agency we both worked at. No, I didn't know about the Alice Springs.
Who was this Alice woman? What was she doing bleaching your hair?
Yeah. She did a good job.
I've been to Uluru, but I've never actually been to Alice Springs. I've been to Paradise, but I've never been to me. That's flicked off his legs by Bennett. And I
don't think you could describe Alice Springs as paradise.
Paradise is lovely this time of year. Me, I'm not so sure about. Take it or leave it. Alice Springs.
Anyway, I think it's the end of the over. Yes, the end of the 24th. Zimbabwe 109 for 2. What's happening, Mog?
There's been a large amount of discussion about whether Zimbabwe are a top side. One side says yes, the other side says no.
Who's the mad person saying yes?
Ashley Partridge, suggesting that they are a top side. They can bat well. They're like Australia. Okay. And then he also says hello. Hi.
Hello, you madman.
Yeah. Well,
Alan
yes. So
Torfman says,
we met
what
up
Jimmy
with
Jimmy-
the. Sorry, Mog. We met
Yeah,
up with
sorry.
him in a mall in Glen Vale, and we had a very nice Middle Eastern lunch.
Glen Waverley.
That's right, Glen Waverley. And so Bashir, by the way, is into his stride. That's a dot ball. And then just thinking of moving to Melbourne, so we were giving him a briefing on.
That's very good of you.
Book turns and AFL sides.
Delighted. And that's a nice cover drive out to the sweeper, and they've scurried back for 2. So Bennett moved on to 54. You meet up with sort of gorillas from time to time, Robbie?
Me? Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I accidentally met Hendo on the way here today.
No, nice. Oh, a big swish, a big miss. Bashir throws his arms in the air, and that was... Oh, okay, was that a replay? It's annoying if it was. And that's a cover drive to the man straight to the man that covers, stop ball. Oh, I see what's happening. We're whistling through some old footage.
Yeah, old footage.
Hate it when that happens. Well, I'm going to assume that this is happening now.
Yeah.
I should have been able to spot by the maroon helmets that in fact it was West Indies, but there we are. That's a single all the way down to long on. Why halfway through and over we're seeing all that, but there we are. Just to fool the unwary commentators.
Yeah, they
I'm sure the commentators are making a fine point.
A package.
We're package. Sean Williams now on strike. He's a feisty character. He's been around a long time. He's had disputes with the board, contract disputes. He speaks his own mind, rather like the Curran's father, who was a feisty character too, Kevin Curran. No longer with us.
No.
The wicket again comes Bashir to Williams, and that's a nice shot. Has it gone all the way, or is there going to be someone scurrying around? Yeah, it's gone all the way to the deep square leg boundary for one of these. And at the end of the quarter century of overs, it's 116 for 2, and over to the quarter century of Mog.
Jeff Perkins says harmony, melody, and also shouting very loudly can provide musical variety. It's true.
Agreed.
You can improve anything with distortion, basically. Alan Turfmore says, hello, Gorillas. Didn't know this was happening. Not very well promoted. UTC. I'm not quite sure what UTC means.
Was he a Chelsea fan? Or Coventry, possibly? People don't say UTC.
We're Time Central.
We just sign off with PUSB on all of our posts these days. It's accepted initialism.
Yeah.
And that's sprayed down the leg side by Tong. Got ball.
Do you say PUSV?
Play up Sky Blue.
SB.
Everyone's got their own thing. Have you got one at Ipswich?
I don't really like it, but COYB, come on you Blues.
Come on you Blue. The Irish cricket team had a Coibig.
Yeah, come on you boys in...
Come on you boys in Irish green or something.
Yeah, boys in green.
Oh, it's an absolute beauty of a delivery. Does him all ends up. Too good for the lad. Then it played in it. Squared him up. Through to the keeper.
How is Tung's name pronounced? Is it Tung or is it Tong? Tung?
I think it's just like an English tongue, isn't it?
Good old English tongue that you might have in a sandwich at a picnic on a gingham sheet.
Tongue and cress sandwiches.
Yeah.
When you're young, you don't think of tongues as tongues. You just think it's a bit of lunch meat, and then you realise, oh my god, it's the actual freaking tongue. And that pulled nicely. Beats the man Atkinson at deep square leg. Going for the boundary for one of these. This is a good counter-attack from Bennett.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett playing very well. Remember Mr. Bennett from Take Heart?
No, I didn't used to watch Take Heart. It's probably on ITV. We didn't watch a lot of ITV when I was young.
I think it was one. I think it was BBC.
Was it?
With Morph.
Oh, Take Heart. What?
With Tony Hart.
Tony Hart. Oh, yes. I was thinking of something American from later in the evening. Yes, I did used to watch Tony Hart. Yes, You used to have to send your pictures in to him, didn't you?
Yeah.
On Vision Art. Is that Tony Hart as well?
That's right, yeah.
That's where the original Ardman started off, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, anyway, Mr. Bennett was a sort of a caretaker character who used to scurry up and down the stairs, and I think his first name was Gordon as well, which is quite pleasing.
Okay.
Another reference for the kids there.
Yeah, they love that kind of thing.
So we've got Tony Hancock next.
Funny man. Well, that's a nice on drive. Beats the man at... oh, please don't tell me this is some old clip. No, I don't think it is.
No.
No, that's... I just got thrown for a second. No, that's very nice on drive. 4 runs.
Spirit of Tony.
I was thrown by the fact that the guy at mid-on appeared to be wearing a maroon-coloured cap for a second, which I happen to know is not England colours, but I think it's a bit of distortion on the screen. Right, enough of all that. Hung in again, last ball of the over. Classical forward defensive from Benefit, and the end of the 26th over, Zimbabwe 1-2-4.
Fourthly, you need to calibrate your RGB on your screen.
Yes, that's right.
Twist the V hold and such.
More for the youngsters out there.
Even I remember those. The raging argument about Zimbabwe being an awesome side continues. There's really only 2 people debating it, Ashley Partridge and Sudahu. And I don't think we've reached a final conclusion yet.
Wow.
And Alan Turfnell says Tony Hart was good. He showed Morph and Chaz the plasticine things.
That's
I
right.
remember Morph as a small child.
Yeah, Morph had this slightly angry friend. So Morph was that sort of terracotta colour, wasn't he? And Chaz was beige and cross.
And they had wacky misadventures.
Defended by Williams, who's now in double figures. So it was
Plasmo.
Those who missed it, it was for the hard of hearing or deaf children. And it obviously didn't. You weren't prevented from watching it if you could actually hear. There wasn't a sort of ban on it. But that was the BBC with its remit to reach everybody.
Be inclusive.
Their commitment to accessibility back in the day.
Yeah. Well, there is a BBC charter. Never actually read it. I imagine that's part of it. That's cut to the man at point. Brings it back to Bashir. Dot ball.
It's got to be fascinating reading too.
What, the BBC charter?
Real page turner.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it's the very least I expect from a book is the ability to turn the pages.
Yes, indeed. The libertarian conservative government is always placing the BBC on notice. Dot ball. But I assume I'm not there. But what's the status of the BBC these days, Grubby? Is it under less threat under a Labour government?
Not heard much chat about it in the media recently, but
fair enough.
I don't know. Same old.
A sweep from Williams straight to the man though at leg gully. Dot ball. I believe he plays the reverse sweep very well, Sean Williams, as have many Zimbabweans over the years. He hasn't unleashed his reverse sweep yet.
Sean Williams, not to be confused with Barry out of EastEnders Sean Williamson.
It's an easy mistake to make, but he's not at the crease at the moment. Sean Williams, and that's hit directly to the man at mid-off. And that's the end of the 27th over. Zimbabwe 1-2-4.
Sidhu says we have a conclusion. Ashley's mad.
Correct.
And, Zimbabwe aren't good. Jack Rover says Chaz was grey.
I'm colourblind, so any of that I can be excused.
Yeah, that's come up, so
and
that checks out.
Yeah, and by the way, don't repress me.
Ashley thinks Zimbabwe's going to get 300, and he wants to know if I think they can bat all day. They can. Will they? Probably not.
Right, change of bowling. It's going to be England's opening bowler coming back, this lad.
Sam Cooke. Let's bowl. Sam Cooke. He bowls.
Don't know much about wobble seams.
Only a matter of time. Now, I'm not getting fooled. That was not the first ball to be over. That was the wicket from earlier this morning. Fool me once.
Well done.
Won't get fooled again.
Right.
It is misleading because up in the top corner it does say sports, whatever it is, live.
Yeah. You used to get the old replay thing, didn't you?
You get an R in the bottom corner or something.
Traps all around us. Defended first ball of Cook's over to Bennett. I'm interested on his kilometerage. Because the reason he's making his debut at 27, as I think we were talking about earlier, is because he only bowls at
125, Forthy. 125 kph.
125. I think even I've faced bowling, which has been 125 at some point in my very insignificant career.
It was Harry Brook who took the catch earlier to get rid of Curran. I think I miscommentated that and said it was Pope, but I'll blame that on my colour blindness.
No, they're all alike, these guys.
A Brook and a Cook. Ooh, and that wraps him on the pad, but yeah, arms are flung out as is required, but it was either going over the top or going down leg, or more likely both. Not
Clause 27 in the contract, you must appeal if the ball hits a pad.
Yes.
Batsman could be walking to the crease from the boundary, you still need to appeal.
Yeah. He'd be appealing for timed out, doing this.
Well, yes.
Come on, ump.
And Angelo Matthews just retired from tests. Speaking of timing out.
Crikey. Yeah. Yeah.
So does Angelo Matthews.
Feels like he's been around forever.
It does feel like that. Well, Sean Williams has been around for nearly 20, well, over 20 years, in fact.
He's 38, I think, Sean Williams.
You get this sometimes with these. They haven't played that's a dot ball. There was a bit of a grope at it.
It moved significantly off the pitch that and actually went further in the air after it passed again. It's not the first time we've seen that today.
Yes, now that the lacquers, there is a bit more movement around, isn't there?
Oh, you made yourself laugh there, which is always pleasing.
It made me laugh. So.
Yeah. And me.
It comes Cook again to Bennett.
Oh, God damn.
Again, not for the first time, and I don't think not for the second time either. That's gone through the vacant third slip area for 4.
Skillfully finding the gaps.
Oh, Ben's got his hands on his knees. Now, what do we think? Do we think this is unlucky, or do we think that they haven't read the field, they haven't read what's happening correctly to have a third slip?
It's happened several times, so maybe the blame needs to go on the fielding captain.
Eventually, yes. Anyway.
The horse is bolting, better shut the gate.
We're certain if they put a third slip in now, that nothing will go there for the rest of the day. That's flicked off his hips for a single. Then it moves on 68. And scores on 129.42 with one ball of Cook's over remaining.
So famously, the last time we played Zimbabwe in a test match 22 years ago was Jimmy's debut, wasn't it?
I believe that's right, yeah.
Well, he got a 5 from debut. And I guess
and he had bleached blonde hair at the time as well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't that a good look?
A lick of the brush.
Quite a different bowling action as well in those days.
Oh, head all over the shop.
Yeah. It's been drilled that out of him. Okay, so that's defended off the back foot by Williams at the end of the 28th. Zimbabwe 129.2. More stuff.
O'Neill Harris says, hello, gorillas.
Hello, O'Neill.
Hello. There's still back and forthing about Zimbabwe making 300. Alan Turfmore says 220. Colin who says, so Anindo classified 84 miles an hour as medium pace. Does that make Cook a slow bowler? Scott Harris says, good morning from Brazil. Get Jimmy on. Might be a bit late on that.
Brazil.
And the question of who was the fastest bowler, or what is the fastest ball ever bowled, and by probably Shoabacta.
Shoabacta to Nick Knight allegedly, but a lot of people subsequently have said not sure about that. Maybe the speedometers were set incorrectly.
And if you watch
Jeff Thompson bowled everything at 170, I'm told. So
it was a bit of a non-event, that show ball, because it did show up at over 100 miles an hour, but Knight just sort of stood there and patted it defensively into the offside. It was very eventful, really.
There was some, maybe a BBL or two ago, there were some balls that were going through at 160 from spinners.
No.
Right, so there was a dot ball, and then the second ball of the over, Williams tries the sweep, misses it completely, and it goes off the toe, but even the English fieldsmen aren't going to appeal for that. He's way out with no one. Looks a little rakish, doesn't he, Tone, looking at him there, maybe a Terry Thomas style character. And that's cut by straight into the hands, but on the bounce, I would say, immediately Stoke in the colours.
Would you say that Tongue should be swashbuckling somewhere?
Yes.
On a pirate ship,
I agree with that.
swinging
He
on
has
ropes and rescuing damsels.
He has the piratical air to him, yes, I agree with that. Pushed to Stokes again, who flings it back to Peters.
Surely Rory Burns would be the most piratical of all recent cricketers, wouldn't he, when he grew his hair long and had that very manicured...
Well, you're not far off that look, grubby, if that makes sense.
You may indeed.
Cuts wide of the man at point, but there's a sweeper out there, a restricting score. Ian goes on to 11.
Is it too soon to say Mark Boucher might be the most piratical, given he's only got one eye and could wear a patch?
Probably too soon. Is he actually only got one eye now after that stump incident?
I think he may still have a non-functioning eye in there. I don't know if it's gone.
It's quite tricky. I didn't realise it was that bad. Okay, so that's just an off spinner, but it starts off far too leg side, just left well alone. And at the end of the 29th, Zimbabwe 1-3-1.
It's a good take that from Jamie Smith. Down the leg side.
What's that?
Brian in Brisbane says, "How is the GPL? Thanks."
Very
Scott
well.
Harrison says, "Yes, Brazil, Recife. I'm not quite sure.
Recife? Yeah, they've got a football team, I think, haven't they?
Every country, every town in the world does, don't they? And that is that for the YouTubes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no. Actually, I saw Jimmy isn't playing for Lancs today. Asked Scott incredulously.
Probably resting.
He's 800 years old. You've got to give him some time off.
He wants to play all the time.
Sam Cook. Riffs onto leg stump. It's leg stump half. Flipped very nicely. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. A despairing dive from the man out there. Very nice good goal from Kumar Dharmasena. Now, Kumar Dharmasena has not fallen into the trap of umpires as they age, of enjoying the luncheon and dinner vouchers you get, presumably, as an umpire, which still looks fit as a fiddle and quite like some umpires would think.
True. Fourth, you're just a little bit low in my hands. I don't know if you are for everyone, but just
okay. I think
low.
Maybe I just drifted to the off stump there. I drifted back to the leg side. Hopefully that fixes it. Williams just ends that one.
The West Indies appear to have made 91 runs off the last 5 overs in their one day against the Irish.
Christ.
A lot.
Which isn't a bad effort.
Extraordinary stuff. So what's the score at the moment?
There's still one ball to go. 7 for 2 for 352.
Very decent total, that.
Is that a 100 match? You never know what you're going to get these days. Hook in again. Oh, what's a beauty again. There's movement off the seam and then it swings away, as Grubby was mentioning, because it's but playing amidst.
The Irish did make 800 against the Dutch not that long ago, so yeah, could still be with a chance.
I wanted to come back to something you mentioned.
Oh, sorry, Grubby.
No, a minute ago about Jimmy Anderson, about having his unconventional bowling action sort of drilled out of him. I think they attempted to do that in the sort of middle of his career, and it didn't really work. And then he went back and kind of remoulded it himself and worked it out for himself. So.
Yeah, that's right. And that's cut wide of the man at point. Will the sweeper get round? Let's have a look. No sign yet. Nice fall. With Jimmy, I mean, no match sort of in the mid 2000s, the mid noughties was complete without seeing him bowling at a single stump with an English coach glaring at him.
Yeah. When it was very pronounced early in his career, his head, he wouldn't be looking as he released the ball, and then his head would end up down near his sort of left knee. So it was really pronounced.
Chivanga, apparently bowling today, he's got one of those pretzel style.
Yeah, I saw him on replay. He ended up with the most absurd emu-like position, emu or an ostrich-like position.
He kisses his knee with as he finishes his delivery.
Cool, that's
very strange.
Fast way to a fat lip, isn't it?
Something's going to go wrong.
Anyway, it all worked out fairly well for Jimmy.
It did, but I mean, he did have a very difficult period where they were trying to knock it out of him. And I think he sort of stepped away from that whole thing and said, no, it's not working. And more or less did it himself. Anyway, I would like to hear him talk about it. I'm sure there are interviews where he talks about it in depth, and I for one, would like to hear that.
It's almost incredible he got as many wins as he did after that. Incredible. Cook to Williams, defended off the back foot. End of the 30th over, Zimbabwe 139 for 2.
Speaking of Recife, 3 football teams. Brazilian cities always like to have 2 or 3. Currently, one of them is at the bottom of Series A, Nordico in Series C, in Serie C, Sleeping Giant, and Santa Cruz in the D Series. I hope that makes sense, because soccer's not really a sport.
Is that from Scott?
That's from Scott Harrison.
Thank you, Scott.
Yes. Sudahu says, I reckon Butcher is busily arranging the UK passport for Bennett during this innings.
Scottish conspiracy theories have started early this summer.
It's only a matter of time before Ben Curran gets somehow miraculously dropped in as well if he makes runs.
It's all unfair, and England are overbearing overlords and cheats. Pretty much it, isn't it?
It's true.
They are. They're cheats, though. There is Bashir to Bennett. There's a very athletic piece of fielding, which unfortunately doesn't involve taking in the ball as somersault occurred.
Sloppy.
Yes, there's been a couple of sloppy incidents. I think Duckett can be excused for his misfield. I think it hit a massive bobble as it went past him, but that's just bad fielding.
Yeah.
He's only 3 feet tall, so you can't hold him to too high a standard.
Yeah.
He's like a ball. He's only 3 feet tall. Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett.
They did do a new jingle for him. I don't know if they've played it yet.
That's too short from Bashir, who's not bowling particularly well here, it has to be said, spraying it around a bit. And that's the Duckett sweeps up. The honourable Duckett on the boundary.
Looking a little bit lacklustre in the field at the moment, England.
Yeah, it's all a bit nothingy at the moment, isn't it?
I'd like to say it's because they expected they were just going to crush them.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened, so it's broken
Possibly.
already.
Yeah.
Broken on the wheel like a butterfly. Nice forward defensive, just nudged around the corner to mid-wicket by Bennett, who's looking very much the part. He's 72 off 78, and albeit England have had more attacking fields because of their mammoth total and so forth, but an excellent innings.
Yep. No, he's done very well.
Played pretty well too. Rocks onto the back foot, cuts it wide of the man at point. I do believe that'll be another one of these from Bennett.
I don't know what that jingle's doing in the 4 cart. I mean, it's a good shot, but
it's the first 4.
It wasn't an hallelujah moment.
Is it one of yours, Mog? Oh, Mog told me how many jingles he's done in total for guerrilla cricket over the years.
Oh, that'd be a good guessing game. Can we have a little guess, all of us?
Yeah, go have a guess. Yeah.
367.
Okay. No, don't tell him, Mog. Let's see if anyone wants.
Don't tell him, Mog.
Don't tell him, Mog. Got ball. If anyone wants to tune in, if anyone wants to have a guess how many jingles, we could do a GPL if you like. But no, you don't have to. Just write in a guess how many jingles he's done over the years. Swept by Bennett.
Right.
And all the way. Superb shots.
Very good shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And this has been not an impressive start from Bashir, but excellent batting from Bennett. Supported by Williams at the end of the 31st. It's 151 for 2. We are making way. I will I'm shifting onto socials.
Alrighty.
And I'm buggering off. Bye.
See you later, Mark. See you later, Andy, who's just come into the Central Missionary.
Yep, and the bear is going to come in next to us. We're starting to twitch in the green room as this game is looking more and more likely to maybe reach a day 4. And when the bear's not going to be here and Tech Tony's going to be in charge of all the new equipment. But we'll see. Hendo was just demanding 6 wickets in half an hour for England, and it can happen. It can happen in cricket.
It certainly can. You wonder how deep they bat, and if you get down to 6, will they start crumbling beyond? Still got to get 2 to get there, though, haven't you? Really, and it does look very fucking easy.
It's pretty good for May, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, it's been as dry as whatever a dry thing.
Dry as a bone.
Yeah.
I'm sure the heavens will open as soon as I set foot on English concrete.
Well, that's what Messi Jez thought, but he's actually brought the Australian weather with him. When are you going to set foot on English concrete?
About 3 weeks' time.
Okay. Coming into the studio, I trust?
Yes, I've got myself. I was just working out this afternoon when I might be able to get in. They're slightly more optimistic than my first imagine. Also,
until when? Because I might miss you, actually. I'm going away for 3 weeks.
I'm in and out because I'm seeing this from Northern Spain and one or two other things. So
perhaps in July and August then, hopefully, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I will see you, and it's always a trip.
I'm saying I'm going away, but I'm obliged to come back to England because Iron Maiden are playing the London Stadium on the 28th.
You're going to see Iron Maiden.
That's a big one. It's their home. It's it's West Ham. It's absolutely a homecoming. It's West Ham's ground. It's a big thing. They might actually make an effort.
That's Bruce Dickinson's band, isn't it?
Yes.
First band I ever
where are
went
you
to see.
going, Andy?
Sorry?
Where are you going on holiday?
Well, I was saying in the green room, it's slightly a working holiday. I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to play some poker, but mostly a holiday.
Vegas in what's that? That'd be bloody hot, won't it?
Well, I'm planning not to be outside very much.
Yeah, I imagine it's everything's aircon, isn't it? Aircon central. What's Vegas like?
You know, I haven't been for 15 years. I've heard some not great things, but if you don't want to tip 25% everywhere, don't go to Vegas. That's par for the course now.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I hate tipping for a start.
No, I know, but you just got to do it because that is the culture.
Even the hookers and the coke dealers.
I don't know what the tipping is with the hookers. I've plenty of friends I could ask.
Well, on that note, I'd probably better rattle through a few comments. I do that. Suter Who's very. As Jimmy got worked on and subsequently dropped as it made him shite. He's got some conspiracy theory commentary, and he says 700. Stephen Kelk's in with I'm in such a tiresome meeting and can't listen to the cricket. We'll still be here for you, Stephen. Scott Harrison, England, Zimbabwe. That Jimmy's first test has memories for me was the game where, with pen and paper, I explained the game to my ex-girlfriend. We split up years ago. So I saw her on social media she still loves cricket. That's nice, isn't it? What legacy.
It's also something.
That's something then. Cook came in, shoveled out to square leg for no run. I thought I thought it was going to go, and then she broke up with me the next day.
Yeah.
Or maybe she did. Might have done. I don't know, that might be a bit sad if you introduce someone to something and then they become an aficionado of it, and you think, we could have shared that together.
Well, you might think that about anything if you wanted the relationship to continue, or if you look at it later through rose-coloured glasses. Squared up there a little bit, Williams, and we've seen quite a few just get enough of an outside edge so it wouldn't carry to gully.
Yeah. They've been troubled a bit at times, but I mean, this wicket just looks really fucking flat.
Yeah, and Cook has nibbled it around a bit, but he's got to really get a really thin edge for it to carry to anyone. That's really the problem.
It doesn't seem to be doing enough to be able to get the thin edge.
He has managed one. That one is a good ball onto off stump, and it's covered up. He looks slightly ungainly in defence, Williams.
Have you got much of a future at 78 miles an hour as a test cricketer?
Well, in England, yes. Overseas, not so much.
Not so much, but there are some classy ones. There's Mohammed Abbas wasn't there for Pakistan.
Well, as you say, wasn't. I mean, why is he not in the picture anymore? It's not like he's 35, is it? I know they go through them quickly in Pakistan.
Yeah, they do. But for a couple of years, he was taking wickets for fun.
Big Vern for South Africa.
For South Africa,
yeah.
exactly.
Cook is in. That one is defended quite comfortably. Goes out to point, and there's no run.
There's quite a difference, isn't there, between 78 and 84, even, or 85.
Yeah.
I mean, Glenn never expressed.
Glenn McGrath was about 85,
sure.
wasn't he? He wasn't particularly quick, but he just nibbled it around at a decent pace. And bowled at a particular length.
From a height as well.
Yeah, and was consistent online.
It was just that consistency, which doesn't seem like it should be that difficult, but apparently it is. I mean, you've got the narrowest of margins when you're bowling against the best players in the world. You know what's a short ball to the best batsman in the world isn't a short ball in Division 2 of county cricket.
No, very much so.
That's played down to backward point as a couple of old geezers get tucked into some huge ice creams. Fair play to them.
They look quite good, I have to say. I stuffed loads of food that we spent on Brian's kind donation to us. We bought lots of beer and lots of munchies.
Lots of healthy food. Although that peach beer wasn't too bad.
Was it? Was it peachy? Was it peachy?
Yeah, I could. If I'd been in the wine testing with the beer, I'd have got a hint of peach. Shoveled again by Williams. It's out to a man who's 2/3 of the way, but it's a bit of a club fielding position, 2/3 of the way back to the square leg boundary.
But a mistimed pull.
Exactly, or in club cricket, for one, that you just catch quite nicely, and suddenly it goes straight to the man who's in the wrong position, and you curse him all day.
They're really annoying.
Yes. End of the over, 152 for 2.
Disinterested hand job, Bob says, make sure you don't have your phone out at Maiden, Andy. And if you meet Phil Helmuth, please tell him I got bigger balls than him and that his wristbands are all worthless, then raise him all in.
Don't worry, I'll have plenty to say to Phil Helmuth if I meet him.
Jeff Perkins, maybe Ben Curran could be ceded to Mauritius with the ECB leasing him for 99 years. Now, that's a good idea. Not that, Jeff Thomas. It's 6:45 a.m. here in Booneville, California. I'm off to work in an hour, so 6 swift wickets would be nice. And Super Who's being a bit rude about Crawley and Pope.
Well, we're looking at old man Stokes. Is he going to bowl at all?
I don't know. That's an interesting one, isn't it? His face looks quite haggard these
It
days.
just looks awful. I'd say get back on the drink if I was him.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe there's a little transitional period where your body sorts itself out. I don't know how much he was drinking. I mean, just the fact that he has to say he's giving it up, I found a bit worrying, to be honest.
I don't think he was drinking that much. I think he just gave it up full stop.
Down on the sweep, Williams, that's a good shot, and it's rattled in front of square leg for 4.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He got well in front of himself, hit the ball early, and once he's in that position, there's a pretty big gap to hit at forward square leg. So Bashir's got to try something different. He's got a leg slip in. And he's bowled him. He seemed to get caught in two minds there. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back. That's the worst place to be, obviously. And then he jabbed his bat down very late, got an inside edge onto the off stump. Bashir's hair is being ruffled. He's taken more wickets in this innings than he has in county cricket in 3 years. And everyone's happy.
Another one bites the dust.
Bounced a little bit.
Another one bites the dust.
But I think it's just poor batting, really.
Yeah, very much so. Why is that so fucking quiet all of a sudden?
Bear's fiddling with stuff. How did you see that one, Forthy?
Yeah, I mean, it's that thing, isn't it? If you bowl licorice all sorts, I mean, Beefy was the sort of king of it.
Yeah.
Suddenly a really decent ball in amongst it. I mean, it was particular. It wasn't an absolute killer ball, but no, it's just poor batting. He could be able to negotiate that.
Yeah, he definitely played about 4 shots to that. He made about 4 foot movements, and whichever ones he settled on weren't the right ones.
Yeah, it didn't turn much. It's a bit of it used his height. It probably just got a little bit.
I think it did bounce a little bit. Yep.
That is the.
Didn't come down with a straight bat either.
Not at all. Not at all. No, it wasn't quite where he was expecting it, and he seemed to just panic a little bit and jab his bat at it. We've all been there.
Certainly have.
Oh yeah.
So who do we reckon? Who's next? In.
Sorry.
Probably Raza, I would think.
Ah, yes, of course. This guy.
You might just recognize this guy from the runs he made away. And you might recognize this guy from the runs he makes at home. Sikander, Raza.
I remember him being quite a good bat.
Yep, bit of Paranoid there, the proto heavy metal riff.
Yeah, probably was that the first heavy metal song generally regarded as?
The step Born to Be Wild, but it's definitely around there.
Wild, yes, it's just extremely heavy blues, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's played into mid wicket. Stokes is across. There's no run. And again, as soon as there's a wicket, everyone seems to have a little bit of a spring in their step.
Well, as a bowler, you always want to bowl at the new guy, don't you?
Of course you do,
You always think, well,
yeah.
if I get 10 balls at him and he's not playing any strokes, and I keep him on straight, he might make a mistake.
Always down the track, Raza, quite early. He just play a defensive shot out to cover, but he doesn't want to let, as you're saying, Bashir settle into that rhythm.
I would imagine if Bashir goes to the Ashes, which I assume he will, the Australians will target him from ball one.
Yeah, because I think you've got to, after this ball, jabs is down on that one rather unconvincingly. If you're taking a spinner to Australia at all, I mean, yes you do, but just by convention. But if you want to make the argument, why do you take a spinner when you know he's not going to take any wickets? It's because you want to give the other bowlers a break.
Yep.
That's basically it. So they will try to not allow him to do that.
And then go at 4-5 and over off him and force him out of the attack, yeah. Which is perfectly sensible. I think, I don't know, if he gets top spin, he'll get bounced. The problem is he's not consistent enough on line and length. And he never has been, really.
I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary, really.
No, not at all.
Actually, Leah and Mog have pointed out that wasn't Paranoid at all. That was Who Are You by The Who.
Oh, it's very similar in my defence.
It sounded like Paranoid to me.
Yeah.
There we are.
Well, perhaps they stole it from The Who because that came first, didn't it? Who Are You was a bit later, isn't it?
It's a bit later, yeah. Who's upset with me. Asked if there's a reason I'm summarising his comments badly. No particular reason. And Leah says Stokes tearing both hamstrings and fracturing his back in his first over would be peak England an excellent way.
It would, yeah. Cook is in again. Seemed to hold that one back a little bit, even more if I could say that. It's nicely pushed past Stokes at mid-off, who should have put the dive in. But as Leah says, he might have fractured his entire body by doing that, so he just loped after it instead, and it was 4. And nearly pings the batsman.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, down was the shout there, mind you, he wouldn't have got it.
Yeah, it was nicely timed.
It was, yeah.
Just pushed.
He's looking in good nick, Bennett. He's got 84 off 83.
Yeah. Get himself another ton here.
Yeah. It's got to be on his mind. See if England can exploit that. Cook has got his wicket, but he's gone for a few runs. That jabs in a little bit, and Bennett plays it onto his foot. There's no run. Has a little word with the bowler.
Get a bit of movement. Something in the air there as well, or it seemed to be.
I saw something the other day talking about the death of swing bowling and how it was all wobble bowling now.
There's a lot of wobble bowling now, isn't it? The wobble seam. Trying to get someone to do it off the seam.
Rather than, traditional.
Getting it in the air.
Yeah.
I guess wobble seam is a more consistent resource. You just don't know whether when you turn up on a morning whether it is going to swing. So it sort of makes sense from a coaching point of view.
That was very casually played by Bennett. It almost looked like he was pulling out at the shot, but the last second he dropped his bat on it and it went straight through the gap to third man for 4.
Oh, it's a 4 for a boundary where here's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it had to go.
That was beautifully played.
He said it was almost like a last-minute decision. Just tap it on the head.
Tap it on the head, as Gooch used to say, yeah.
No one down there. And the outfield is very quick. The wicket's not doing a huge amount. I mean, it's a good day for batting.
Yeah. Well, Brian Bennett taking full advantage. Cook's got to bowl a bit tighter to the stumps. He does, and it's rather hoiked into the leg side. It only goes to mid-on. There's no run.
You've got to think if they can get another couple of wickets, they could wrap this up reasonably.
Yeah, just keep chipping away.
Yeah.
Chip away at the new
I
batsman.
mean, they trail by 401.
And they've got to get to 150 to avoid the follow-on.
They have. Do you think they will follow on with 160?
Probably in a 4-day game, yeah.
Don't you mean they got to get within 150 runs?
To avoid the follow-on, yes.
Yes. So they got to get, what, 400?
410, yeah.
Yeah.
Bennett on strike again, and he pushes that one up towards cover. They realise it's Stokes. They get through for a single. I think they got through for a single.
I don't think they did, you know.
He may just have sent them back. It's weird. In a T20, you would just take a single and no one would even think about it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get run out. Still.
Well, we're hearing from Gary. Who
Gary.
Says train strike in Italy, so bit stuck with the cycling on the TV and GC on the computer. Feet hurting after too much climbing towers in Pisa and Lucca.
Well,
walking the yesterday,
so
gelato.
you know, you should come back in here. It's like climbing the tower
Yes,
of.
it's true.
There's a lot of steps.
There are a lot of steps. We're on the top floor.
Hey, if you want to climb a big tower in Italy, go to Bologna. I don't know whether you've ever been. There's one that's got 520 steps.
Ooh. Is it easier climbing the Leaning Tower of Pisa because it's on a slope, or harder?
Well, Pisa's much lower. The one in Bologna just goes on forever. I had to take a rest halfway. It was just mad. And it's an old tower from about 1,000 years ago, so the steps are very rickety.
Right, yeah. One played back to the bowler there by Raza, who's not shy about trying to get down the wicket to Shoaib Bashir. That is Fuller, held back a little bit, just drops into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, it's a bit like Elephant and Castle. That's a lot of steps. I used to come up there. If you couldn't get on the lift, you have to go up the bloody spiral staircase. It's about 200 and something steps.
Covent Garden's a long one if you ever have to do that one. It played out to point. Root pings it into the wicket keeper.
There's a few on the central line. I imagine the central line must be
one of the lowest ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raza yet to score. 164 for 3. Bashir's got a sort of backward short leg, a sort of leg gully. That one is played out towards square leg, and they're not giving Stokes a break. He's after everything. Playfully pretends to jab the ball in the ribs of Duckett.
Sometimes wonder what it must have been like when all of those tube stations and lines were being built in London, because they were cut into the surface. Absolute.
Well, it's quite the feat of engineering, and they go back to... How long do they go back? 19th century, late 19th century?
Late 19th century, the first one.
1865, I think, the first one. I think.
Wow, yeah.
1859 even, Baker Street, Thursday.
I mean, well, there wouldn't have been much point just having one.
I knew you were
Go
going to
down
say
here.
that.
Where can I go? Nowhere.
It's like the first
Like having
telephone.
one.
Exactly.
Like the first telephone. Bashir's round the wicket, onto leg stump, plays it to backward square leg. There's no run.
The interesting thing is they were steam engines, of course, at the time.
No, they'd have to be,
underground, so
yeah.
These huge, if you go down Baker Street, you can still see the big windows where all the smoke had to disperse.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd suffocate people, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So now it seems to be changing the field every ball, which is again why we don't get 140 overs in a day anymore. Slip and a leg slip, but that one is played to mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. It's 165 for 3, trail by exactly 400. It's Jurgen Klopp's teeth. The glare.
What about Tottenham the other day? Fucking hell.
Well, they won a trophy. Don't knock it. So they're doing the victory parade.
Yes,
today.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I might catch the end of it actually, but I don't mind. Let them have their day. At least they won something. Tough luck, Arsenal.
Yeah.
It's a funny season, hasn't it? Because although it's been very predictable in some ways, Spurs and Newcastle
and Crystal Palace. No, honestly, I was saying in the green room, I was certainly getting goosebumps at the end of that cup final. I wouldn't say I was tearing up, but I was getting goosebumps looking at those fans and what it meant to them.
What, Palace?
Yes.
I was quite happy that Palace won.
I think everybody was, but even I was actually quite not just anti-Manchester City, just kind of. I mean, I was, love Eze obviously because he used to play for us, but the fact that it meant so much to those fans.
I totally agree with you. I was on a WhatsApp thread, and one of us said we're all Palace fans today, and he was absolutely right.
Cook is in, covers up, back to him for no run.
Also, I think they've got a reputation of being, as much as anyone can be, the sort of fans you'd want to have.
They're good enough eggs. They have they have this tifo thing that they play up a little bit, but at least it's different.
South London, isn't it? It's my manor.
Your manor.
It wasn't far from old Gorilla Towers, in fact.
No. A few of the spectators of this game looking less excited than Crystal Palace fans at the end of the cup final.
Yeah.
It was played out to backward point and there's no run.
Any thought that England would race through the Zimbabwe side, I guess, was a bit hopeful based on the track.
I mean, maybe this is why I was surprised when Hendo said hadn't played Zimbabwe at home in 20 years. It doesn't seem that long ago when we did beat them in 2 days, wasn't it? Bowled them out twice in the second day, or am I thinking of Ireland?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I think that's Ireland. I think that's much more recently. But Zimbabwe was 2003. It was Jimmy.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, driven hard by Raza, bounces up to Cox, gets a hand on it. Cook, sorry. Is there a bowler called Cox? Jordan Cox?
I don't think Jordan Cox bowls, does he?
No, maybe he's a batsman, yeah.
He was a batsman, and he was going to play in Kiwi Test series, wasn't he? But he got himself injured.
Yeah, and it's not a good thing to do when you get a sniff at an international chance, and you haven't got one since.
Excuse me. ODIs and did fuck all.
Well, at least he got the shirt. Cook comes in. Played into the leg side, poor throw, wicket keeper scampers after it, no doubt gives a glare to the errant fielder. It is a bit, mid-afternoon, we've all had some cookies and beer.
I've had a lot of cookies and some beer. Glucose overload, feeling quite nappy.
Bennett, though, is trying to psych himself off this 100, he's not on strike at the moment. Raza has been quite patient, he's on 1 off 11. But he's going to get some runs there. Too far onto leg stump, clipped down to long leg for a single.
It seemed to go right at the end as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
But right into the arc.
He's getting some late movement, Cook, but I think they're just sort of hanging back and waiting for it at the pace he's bowling, and it isn't giving them too much trouble. I think he's bowled more overs than Atkinson or Tongue so far.
He's going at 5 and over. If he gets a dot
Just
ball
about,
here.
Flashes at that one. Bennett, it just goes out to point. Duckett with the fielding. End of the over. And
he's going along at nearly a run of ball, isn't he?
He is 88 off 90. And Zimbabwe 166 for 3.
Scott Harrison says, what's Zimbabwe hope for in this game? To avoid the follow-on, take it into the 4th day. David Smout says, living the dream. Gary, having got in, he's making more and more comments. He says 215 in Pisa, 217 in Lucca. I refused 420 yesterday. But I don't know, these towers with steps you're referring to? I assume they are, Gary.
Yes.
And he adds, Selhurst Park is always noisy, nothing without the Wimbledon tendency, and the crowds are involved. They deserve their day. I think that is very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Bashir is in. Slightly opens the face for Raza. It still goes up to mid-off and there's no run.
Well, we had 20 entries for GPL today, ranging from 302 all the way up to 417.
Well, how many did England add this morning?
We came out 497 or 495, one of the other.
That's another 97, is it?
And to get through for a quick single, fired at the bowler's end, bounces up, and Bashir almost has to take evasive action. It beat Pope at short leg, and they very alertly realised that the square leg wasn't quite going to get there, and they got through for a single.
Yeah, so
Makes it about 265 at the moment, and plenty of time to go. So I'm thinking closer to 403. Bashir is in, tosses it up, driven nicely by Bennett out into the wide open spaces. But Atkinson is there to keep it to 1.
Atkinson hasn't bowled a second spell.
No, he hasn't. I'm sure he'll be next in line. They want to. It looks like they do want to give Bashir quite a long spell to get him into the groove. I mean, we can't look too far forward to the Ashes. They've got a big series against. Play what's in front of you first of all, and then a big series against India coming up. Down the track, fired back, and half a chance of caught bowled. And I think he did get a hand on it. Yes, he did. Dived across and maybe got 2 hands to it, Bashir. It looks like he's hit him on the ball of the thumb.
I think he's got blood coming out.
I think he's asking for some treatment. Down the track, it was certainly catchable. Oh, he's caught him on the end of the finger. You don't like that one. Looked like the end of the middle or the ring finger on his right hand. That being his bowling hand as well. He's holding it quite gingerly.
No, it's not bleeding.
Not quite Hendo's hand. He doesn't have to hold it above his head, I don't think.
I don't think Hendo has been holding it above his head most of the time. Has he? Needs some cold spray and that'll be fine.
He is going to go off and have some attention to that.
His bowling hand as well, though.
So someone else may need to finish the over.
No, I think that was the last ball.
No, 2 balls to go.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't hurt when you catch it, mate. I mean, cricketers all have knobbly fingers.
Yes.
I remember I played with a guy who was in his 70s and he was still playing. And if you looked closely at his hands, you really didn't want to. The fingers were going all over the place. Is Stokes going to finish the over, do we think? Or is he just pointing people around?
I think he's just pointing people around. I think he's just going to get some cold spray and finish off, isn't he?
Well, can you do that now? You want people to get through the overs?
I don't know.
I think Stokes is going to finish the over. Well, can he get through 2 balls without
breaking down?
Yes. He hasn't had a proper warm-up. He's taken his hat off, so it does look like his own hair, although I'm still not convinced.
Well, he's had a transplant, hasn't he?
It does look a bit odd.
Suppose he could bowl off spin.
He's put some lemon in it.
He must have put some lemon juice in it like Jason Donovan, yeah. He is going to bowl without much warm-up, so that might be a bit concerning. I'm sure this will be, pretty friendly. Pretty friendly. Outside off stump, and the batsman left it alone.
Nation holds its breath.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's bowled a no ball, so he's going to have to bowl an extra one. Out of practice, I guess. It's a free hit, right? No, it's not. Not in a test match.
It's a test match.
He's quite far over the line, yeah.
Stretching a little too far. That hamstring's been prepared quite well. It's quite stretchy.
Yeah. He's just got to get it to stretch back. Might be the problem. Does puff out a little bit there. Here he comes. He's certainly not at full speed. Oh, and he's got... no, he's dropped it!
Fucking
no
hell.
one was expecting that. You know what that reminded me of when Botham came back and bowled a huge dolly and went to slips and Lamb dropped it. Very similar. Basically, loosener pace from Stokes. The batsman, who was Bennett, who's on 89, or was it actually Raza, and they've changed strike?
No, it was Bennett.
No, it was Bennett on 89, just poked at it, and it went straight to Joe Root, who's on normal, and it's almost like catching practice. And has second slip gone his way a little bit?
They're quite close to each other, aren't they?
They are quite close, and Root, not straight to him, but he really should catch that with his eyes closed, and Stokes can't believe it, and he really can't believe it. I'm sure Root can't either, because he's taken about 150 slip catches in Test cricket.
He's dropped a fair few, to be fair to Rooty. He does drop some dollies, catches some
well,
blinders.
That really was a dolly. It almost was like so slow. He grabbed at it a bit quickly, I think. And Stokes this time has pulled up. So even though he's only supposed to bowl 2 balls, he's going to do 4 run-ups. I think he still can't believe that Joe Root dropped that one, and nor can I, to be honest.
That was an absolute dolly.
I really do think it came so slowly, he just couldn't believe how slowly it was coming. He sort of grabbed at it.
Yeah.
There's no easy slip catches, but I think that proved the opposite there.
Well, it did until he dropped it, yeah. Stokes gets that one onto the thigh pad. It's the end of 4 balls from Sikandar Raza and... Sikandar Raza, the batsman. 4 balls from Shoaib Bashir. 2 eventually from Ben Stokes, which were eventful enough. That's the end of an eventful over.
Oh, where'd you change, I think?
I'll just rattle through
how fast
these
it goes
last few
by.
comments, then switch off. Leah says, have you considered just putting your feet into a tub of cold water instead, Gary? Gelato seems a very expensive way to treat your feet. Suter Who says, here come the hamstrings. And he adds, this is idiotic. I think he's referring to bringing Stokes onto bowl at all, but he could equally have been referring to what happened a few seconds later.
I'm sure we'll hear about that momentarily.
I'm sure we will. Disinterested hand job puts it rather nicely. Shit drops wickets. And David Smoot says he's used Sun, which was popular in the 80s, I think referring to the product which is in Ben Stokes' hair. I am out of here.
Thank you, Forther. Can you tell me where we were up to on the socials?
Yes, the SUN, the Sun comment from David Smoot is the last one, which I think is the last one on YouTube.
Excellent, thank you very much.
And we have a change in bowling. This guy's coming on.
Gus, the hat-trick, there's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick, a bowling impresario.
And Atkinson's first ball's been left outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
What's Hendo doing? Has he gone to the loo or something?
He has.
Yeah, of course he has. I need to go for a piss too, but hey, we don't have to tell everyone that. Atkinson is coming in, second ball of the over. It's full and clipped nicely by Sikandar. It's been chased. I think that's Josh Tongue chasing it, isn't it? I think he thought for a minute there that it was gonna make it all the way to the boundary. He sort of slowed up chasing it, then realised, actually I can catch this, and therefore he did. Hello, Hendo.
Hello, Bear. Oh dear, so a couple of catches gone down in the last
When was the other one?
couple of overs. It was caught and bowled show.
Oh yeah, that's why he went off, isn't it? In the same over, in fact.
Oh yes, indeed.
That's a terrible fucking... I mean, we've seen him do it.
Seen Root do that
times,
a few times, haven't you? Yeah.
It's amazing. He catches on to some absolute blinders and then drops the sittiest of sitters.
Sittiest. I was going to... Yeah, that's the life of the slip fielder, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very much so. Atkinson is in. We're about the worst, aren't we, at slip catching, I think, in the Test Championship. That one is forced through the offside very nicely by Bennett. Up on his toes. Punches it square. There's no one out in the deep. He'll get himself 4 runs and he closes in on that Test ton, which he really shouldn't be getting because... Well,
run a ball as well, 95 and 95.
It's definitely that kind of a pitch, isn't it? Though? I mean, it's very friendly for batting. The outfield is quick.
If you put your mind to it, you knuckle down, the runs will come, won't they? It's not like you're having to make the play almost. Just let the ball come to you. And a couple of he's played some nice shots, let's be fair.
Yeah, he has. He's batted well. I'd never seen him before, so
me neither.
That one is timed nicely back down the ground. I mean, this is it. Basically, if you beat the infield, this reminds me of the day the Test against the Kiwis. Played back down the track. That's another 4 runs.
You're talking about when Bairstow
got out. The outfield on that Test was so quick. It was so hot, wasn't it, and dry, and the outfield was just ruthlessly quick.
Although that's the ball didn't go across it much.
No,
it was going in the air. From Bairstow. Oh, I miss Bairstow.
That one is.
Yeah.
There he is. That's his ton.
3 in a row.
Down,
well
3
done.
4s in a row. Cuts that one down past third man. Well, there isn't a third man.
Pleased for him.
He gets himself 4 more runs. And becomes
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Second 100 in 7 Test matches. It's a pretty good start to a Test career.
Yeah.
Indeed. He's now averaging 42.3.
He looks quite accomplished, doesn't he? Yeah, I mean, as you say, the pitch is not doing very much, but still got to do it.
Can he do what's in front of you? Is that out? No. It's cut hard, and a diving duck at a point grabbed hold of it, but it went too fast across the screen to see if it was aerial or not. but since no one went up in the air, I presume not. And just think, he would have been out on 91.
So Ravi Natarajan says, is this test match only 4 days?
Yep.
Not sure why the lead should only be 150 to enforce a follow-on. Well, that's the way it is. If it's 3 days, a follow-on comes down to 100, I think, doesn't it?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
But it's just a better chance of getting a result, I suppose. And then he says, holy shit, what a sight. The 3 originals at the one time doing commentary. Too bad it's not England versus Australia test match. I don't think I can claim to be an original in this context. Hendo and the Bear are definitely originals. In fact, they're sort of glued into originality in the history of guerrilla cricket.
Oh, that's beating the outside edge, and maybe he got a bit of edge back leg. So
Yeah.
hit him, I think, on an unprotected part of his back leg. Stokes has started well, I think.
He has, hasn't he? I think he did quite well there, Sikander, to get his back leg round, actually, as a second line of defence. Not sure it was going to hit or anything. It was going well over, and it was probably outside the line.
Someone's paused, though, haven't you?
But I have to say, Messi Jez has become a legend of guerrilla cricket, I have to say.
Yes, you have to be careful with legends.
Oh, what a ball! It's got him.
Caught behind. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I was just looking down at the screen. So he's come on. Stokes has had a drop and a catch in, 4 balls?
Yeah.
And with the one no ball in between. So the skipper does the skippery things and takes a wicket. And Sikander Raza, well, maybe now things will scoot along a little bit. We've got the top 6. We're out of top 6. We're on down to number 7.
No, we're down to number 6 now.
Oh, yeah, we are down
Fourth
to
wicket
number
down.
6. Can't count, can I?
No, that's a cracking ball.
Oh,
isn't
that
it?
was. It was gone off the seam a little bit, squared him up, taking the edge. Easily taken. So, well, he could have had 2 and 2. He could have been 7 down, 6 to 5 down.
Yeah. Well, I heard someone come on because I talked off air about, he'd 6 wickets in half an hour. I was kind of being tongue in cheek because I don't really want to see that, but it's what you've been kind of accustomed to at times.
There's a little bit of me who's a bit scared that if I'm not in on Sunday in the new setup, whether things will get on air. So there's a part of me definitely wants it over by tomorrow. Because the chances are I won't be able to do
Who
it.
has a wedding on a Sunday?
Presumably because it's a bank holiday weekend. And they're both of Asian descent, so maybe it's different over there, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it means less.
Is it a Sikh wedding?
No.
Okay.
She's from Indonesia, I think. She used to work with my missus, and her boyfriend's Chinese.
Okay. Messi.
So, Consider Who points out to Ravi that I'm Messi, not Tony, so not one of the originals. Scott Harrison says the scorecard now reads that Stokes has bowled an incomplete over. Anyone looking at the scorecard now will think
he's injured.
The worst.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Mog says, cop that, you England are hacks in relation to the century. And Steve Chilton says, 4 centuries in less than 2 days. O'Neill Harris says, hello, Messi, hello, Harris. Yeah, now you got me confused. I think you're Harris O'Neill.
It's no O'Neill Harris, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. You see, it's been so long we've been out of touch. And Alan Turfmore says, hello, Messi, UTC. Thank you, Alan. Zimbabwe fans in the Clark stand are having a ball, says Mayank.
Great.
We are enjoying the weather, and the weather is great. Hopefully Zimbabwe can now find a way to avoid the follow-on.
Well, Stokes is in to the new batsman, who I'm going to jingle up now as the ball is just played square on the leg side. It's Wesley Madevere. Madevere? I don't know.
Madevere, I think, yeah.
Wesley Madevere, jumping on a red we play it. Wesley Madevere,
Madevere. He was so squared up by that Sikander, wasn't he?
Wasn't he?
Extraordinary. He's facing completely front on by the time it takes the edge. He has to actually turn around and look over his left shoulder to see whether he was out or
he
not.
got a bit of movement off the seam there as well, didn't he? Off a decent length. I mean, that was it was a good ball. Down the leg side, down the arse this time though by Stokesy.
It just
keeper and there's no run.
He looks like he's got good rhythm, doesn't he?
Yeah.
His rhythm looks lovely. He's always quite an effortless bowler in terms of the way he looks, even though he does long spells. But he just looks, he's bowling at 85 with almost what looks like no effort.
He often gets
movement where others don't as well, and especially in the air as well.
Don't push your luck. Is all I can say. You know what Stokes
Save
can
it
do.
for India. Save it for the Aussies.
1 for 3 is Stokes. He's in. That's onto the pads. It's going to be leg buys.
Yeah.
Probably 4 of them.
All the way.
I'm not going to play a jingle for leg buys.
Hardly worth it.
No. 1 ball left in the over.
Very parsimonious with the jingles today. There.
Oh, the bear gets a bit like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I should mention, remind listeners that we are open to play jingles that are paid for via Super Chat. We're very, very willing to sell our jingle time. So if you send in a Super Chat with a particular jingle that hasn't been banned because of copyright, we are happy to play it.
Yes.
That's a good point. I mean, you could have the Summit one. That's a beauty.
Well, Madavari sort of defends that massive gap between bat and pad, and not very straight bat, but gets enough on it to get inside edge onto his pad. Ends the over, 191 for 4 after 39. I went under 215.5, didn't I? That was the line at the bookies and the evens.
Said you should have gone over. Steve Chilton says they need another 228 runs, Mike, to avoid the follow-on.
It's got a big effort from here, isn't it?
Mike says, Messi, are you in London Monday? I am. I have been enlisted into the army of hendos that are dominating Wembley, as Wimbledon will crush Paul Walsall in the Division 2 playoff final at Wembley on Monday afternoon at 3 p.m.
3:01 p.m.
3:01 p.m. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I might even be early. I doubt it.
Are you optimistic for that one, Hendo?
I'm never optimistic, you know.
Would
me
that put
better.
you up? Would that mean you're up in the Championship?
No, League One.
League One.
Back to League One again. I mean, last time we were in League One, we weren't great. We were always down near the bottom.
Okay. Driven by Bennett up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I argued, but I discussed with various other fans on the forum that actually what we wanted for this year was not necessarily to get promoted, because there are enormous costs that come with that, and we can't fill the stadium up much more. We're getting near, or 87%, 80%, 90% of capacity anyway. So you can't make much more money on the gate. I'll come back to that.
You need TV money. That's driven handsomely
Beautiful
by Bennett.
Shot.
Out through the covers. Well, he scored 7 out of 191. Could do with getting him out, really. But anyway, that one's gone for 4.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So basically, I was saying to other people, actually, the kind of best scenario for us is to get to the playoff final, make the money from the playoff final, so we have more money to pay off the debt on the ground, and not go up. But now, of course,
bit hard to cheer for that.
Now,
it is hard for that.
Yeah,
It is,
exactly.
yeah.
You can't cheer to lose. Bennett clips that to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder, though. There's no run.
Yeah, but you have to understand that what you say in a moment of,
Peak.
control, complete peak control and sense is not the same thing that you say when you get to a playoff final and you're there.
Yes.
So, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
I
mean, there would never be a Wimbledon game where you would not be wanting them to win.
No, of course not.
Oh, fucking filthy shot from Bennett there. I don't know what he was trying.
That was a bit
Big hoik
wild,
into the
wasn't
leg
it?
side. Massive wild swing. Could have got anything on it, but he didn't get nothing on it. And it goes through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and there's no run.
But you might argue that, oh my goodness, not Fred's turned
here.
up.
Fred's turned up.
God, how did he get up the stairs? You might argue that even though it's a relatively inexperienced England attack, it's still a pretty good one, and it's a better one than the Zimbabwe attack.
Through to the keeper. No run. Left alone by Bennett.
So Bennett getting 107 off 103 balls is a pretty darn good effort.
Yeah, very much
I
so.
agree, yes.
I mean, I don't know whether he's maybe played any league cricket in England. I mean, a lot of Southern Africans do, don't they?
Yeah.
As do Aussies and Indians.
Come and play in the Surrey leagues or the Yorkshire leagues, Lancashire leagues. I mean, some good sides at the top end of those and the Premier Leagues of all those counties. So.
Oh goodness, yeah, absolutely.
You get a good standard of cricket, not international, but there's some very good players. Atkinson in, beautifully driven. It's very full though. I mean, I think they're striving to get it up there because
maybe it's the only way you're going to get wickets, and it's pretty dead short, isn't it? You're not really getting a massive amount of lift. That one's driven up past the bowler anyway, and it's gone all the way down the boundary for another fucking 4.
And you're only saying that because of your 215 or under, aren't you? I'm actually just enjoying it. It's good. I wanted to see a bit of competitivity from the Zimbabweans, especially when when England had 498 for 3, was it, at the end of the day, and everyone was saying that actually Zimbabwe's bowling is better than their batting. You start, oh my God, what's going to happen? I don't think they'll save the follow-on, to be honest, but they're making a good fist of it. Much better than I expected.
Would England force the follow-on now if they have been out in the field all day today? I suppose if they bowled them out right at the end of the day, they might go, okay, we'll follow on them because we'll get a night's rest. And
I think
come
it's
back tomorrow.
because it's a 4-day test. They probably will.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I forgot about that. That one, Madaveri gets a little squared up, plays it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, if anyone knows anything about the background of Brian Bennett, who we imagined perhaps playing in the Sunshine special of BBC TV circa 1978 in the Big Top.
And being drummer for the Shadows.
Oh, and being drummer for the Shadows, yeah.
Well, Stokes has got the most swing and the most seam movement out of all England's bowlers, and he's coming on the 40th over.
He wouldn't have brought himself on, would he?
No, probably
had it not
not.
been the problem
with Stokesy, once he gets on, he can't stop himself. That one is short and goes over the head. Mind you, he'll get stopped by T, won't he? At least he'll get a break. Through the keeper, and there's no run, which is in, 13 minutes? So we're getting another 3 or 4 overs?
I don't really think you can call T a break. I never felt T was a break. Especially if, if you've been fielding for 2.5 hours, like in club cricket, and a scorching hot day. And
you had to go out
and if you're going out in the batting,
yeah, well, that's not really a break.
I know some people used to take their tea and hide it in their bags, but I never wised up to that until I was quite old.
Oh, you eat the first plate and then you hide the second plate.
Oh, right, okay. What you do?
Defended into the leg side and there's no run. Out to mid wicket. It depended really on the quality of the tea. There were some fantastic teas.
Yeah, there were some tremendous.
Really awful. Ours was never particularly any good.
I think it's an absolute tragedy. Well, a relative tragedy that teas are not necessarily a nailed-on provision these days.
Are they?
I don't know about the top levels of club cricket, but certainly in certain levels of it, it's not.
I was at Easton Cricket Club a couple of weeks ago. Hold on.
Stokes is in, left alone by Manaveri, through the keeper, no run.
Speaking to the club president, Easton is a very interesting ground because the slant on the pitch is somewhere.
Is that the one you put on the WhatsApp group?
Yeah, about 10%.
Wow.
And so the opening batter was telling me that you can never get out LBW at this end if you know how to play. But they were telling me that they only do teas on Sundays now. The Saturday games never have afternoon
but
teas.
Saturdays probably league games, and you want tea in a more prestigious game.
It's shocking. It's shocking that
it is shocking. There were some fantastic
What's
teas.
the world coming to?
You went down to places like Dorking and around there.
Yeah.
Out in the Surrey Burbs, they really put on a spread. That one is defended, rises a little bit. Madaveri is not particularly tall. Bottom hand comes off the bat and defends it out to mid wicket.
He's sort of Duckett size, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's a bit taller.
Maybe
than
a tiny
Duckett.
bit taller than Duckett.
But not hugely.
I mean, I suspect that some of it is to do with the. It's very controversial. You just can't find
tea ladies.
Tea ladies, yeah.
Well, exactly. The ones who did ours used to basically buy a load of fucking grey beige shit from Sainsbury's or Tesco.
Oh, well, I mean, I think if you want to know about afternoon teas, talk to Annie. She's in a...
Oh, that's a cracking delivery from Stokes. Gets that to... I don't know if he put a little bit of off break on it. It seemed to come back a mile.
Yeah.
And then caught the inside edge of Madaveri's bat, and he's pulled it back onto his stumps. Stokes is destroying the Zimbabweans, showing his real bowlers. Well, he's the bowler with the most caps in the side, I suppose. If you
I
genuine
suppose,
all-rounder.
Yeah, true.
Showing the boys how it's really fucking done. And we have to say goodbye to the batter.
Oh, that's done a bit.
I'm still on run of 215.
Well, this is what getting off the booze for 5 months does for you.
Well, actually, I think there's an interesting point there because that took a little bit off the surface of the pitch. It came back. I would say it was seam. Didn't detect any sort of rotation of the
looked
wrist.
like he put a little bit of off tweak.
Do you
on
think
it,
so?
Yeah, it did. But I mean, I'm saying it probably didn't. But I mean, it moved like it had.
It moved enough to think that, and it went a long way. And we just before lunch, when Andy and I were on, we were talking about a couple of balls had taken something out the top of the pitch. And this is something that you get, and you'd get it a lot in club cricket. This is where you get when you get very dry pitches.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't want to see it on the second day. You know, that's a worry for Zimbabwe, and I could see them capitulating from here, definitely.
Sidahu says better testing a no-bear Sunday during a Zimbabwe test than an Indian test.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Jeff Perkins says, Messi, I thought you counted as an original due to original sin and being cast out of England. George McPherson's with us. He says, time to get Bennett out. He's bringing Zimbabwe back into the game. Bowlers need to be more aggressive. Would be nice to get them to follow on. I missed you yesterday, George. There was nothing negative going on for England to tweet about us.
Is that George McPherson?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Leah says, I think...
No, it's a bit wobble seam. Yeah, it's caught the seam.
I think Steve Chilton suffers from the same terrible curse as myself. Fat thumbs and small phone disease.
That is significant movement, that. It really is.
It's come back a long, long way.
I mean, the only way he was going to get out of that was to get on the front foot.
Well, the other thing was, I suppose, play with it. He doesn't play with a straight bat, doesn't he? His
No,
bat
but
comes down at an angle.
he's kind of got caught in two minds, hasn't he, a little bit?
New batsman, but that's not the new batsman because that will be Bennett, who clips that sweetly out to forward deep mid wicket. And I don't see who that's at. Calm it down over there, will you?
Oi! Oi!
Keep the voices down. You're quite loud. You don't have to be so boisterous.
It's happy. We're all happy to be back together.
We are happy to be back.
We do have a super chat to celebrate.
Yay!
Yay! Oh, I can give a jingle for that. We haven't had one of us for a while. It's one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
After this ball, Atkinson in on the back foot. Bennett punches that out to backward point. He's still serenely going along. Should have been out on 91, but hey. And Stokes would have had 3 then. Gets himself a single.
Frank Rockefeller has very kindly sent us US $20.
Wow.
Says
Thank
more
you.
of this Mickey Mouse money. Holding on to the Zimbabwe stuff might be worth something. Congratulations, Centurion Zimbabwe. Thank you so much, Frank.
It's our man Seeger. And he has a jingle that goes like this.
It's got to be Sci-Fi Seeger. He does his best work at night. And when he slides up to you on the dance floor, Mr. Seeger will make you swoon.
Do we know something about him being a bit of a sort of night-clubbing kind of guy?
No.
Talk about the dance floor.
No idea. No idea. Defended out to the offside by Seeger.
Well,
first ball. No
We've got
run.
a Sega. We should have an Atari and a Nintendo.
Yeah, exactly. An Xbox and a PlayStation.
I mean, the thing about Atkinson today, okay, he's not had a lot of bowling this year. Should have probably had a bit more with Surrey, to be honest. But, he's coming back. He had that incredible year, didn't he? Incredible first 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't very good in ODIs.
No, it's terrible. Well, that's what I was going to come on to.
Clipped out to mid wicket and there's no run.
I mean, you really struggle at the Champions Trophy and in those one days in India. He looked to lost confidence, and he's actually gone at the best part of 7 runs per over here. But it isn't his pitch, is it? You get him on one that's got a little bit of juice in it. And
Well, I mean, I was led to believe he was fast, but he's not fast.
he's not particularly fast, no. I mean, he's tall. I suppose he maybe gets it to rise a bit more than you might expect.
He's a bit pterodactyl when he comes in, a bit Morning Morkel.
Well, I think he might have learnt from Morning Morkel when he was at Surrey. I think he might have picked it up from him a bit.
Okay.
It's just a theory, but I don't know.
Seeger defends the next ball. Square on the offside. There is no run. How long have we got till 2? We've got another over after this one, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Might get 2 in.
5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Is everything still running a minute late?
I don't know.
Could be. It's a glorious day at Trent Bridge, and I think in a way the crowd have seen a better day's cricket than yesterday.
They were just blatting it about yesterday, weren't they? That one rises a little bit on Seager. Looks like he may have caught his bottom hand because he's shaking it a little bit. Drops into the slips, no run. End of the over, 202 for 5.
Dara wants to know whether you're going to the Liverpool parade there.
No.
He's never been to Liverpool.
He's not,
I have been
he's
to
not.
Liverpool.
He's not a parade sort of bloke. Suda says COVID times was very much bring your own teas, but most leagues are back to the norm now.
Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good to hear.
And he said, yes, that was wobble scene. Gary Naylor of this parish says Stokes can get more from any surface because he bowls from 11 o'clock. The arm well past the perpendicular.
Yeah,
Makes
it's
a
true. He
difference.
does do that.
And Leah says, couldn't Wimbledon just institute a 5 Bovril minimum at home game? And what does that mean?
5 Bovril minimum. Bear.
Just defending the onside, and there is no run.
Well, I'm guessing she's talking about raising money. We all
also
drink.
raise the price of the imitation beef teas.
I mean, no one ever drinks Bovril anywhere else but football matches. And probably less so now because it's all corporate entertainment, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, the
alcoholic Bovril is a fearsome thought.
Jeez. That would be, that would be extraordinary.
Stokes is coming in.
Oh,
flashed that. No need to play it out from Bennett. It was well wide. I guess he was on 114 trying to drive it through the offside, but could have quite easily got a little nick through the keeper, but he didn't, and there's no run.
Well, I kind of glanced up at that moment, and for a moment I didn't see that. I thought must be Seager who played that shot. Bennett, perhaps with nerves, but that was a really poor shot from Bennett, and he's lucky to get away with it. And he needs to. Stay out there. You've got to keep going, hasn't he? Last thing now, with this sort of little rush of wickets, he doesn't want to give it away himself.
Stokes is in. That's a beautiful drive straight back down the ground. No need to run for that. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's another 4 runs. It's raining boundaries today.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Now that's much more the kind of shot we want to see from Brian Bennett.
Yeah, his straight drives are glorious, actually.
He seems to be very good at the straight drive. Also, off the back foot, drive, or the back. I mean, doesn't even have to drive it on this pitch; just times it.
Short. Ducks underneath Bennett, through the keeper, and there is no run.
So you need Zimbabwe out for lose their last 5 wickets for 9 runs. Don't need to win your bet.
Yeah, don't think that's going to happen. Never know. Not if Bennett's next wicket, it's a possibility. But if Bennett's not out.
Yeah.
Presumably if there's a wicket now, they go for T, don't they?
I would think so.
Yes, definitely.
Although it's 39, it's not 40, so maybe not. Stokes in anyway. That one comes back again into Bennett too. Gets on his toes and punches it out to cover, and there is no run.
But that might be the difference actually between Madaveri. Relatively new to the crease. Hasn't really felt the ball in the bat at all, and he gets caught in no man's land, and the ball jags back. I don't think that one jagged back as significantly, but he got quickly onto the back foot and he played it with a straight bat.
Yeah.
Lovely technique.
All right. Well, this should be the last. According to my clock, it's just ticked over to 40. And there could be another over after this. Stokes is in. It's full. It's driven by Bennett. He's going to get 4 more up past mid-off. This outfield is really quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice to see. Better than these slow, pissy outfields that goes nowhere.
Well, do you remember last year? Was it an early test match against West Indies when Ben Duckett, I think, hit 6 4s and an over off Jaden Seals? And Jaden Seals came into that test as a sort of really highly rated bowler, and he just couldn't get it right. But they've got. It's another of those grounds with a big square, so the ball flies across the outfield.
Well, remarkably, Bennett has hit 24 fours in his 122. Which is quite
so
extraordinary.
that's what 96 runs.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
96 runs in 4. That's quite impressive. Well, that's T. Zimbabwe trail by 355. They are 210 for 5. Brian Bennett's 122. Next highest score was Craig Irvine, 42. Not a lot from anyone else. Sean Williams, 25. England 5-6-5 for 6 declared. So, England massively in a box seat.
355 ahead, another 155. I think it's going to be an effort for them to save the follow-on. Whether England, I guess it's how quickly England get those wickets, whether they enforce the follow-on or might have something to do with that. Don't you need to get off and get ready to put on a podcast, Bear? We'll keep.
I do a few messages.
We'll do some messages.
Scott Harrison says not having tees will put me off playing.
Yeah,
I know a few leagues and teams that never went back to tees.
Yeah, I think that's right.
How does that work? And umpires and scorers, not even a brew and a sticky.
I think people bring their own teas now, or but not even getting a cup of tea.
It's a social event, and that sort of takes part of it away. Umbre Nuevo says, silly point of fact, Bovril contains real beef again.
Way.
Gary Naylor says, I made a vegetarian tea once, grumbles until they tasted the tortilla and potato salad with mushrooms and chives, fruit salad and tiramisu. That sounds the worst tea ever.
Oh, God, I thought when you said a vegetarian tea, I thought you meant a vegetarian cup of tea.
That's
and I was trying to work in that out.
Okay, we're off. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Something like that. See you soon.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
So if you have it, it's Fairfield Books, Cricket Changed My Life, 11 personal journeys. It's at all good bookstores. You will find it.
And the bad ones.
Good book.
Well, everywhere. And Amazon. Where are you
buying black market
ranked on Amazon?
Copies.
I've no idea. I don't look at Amazon, so I've no idea.
Okay. I buy everything from fucking.
Do you remember
Amazon.
dodgy videos?
Well,
you used to get dodgy videos that being copied off copies. People are buying photocopies in markets that's being sold as the original
bad
version.
bookshops.
Yeah. The videos
available at all bad bookshops.
The videos filmed from the back of the Chinese cinema. Yeah.
But it has our endorsement, and not just because it's St. Annie, but because it is a crackingly good read. So
thank you.
There you go. Right, shall we talk about? Well, we are, as you've probably heard, about to go back to start our venture in our new, spanking new studio. It literally is brand new. The Bear is still putting in poles to hang lights from 2 days
trying to get
before.
up green screens, and I still got to plug up all the computers and the audio. But we're on air on Thursday.
But assuming that actually goes okay,
you can do it, Bear.
I
if
can do
anyone
it.
can.
The plugging up, I'm not really worried about. It'll take a good 3 or 4 hours, but it's not. It's getting everything else ready, really.
Yeah.
Assuming and hoping that goes okay, we're going to be covering England and Zimbabwe. In fact, I'm sure probably by the time you listen to this, it may very well be during lunch of England and Zimbabwe.
Although it's of course the international cricket season about to start, and the weather's about to change, and it might well rain.
Yeah, it's due to rain. Yeah, it's due to rain on Saturday.
Yeah.
Well,
you'll probably be over by then, though.
Well, okay, let's start there then. Okay. Yeah, the form book. Well, let's face it, England's most recent form has not been
It's
brilliant
been
summer.
dreadful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all been white ball, really, though, hasn't it? I mean,
last 2 Test series, reverse in Pakistan, 1 in New Zealand, but lost the last Test. And if you look at Zimbabwe, what have they got? They've won 1.
They beat Bangladesh away, didn't they?
Their last 8, but they did win in Bangladesh.
They haven't been to England for about
April.
20 odd years, have they?
2003.
Peace streak. And the flowers probably back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly the era that you're
Peace Streak and the Flowers. That sounds like a band, doesn't it?
It's great. It's a real sort of psychedelic late 70s band.
And that was probably the best team they've ever had, isn't it? Really? I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it wasn't a bad team. They had a couple of weak links back in those days, but it was pretty competent.
Yeah.
Pretty much downhill since then.
Football, it has its ups and downs. There's the players who kiss the badge and kiss the club goodbye, right after you've splashed out £100 to get their name on your kit. And the A-list striker who always sticks it in row Z. The good news is the Ladbrokes ACCA gives you auto insurance, free bets back and big odds boosts. So whatever else lets you down, it won't be your ACCA. It's a gaffer of an ACCA from Ladbrokes.
18 plus, online and mobile. Minimum odds apply. Maximum 1 to 3 £10 free bets per customer per day. Up to £50 of boosted odds. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. BeGambleAware.org. Take time to think.
But yes, so the form book 100% says it should be a walk in the park or along the Trent for England. But I just think they might have enough about them. I mean, yeah, they lost to the professional cricketing county cricketers team, but it went the full 4 days, and they had players who did make six, but he insists he's 6'8". I wouldn't bloody argue with him, I've got to be honest.
I would never reach.
In fact, if the Bear had him this afternoon, he definitely won't need me to hole in a seam.
It'd be very handy by the sound of it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's over here. Why didn't you ask him?
I'll just give him a quick call. Hey, blessing.
Blessing, bit of light exercise before Thursday's game. What was that? There's some gorgeous stat. I've got to find it now. First player to get 3 sixfers in a row since I think George Lohman at the turn of the century, and somebody else. It is an absolutely fascinating stat.
But you can't remember it exactly.
Well, I will. I'll let you to talk about your views of this game coming up, and I'm going to find that stat because it tickled me when I read it.
Okay.
But Bear and Annie, have a little think.
We'll have a little chat. I want to say, Bear,
discuss that it isn't necessarily going to be a walkover.
Well,
there you go. Give us reasons to think it won't be.
I'll give you a reason why it will be, but okay.
Why? Go on then.
Well, I just think teams like Zimbabwe, I think when they come up against very high quality bowling attacks, and I guess this might be the thing, is we've got a fairly newish bowling attack, but I just think they'll struggle against the top. I think the batting is where they'll struggle. They may well be able to compete with a little bit of bowling. I mean, I don't know much about their bowling. I don't know how fast Blessing bowls and stuff, and you don't necessarily need to do really, really pacey. But again, it's the competition against really top level competition.
Yeah, it does make a difference. Yeah.
It makes a massive difference. We've seen it with other teams that come over here. Teams struggle against the moving ball. It's going to be a duke, so they probably won't play much against that. I don't know what they use in Zimbabwe, to be fair. But you just think that if, for example, I see if England win the toss, they'll bowl. And if they bowl and they get 2 or 3 quick wickets, and I can quite happily see Zimbabwe being about 20.
Who are the bowlers in the side? They've got Sam Cook, haven't they?
They got Sam Cook. I'm interested to see him.
He will play.
Yeah, I hope he does, because I think that's a really good opportunity for him.
Gus Atkinson will be back.
Yeah, well, yeah, he looked good against Somerset.
We've got, what's his name? Our spinner.
What's his name?
Bashir. That's it, show him.
Who hasn't played for Somerset this season?
Well, of course. I mean, this is the thing,
isn't
it?
Nanny? I thought he'd been sent off somewhere.
He went
else
on loan to Glamorgan for a couple of, but he was back, a month ago. Hasn't played.
Hasn't played. I mean, he's a bit of a.
Right, here we go. I found
this amazing stat.
This amazing stat. Yeah, here it is. In the first 3 innings, in 4 Test appearances in 2025, he's taken 26 wickets at 18.5. In the first 3 of those matches, he claimed 6 for 95 against Afghanistan, 7 for 58 against Ireland in Bulawayo, and 6 for 37. This is a quick bowler in Bangladesh. 6 for 73 against Bangladesh in Sylhet, making him the first pace bowler to take hauls of 6 wickets plus wickets in 3 consecutive tests since Malcolm Marshall in 1988.
Who was Malcolm Marshall playing against? It wasn't Afghanistan, Ireland and Bangladesh.
All right. The only other quick bowlers to achieve that feat
it's still an achievement.
It's still an achievement.
George Lohman, who of course played for England, and Tom Richardson, which must have been again late 19th century. So I think I think they've got 1 or 2 quite interesting players when you look down that Zimbabwe lineup. You got Craig Irvin, who's been around forever. Didn't have a great game against the professional cricket select team. Brian Bennett, I think, did make a few runs and took some wickets. You've got Ben Curran playing for them.
Yeah, no, that's interesting, isn't it? I'd like to see how he gets on.
Yeah, I think Nick Welch definitely made a few runs. He made 87, I think, if I look down that list.
It's good to see, isn't it, that we're playing Zimbabwe, but why just one test and why 4 days? I mean,
well, that's an interesting question.
It's
What
probably
do you reckon to that?
Well, it's just a stop, isn't it, to the international cricket community? Probably. Haven't played them for exactly that, however many years.
Yeah.
Or is it just commercial realism? We did it to Ireland, don't forget, at Lords.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ireland in return said, we're much more focused on the World T20 and we don't see this as particularly a high-profile game anyway. And then got tonked.
I'm sure Zimbabwe do, and I think they'll, playing at Lords is always, highlight for a lot of people in their international cricket careers. And there's no reason why we shouldn't play them. But I mean, this is the problem with the World Test Championship, isn't it? I mean, if you've got 11 teams and you're never playing against anything, is it really a championship? It's the big question. It's all going to be supposedly changed, but now we've got the BCCI in charge of world cricket, essentially at the ICC, and who knows what the fuck will happen.
I feel like I'm in a time warp, Annie, every time I sit at this bar in the Bishop and Bear.
Yep.
Well, somehow, at some point, we'll get
the
back
ICC
to
comes on.
That very
wow,
subject.
I mean, it's getting worse, isn't it? I mean, now Jay Shah's in charge of the ICC, and someone else from the BCCI has taken up the commercial role or something, as far as I can see. I can't remember who it is, but it seems that way.
I'm looking down their lineup, and I think yes, all the smart money, of course, is on England, and I think the 4-day argument, I don't feel that strongly about it. Only because I just think it's possibly commercially realistic. Better to have a showcase game to start the summer off. That is of interest. It
just feels a bit patronising.
A little bit, and I do see that argument, but I also see the commercial side. For what it's worth,
I'm not a commercial person, you see.
Yeah, well,
Well, if I ask you how many books have you sold so far, I bet you know.
I don't
the answer to
know.
that.
No idea.
Well, there you go.
No idea.
I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to completely roll over. I do think England will win. I think there might be some surprises along the way, and I think it's going to be interesting who England select. And I do hope we do see the likes of Sam Cooke, because we've been angling for him for a while.
What are bowling options?
Well, we'll have a look, shall we?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to go on.
What I want to know is whether James Rew's going to play. I doubt it very much.
Ooh,
James Rew.
I'd quite like to see him. I mean, shouldn't they try some of these?
Oh, yeah, well, I would have thought so, but I mean, he's in the squad, but
have a look at the squad.
Well, that's exactly what I'm literally about to have a look at.
England.
So you were talking about bowling options. You've got Josh Tongue, Bashir, Matthew Potts, Sam Cooke, Gus Atkinson.
Well, presumably they choose,
and of course Ben Stokes.
Well, it's 4 out of 5 of those, isn't it? So only one of them's going to miss out.
I hope it's not Sam Cooke. I really hope it's not.
I hope it's not Sam Cooke.
For me, that'll be between Potts and Cooke, won't it? Really? I think Josh Tongue with a pace, they'll go for him.
Well, Potts has had his chance. Let's give Sam Cooke a chance.
Well, that's what I mean, but I kind of feel a bit bad for Potts because he hasn't done that bad when he's been in the side recently. But he always seems to be a nearly man. Obviously, Ben Stokes will be a fifth bowler. And of the batsmen, they're probably going to... Well, Crawley's going to keep his space somehow.
Well, he's good at golf, apparently.
And he's rich. So he'll open with Duckett. Presumably, Pope goes back to number 3. Root 4. Root 5. Which is 5 out of what? How many have you got there? 5 out of 8. So you only need 1, which is 6, which is probably Jamie Smith, isn't it? So therefore, Jordan Cox and James Rew miss out.
Yeah, I would have thought
Cox is
that.
out anyway.
Yeah, Cox is out.
He's withdrawn.
Yeah,
okay, so James Rew misses out. I'd quite like to see him. He's a wicket-keeper batter, isn't he?
Another one. Yeah, England like them.
Yeah.
A big hitting wicket-keeper batter. From
where does he plays for... He's your Somerset boy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, and his brother played in the counties select, captained by Middlesex's Josh De Cares, aka Mike Ather's son.
Mike Ather's son. What's he like as a keeper?
He's not bad at all. Apparently his brother's probably slightly better. He's not bad. He's very athletic, but he's an excellent bat. I mean, it's got what is it? 5. He's got 10 centuries already, and he's only 21. Yeah,
that's pretty good. I'd quite like to see it. I'd quite like to have a look at him. I mean, it does give you an opportunity to give some of these guys a go, doesn't it, against a team like that? I mean, the bowling. When you look at that bowling attack, it's bloody inexperienced, really.
Yeah, it is really. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Interestingly, so I saw an argument that possibly don't yet discount a potential Jimmy Anderson return.
yes, I saw that. Yeah.
No fucking no.
Whether
He
or
got
not
a couple
that's-
of wickets yesterday, didn't he? But
I'm not sure. What I do think is encouraging, Annie, is that someone like Sam Cooke, for so long, it's all been about pace and bounce, and he's sharp, but he's not super quick, is he, Sam Cooke? So for so long the argument's been it doesn't really matter what you do in county cricket.
As long as you're fast.
It's are we able to hone you to bowl quickly in Australia?
Yeah.
That being the only criteria.
That's all that matters.
Well, exactly.
And yet they've got Sam Cooke in, which I think is
yeah, it's a good sign.
Well,
it's exactly what you want to see.
Things seems to be changing a little bit in Australia, don't they? The pitches seem to be more competitive. They've changed the balls, so it's a bit more competitive and
slightly prouder seam on the
and it lasts a bit longer.
We all like a proud seam.
We do like
absolutely,
a proud seam.
and therefore, I mean, we saw in the India-Australia series last year. I mean, it weren't particularly high-scoring games, were they? I mean, wickets were tumbling a lot on both sides, so there might be an opportunity for someone who's just a bit of a nibbler.
Yep.
Going out there.
Well, so we are going to be on air anyway, don't forget.
Hopefully.
Yes. Bang, well, hopefully.
Yeah, well, hopefully, yeah.
We get on air because of the bear or not, brackets, but I'm pretty sure confident we are.
If we can't get hold of Bear, he's under a pole somewhere.
He's under a pole. Yes. We were going to talk about a few other things, but I think time will have beaten us, so it is time to call last orders. Annie would have drunk probably her 4th or 5th rum by now.
Yeah, it was good.
I've just been refilling them without telling her.
Nice island, this one, isn't it?
It is. I'm going for a swim now.
It's going to be fun. There was something else I was going to say, but it's gone out of my head. So, yes. Annie, have you been, very quickly, Annie, you've been keeping up your Somerset duties?
Yep.
Despite all this celebrity that you're enjoying?
Oh, I am a bit too famous now, but I've been doing. I did the third voice for Somerset this last round, which was
fantastic.
Lovely. Yep.
Very good. Unfortunately, I haven't been going to Middlesex, and I've been missing it. I am going to go to the Kane Williamson press conference, though. Get a chance to meet Kane.
Yeah.
My guerrilla cricket guy, so I'm going to do that.
Great.
Next week.
Good move.
Otherwise, circumstances have kept me out the game for a little while, but hopefully I will be working my way back.
Good.
That's we will see you for sure on Thursday. Annie, it has been a delight it's always a delight to have you either on the show or in the pub.
Are you going to mosey into the studio at any point this summer?
I really, really hope so. I don't know at the moment, but yeah.
So we're coming back onto the field of play after tea, and I can tell you that England are very keen to get Zimbabwe dismissed this evening. They're currently 210 for 5, with Brian Bennett on 122 not out, which has been very impressive. I'm sitting here waiting for Will to join me and for Hendo to reappear in his ball-by-ball position, which is his divine spot. We appear to have lost him down the back of the sofa, but we've dug him out. Here he comes. All right, no, you got to be on the wheels of steel. The first over after tee is to be bowled by Sam Cook. So, change is coming.
Thank you very much, Bear. It's bought me a peach-flavoured beer, a Juba. I quite like them. They're nice. They're nice. Reminds me of Belgian beer with a little bit of fruit in it. Trying to be fruity is Sam Cook coming in and bowling the first ball of the final session of the day. Still in bright sunshine in Nottingham. And although his figures may not look that great, he's gone at 5 and over, Cook. I think he's bowled reasonably well. Once he pulled his length back, I think it was understandable. He tried to bowl quite full early on to see if there was any swing. Then when he came round the wicket to the left-handers, he managed to get a bit of nibble. He got a wicket. And then, strangely, in the mid-afternoon, he got a little bit of... Well, I say a little bit. He got some quite significant swing from time to time. Was that? It might have been just before lunch. I can't really remember. Outside the stump, too wide, left alone by Seager, who is the Zimbabwe wicketkeeper, and he's just come to the crease shortly before tea. Zimbabwe lost 3 quickish wickets to the likes of Stokes, really, who took over from Shoaib, who had put down a caught and bowled chance and had to go off for injury, but Stokes came on and bowled really well. Picked up a couple. I've got to let Will in. Someone's got to let Will in.
Will's in.
Oh, Will's in. Hello, Will.
I'm here.
Will.
Hiya. How's it going?
It's going well, but are you cold? You've got your hood up.
Oh, I didn't actually know I had.
Well, he looks as if he's in the vacuum of space, so it would be cold.
That's true. It's out in the depths of the universe. Or Bath, as they call it.
Oh, boom, boom.
The depths of the universe. It is Bath. I know, man. Bath's lovely, isn't it? In comes Cook.
Yeah.
3 slips, waiting, and he bowls, and it's driven, but without a great deal of timing. Got the impression that he hit it quite low on the bat. Didn't find the middle. There is no run as it goes up to mid-off. Will, how are you? Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like you're coming to Wembley on Monday, then.
I don't think I can,
shame.
because I have basically got a load of hospital appointments.
Oh, God.
Somebody's got to keep the hospital going. You're doing your bit.
Yeah, I mean, I am basically just like a one-man neuro department at this point.
Oh. Now, there is late swing into the pads of Seager, who's unable to lay bat on it because of the movement, but it was going down the leg side, well down the leg side. It's not as if there are quite a lot of people keeping the hospitals going, aren't there, at the moment, including me.
Yeah,
including me with my trigger finger.
Well, Muttley says he and Will between them are propping up the NHS.
I've got a video I saw on Facebook that it's Muttley's birthday very soon. Tucked away behind square on the onside. They'll get the first single to Seager, and the first single since tea. End of the over, just the one from it. 211 for 5. Messi.
Leah says hello, Will. Kieran
hello.
Roseblade just before lunch says this Bennett chap is quite good. I think he's very good. I wouldn't be surprised if he was England's number 3 next year. And Messi in the flesh, what a great day. Thank you, Kieran. Speaking of in the flesh, I had the lovely opportunity to have lunch with Will at a very nice pub called the Packhorse just outside Bath last week, and recorded an interview with him, which hopefully will be cut to shape by the time of the World Test Championship. We might be able to play some of that in a break or two.
I didn't know, Will, that you'd done a bit of stand-up. I didn't. That's become latterly news to me. I know you mentioned the fact that you could get in touch with a couple of comedians that I was mentioning, and I thought, how do you know these people? And then I realised you'd done a bit of stand-up. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Quite a lot.
Oh, right, okay. Tongue it is. That's a wide, wild loosener from the quick bowler, who's bowled quite nicely today. Got up to 90 miles an hour several times. Do you still do any now, or have you retired?
So basically, I started when I was about 18 and went through until I had a load of brain surgery and basically lost my short-term memory.
Oh god.
Which meant that it wasn't so much I couldn't remember the jokes, it's that I couldn't remember whether I'd told the jokes.
Oh god. This is forced up to middle. That in itself is quite a good joke, in a strange way. But yeah. Oh god. I always look at these guys, or some of the really, really good guys, especially if they've got sort of kind of set pieces that they string out, and I just think, how do you keep that in your head? I suppose it's an element of it is that you've got to have the confidence. So if you've got the confidence, if you're nervous, it must be really difficult to remember stuff, because I can never remember anything when I'm nervous. Come back to you in a minute. Tongue is in again, short into the ribs, really, almost up into the armpit of Seeger, who plays it comfortably down to long leg for 1, 212 for 5. Would you consider yourself a pretty confident sort of guy, or?
No, not at all. But what I would say is that so I think of stand-up like a bowling plan.
Right.
So basically, if you get to the point where you're good enough at bowling to perform to a bowling plan, and be able to kind of go, oh, I want to bowl a bouncer now, and I want to sort of put it on his toes right now, and blah blah blah. I think that is a very similar thing to how stand-up works. So basically, if you can do that, it just becomes muscle memory, and it's kind of like, if you're really good, there have been a few points where I've been saying the thing, and doing a middle 20.
Short, sorry, just break off for a moment. Short one from Tongue, and I think England have gone into short ball mode, because they've taken out the slips. They've got a gully still and a man at short leg, but all the slips have gone. There's a man at deep square, there's a man at long leg, and you kind of feel that this is going to be a sort of a method of attack towards Bennett. Again, I'll come back to you, Will, after this delivery.
No worries, yep.
Tongue in, bowls defended by Bennett into the offside. There is no run. Yes, carry on.
It basically becomes muscle memory, and so you just sort of it's like getting up and brushing your teeth, or
I normally forget to do that.
You shouldn't have drunk so much the night before.
I normally forget to get up.
Ah, well, yeah, that's not a good start to the day.
But yeah, that's sort of how I see stand-up and how I see cricket. Really, it's a weird one.
Well, you don't need me to tell you that that's another short one from Tongue. I think they're going to this a little bit early. I don't really see the point of this. It's the end of the over. He's got none for 38. It's bowled better than that. 212 for 5, and we have one of these.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
The wonderful Muttley has sent us a £5 and says, to clarify, the 25th of May is not my date of birth, but the anniversary of moving to the UK, as opposed to 9 months after my parents did stuff unprotected. I'd rather that.
Okay, all right. I was going to say that worrying thing is that you've got to say, if that was your birthday, this is defended by Seeger up to mid-on. He timed that nicely enough. Straight to the fielder. You'll say, worryingly, you had the same date of birthday as Gary Naylor. And, well, that can be a good thing, or I don't know. Is it a good thing? Maybe. I think it's Tony's birthday very soon as well, actually.
There are a lot of good people in May, I think.
Yeah, well, I've been and gone. Mine's been and gone. Are you a May man?
I'm not. I'm sort of mid-April.
Right, okay. This is tickled away down to long leg. Oh, Shoaib's back on. That's where he's hiding. And they take a single. I mean, the thing about stand-up, I mean, even if I thought I could be funny, and had the discipline to sit down and try and write jokes, setups and whatever, I would freeze. I would just freeze on stage. I really would. I couldn't do it.
So I was.
And
very
yet, Hendo, you've made us laugh often.
Well, yeah, but then that's feeding off people, and I think that's different, isn't it? You know, than having to go out there with a set
I think everyone sort of is of the opinion that the funniest thing is always just when you're with your mates.
That's probably true. Cook in again, bowls outside the stump, left alone by Bennett through to the keeper. No run. Carry on, Will.
So yeah, I think there's that, and and as a stand-up, like I think I was lucky because basically the pub that I was working in when I was a kid started a stand-up night, and the bloke that ran the pub basically just signed me up and told me about 2 days before.
Oh God!
Way to go!
And so I just went home and wrote 5 minutes.
Now Bennett reaches for that one. Big gap between bat and pad, gets an edge on it, but although it's an inside edge and it goes down to the wicketkeeper, it misses the stumps by some margin, so no real alarm. But just 1 or 2 loose shots from Bennett, who's batted really well. He was dropped on 91, should have been taken by Root, to be fair. But I mean, I thought the Bear was being a little bit unfair to him, as he said he should have been out. But he got 91 runs before he gave a chance. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it?
That's pretty all right.
Yeah. He's on to 122.
Really solid.
And he drives this one. And although he hasn't timed it to perfection, he's beaten the diving figure at mid-on. And that has run away to the mid-on boundary for, well, probably his 25th of these.
Just four.
I think we said he'd got 24 fours, didn't we, from his 122 before tee, so that will be his 25th. That's his 100th run in boundaries.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
And I mean, the good thing about that from a batting perspective is that, okay, there's concentration, and there's, you've got there's judgment, various things like that, but you haven't really tired yourself out too much, have you?
Yeah.
That's a lovely shot. That's on the up. Beautifully played. I bring him 2 this time. Duckett is going to amble round almost from square cover on the boundary and do the fielding. And they get through for 2. Messi.
Leah says, I will post a funny video about England poaching players from around the former empire to Discord, so get donating to be able to see it, people. Yes, everybody who becomes a Patreon automatically gets an entitlement to join our Discord channel, which has got heaps of stuff and comments, and you can interact with one another on there at any time, not just during the games. O'Neill Harris says, how's your trip been, Messi? Tony got you doing ball by ball. What the fuck? You travel around the world for this? I love doing the socials. It's where my connection comes. I mean, I've met a whole lot of people who I've spoken to on socials. I've met Will and Annie and Josh Robinson and Rich Turner and Hombre Nuevo, and I'm going to meet several more people this week, including Jay Grover and Brian in Brisbane. And it's just great. I love doing the socials, so I'm not being denied anything.
Tongue bowls to Seager, and he helps that on its way. That's nicely played. He's going to get more than 1, I would think, as... who is that out there? Long leg in the sunglasses, not sure, but they've got 2. Seager goes to 5. Zimbabwe 221 for 5, so the Bear has lost his bet. They've gone flying past his 215 or under.
Hang on a minute. Brian in Brisbane isn't in Brisbane.
No, he's in Northampton. Well, actually he's in Calais today, but he gets around.
He could be anything. He could be Brian in anywhere.
He works in the birth, deaths and marriages office in Northampton.
This one scuttles through very wide from Tongue. It's not been a great spell so far from Tongue. I'm a bit disappointed the second spell. Okay, it's only been an over and 2 balls, but he seems to be too wide. I didn't like this plan of the short ball. I don't think it's necessary at this stage. England were picking up a few wickets. I think just keep trying to take wickets in the traditional ways. I
think the short ball on this pitch is a bit kind of, I don't know, seems a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, this is short, it's down the leg side. Seager manages to get his arms up high above his head, which reminds me to put my paw up into the sling position.
Have you got to do that for 2 weeks, Endo?
No, this is. I think the bandages can come off after 72 hours.
Right.
You know that you're better to have it like completely up like that, because then you can lean it on your head.
Actually, funny you should say that, Will.
And it's less painful
Yeah.
after a while.
Funny, I was doing that in the tea interval while I was sitting down. I didn't really notice it. And I thought, hang on. I sit like this anyway sometimes, so I might as well. Onto the back foot, forced into the offside. There is no run.
Added bonus is you probably won't lose your glasses on the top of your head either.
That's a good point. Yeah, I often wander around with at least 3 pairs of glasses on my head as I gradually push them back to put a new pair on. But I must say, at the moment, these glasses are working perfectly for the distance that I am from the TV screen. I was a little bit worried.
Excellent.
I've got about 11 pairs of glasses in my bag. Now he had a little poke at that, did Seeger, outside the off stump. Just thought the way he looked at that, looked round as if he might have got something on that, but if he did it drop short of the keeper? Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
So he might have got an edge on that.
I would also just like to extend my apologies to Sam Cook and his entire family for talking him up for years and years and years, and thus totally jinxing him for his debut.
Well, you say that, Will. I don't think he's battled that badly, and I think, it's obviously not a pitch that's to his liking. It's a very good pitch for batting. This is driven by Seeger. Was that showy but mid-on, diving over it? If it was, he's has to do the penance of running to the boundary to collect it. And it is 4 more runs, 226 for 5. Seeger moves on to 9. Had you seen? Oh, it's a no ball as well. Big no ball. That's a worry about Tongue, isn't it?
Yeah.
He does overstep.
He does overstep, doesn't he? Quite a bit with that little extra stretch. Just maybe aiming for a little bit more leverage or something. So 1 ball remaining in the over. Deficit now 339. In he comes again, bowls, and that one keeps a little bit low. Seeger didn't really get his front foot to it, but defended it, maybe kept a little bit lower than he expected. End of the over, 226 for 5. Bennett has 128, Seeger has 9. Messi.
Dave Wood stretching a point a bit, I think. He says, I am 48 and a half today. Pirate Vigil says, ahoy, all sorts and heavily seasoned sea dogs.
Heavily seasoned, yeah.
Thank you. Good to see the great Hendo and incomparable messages in the studio. Today is truly an auspicious day. Well, aside from the rain delay in Clontarf. Well,
has there been a delay there?
Yeah, it's an Irish plot.
Yeah.
Because the West Indies made 350 in their 50 overs, and the Irish said, oh no, bring in the rain. It's got a better chance than we have. Gary Naylor says, not stand up, but I reached the point where I liked being even more underprepared for a lecture than I was in my mid-20s. Feeding off the 200 plus in the audience was more fun than relying on detailed notes.
Cook in, bowls to Bennett, pushes on the front foot into the offside. Now, funky field time for England. They have a man in the off-Hayden position and in the on-Hayden position. That said, the off-Hayden position to a right-arm bowler of the wicket has necessarily to be a little bit wider, because he's got to allow the bowler to come through and follow through off the wicket. So
this is the kind of field that I would totally set. I definitely love a sort of really weird field.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. You can see, looking at them, I'll come back to that in a minute. Cook in bowls, onto the back foot goes Bennett. Another glorious shot off the back foot. He's so good off the back foot. Stokes is motoring after it, pumping those arms, and he's done a good enough job that they can get no more than 2. Bennett moves to 130. Yeah, talking about how close they are individually to the pitch. The man on the on-Hayden position, which is about as close to the pitch as you can get. The on-Hayden position is probably just in front of the non-striker as he tries to run, so you're annoying him for a start. The off-Hayden is a little bit wider, but they're both about 15 yards, 14 yards from the bat. This is stroked to Stokes at extra cover. There is no run.
Also, Hendo, put your arm up.
Oh yeah, God, thank you for reminding me. The thing is, when you were trying to show me how to put your arm up,
your arm disappeared.
Your arm disappeared.
Okay, so wait, hang on. So do that.
Yeah.
Can you still see my arm?
I can at the moment. Yeah.
No, yeah. And then basically
there it goes.
Just lean it on your head like that.
Oh yeah. But the sort of from coming from the perpendicular, your arm disappears briefly. In the deep recesses of outer space. Cook in, bowls defended on the back foot on the line of off stump. And there is no run. Now, is the umpire... I thought for a moment the umpire was going to go and have a word with Sam Cook about where he's running, but I think he was just checking that the bails at the non-striker's end were sort of positioned correctly. Maybe worried that they were going to blow off or something. I don't think it's particularly windy there. Certainly Ben Stokes' bizarre hair that pokes out from underneath his cap is not fluttering away. Worked into the onside through the infield, such as it is. Square of the man and on Hayden. And they get a single. Bennett goes to 131, 229.45. It's going
also, if you keep it,
sorry, go
if
on.
you keep your arm not looped up, if you keep it like that, the blood will stop flowing to it because you'll be too tight, and so after a while it will start hurting. So you'd better to kind of move it around a bit.
Right. I had a tourniquet on yesterday when I was having the operation, and I've never had a tourniquet. I felt like maybe I'd been bitten by a snake or something. Cook in, bowls defended on the front foot towards mid-on, and there is no run. I didn't think for a normal operation you had to have a tourniquet. I thought that was the kind of thing that happens. You're in the outback. You know about this, Messi.
Every time I've been bitten by a snake,
outback,
I've had a tourniquet.
Every time. Every time you've been nibbled by a possum in your letterbox. Yes.
Richard Peel, this is blasphemous. He says, given that Ben Stokes is bowling so beautifully after giving up the booze, could we see the Gorillas' broadcast skills do likewise if they go teetotal? Wash your mouth out, Richard. What a dreadful thought. The place would fall apart.
Yeah, we can't perform without goals.
Pirate Badger.
Imagine what it would be like.
Yeah,
Paul. Same time.
Short ball from Tongue as he starts a new over. Harry Brook finds himself the unfamiliar position of deep backward square. They get a single. And Bennett moves to 132, 230 for 5.
This is a very significant innings, really, isn't it? 132 out of 230.
It is. But I mean, I suppose you look at the England team and the fact that they got, the first three past the three-figure mark. Shorter from Tongue into the waistband, really, of Seager, who comfortably turns it away on the other side. There is no run.
What's his highest score?
Who, Bennett?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I shall tell you in a second when I've stopped looking at this. Come here. Good grief.
You've got to say, it's probably against a better attack than he's generally faced. Onto the back foot, unless he's played against India or Australia, and I'm not sure how much they've played Zimbabwe of late. This is defended to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Bennett's top score is 132 not out, which happens to be what he's on now. So
right here, right now.
Yep.
Has he? How many hundreds did we say he'd got?
This is his second 100.
It'd be interesting to see who else he has 100 against.
I shall tell you in a second.
And what the lineup of bowlers was. Tongue short. Turns Seager round a little bit, so he's playing with his bat in front of his chin. Almost there. A little bit discomforted.
He made 110 not out against Afghanistan.
Right. Well, I think Afghanistan have got some good bowlers these days, haven't they? Who was in that attack? Rashid Khan playing, for example.
I shall have a look. Where are we? Boom, 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 boom. Afghanistan had in their attack Navid Zadran, Asmatullah, Ghazanfar, Zahir Khan, but
no Rashid?
No Rashid, Rehman Malik and Shahidi.
Okay, short ball from Tongue, which is comfortably ducked underneath by Seeger.
And it was in an innings of 586 all out. So.
Oh wow! So some various people must have got some runs in that.
Yes,
then.
and Afghanistan replied with 699.
Ooh, where was that played?
That was played in Bulawayo.
Okay. Onto the back foot goes Seeger. I thought that kept a little bit low, but he's found the middle of the bat and played a lovely shot, punched through mid-on, and Atkinson can give up the chase. It's 4 to Seeger. He goes into double figures.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
234 for 5. Yeah, I mean, there was almost no discernible movement of the blade there. It just almost kind of blocked it.
That just sort of blocked it.
Yeah, but timed it absolutely beautifully. And placed it well as well.
Because it's not like Trent Bridge is small.
No, it's not small, but it does. I mean, actually, when you hit it through the covers more, you know, you get the advantage of the square, the ball running across the big square. But that was punched much more down the ground, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cook then to start his 15th over, 1 for 66. He's motoring in, got one wide slip, and he aims a drive at that, does Bennett, and it's a bit wafty and not very impressive, and he could have easily given his wicket away. I think that's the worry for Bennett. You know, okay, I don't know how long he batted for in that game at Bulawayo. But you just feel every now and again his concentration is going, and he could have given that away, and maybe he bounced a little bit more than he expected.
Is that not just the nature of not playing as much Test cricket?
I think it's often that not playing a lot of cricket in general. Onto the back foot he goes, defends into the offside. I mean, it's difficult with Zimbabwe. We've been talking about the fact that they've actually got the most tests of any nation this year, which is 11.
Oh yeah.
Which is great and astonishing. But of course, you've got to also look at who they are playing and where they're playing and how that helps their development, really, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, you just spending a long time at the crease is, you know, really important. And you know, this pitch is so good to bat on that you want to stay out there and make as much of it as you possibly can. He dabs this one down to vacant gully region. Slip goes to field. They take a single. 235 for 5. And we get a close-up of a very happy band of Zimbabwe fans. Maybe joined by a few English fans, just because there's a bit of a party going on, and you know, English fans are drawn to a party like moths to flames, or to lights even.
I was thinking about England's sort of record with Zimbabwean coaches.
Onto the front foot comes Seeger, pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, go on.
I was just thinking about it. Would you say that, I mean, I would say that probably Fletcher and Flower are England's two most successful coaches in sort of, well, certainly in my lifetime.
It's a very good point, actually, yeah.
It's like, there's absolutely no kind of... It interested me that they both happen to be Zimbabwean.
Yeah, onto the front foot comes Seeger, comes off a thick inside edge towards square leg. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is the part of the sadness about Zimbabwe cricket. It has produced so many good players. But, you know, and we touched on this morning, that you know, the big three snatching all the money that's around, and you can argue, well, they generate the money, and that is true. But, you know, for the future of Test cricket, you want to spread the game. You know, the way that FIFA has spread the game in comparison to the way that the ICC has tried to spread cricket, you know, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it? It's ridiculous. And I think, yeah, it's sad. You know, there have been political problems as ever in Zimbabwe, and so it must be difficult to get a regular team together. and the the amount of people or the number of people who have access to playing good quality cricket. I think I saw that Blessing Muzrabarani was talking about. He was lucky that the club that he went to, it was free, whereas there were others that you had to pay.
So we're due a change, Hendo.
We are due a change. I'm babbling on.
You are babbling on, and I'm well behind on
babbling
the
on
tweets. But Grubby's going to take over and do a much better job than me. Starting with Pirate Badgel saying the thing that makes the probably terminal rain delay more hilarious is we've just had 6 weeks near complete lack of rain. And I can also tell you the forecast for tonight is for rain at Trent Bridge, clearing in the morning. And I shall leave you to it.
You shall get going.
Thank you, Michael Fish. Thanks, Will.
No, you moved,
right,
Michael
mate?
Fish.
Cheers. Yeah.
See you later, Will.
I realised I'd muted myself. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. What a lovely, lovely day in Nottingham it looks.
It does
a
indeed.
Lovely day in Lewisham also.
Indeed. Lewisham instead of Sydney. Hey?
Yeah.
It's a marginal difference, many would say.
Well, Lewisham's more trendy. You're on ball, by the way, Andy.
I thought I was summarising. Okay, I'll do ball by ball. He jabs that one out into the offside, and they get through for a single. So Bennett's 134. Only really seemed to be discomforted by that Stokes loosener that he jabbed to slip and rather surprised Joe Root with. Hasn't seemed to be in any trouble apart from that.
No, annoyingly.
Looks quite organised. 134, better than a runner ball. Oh, what a good day for him. At least someone's getting some benefit. Tongue comes in from wide. That is cut slightly aerially. Well, the fielder was doing some pointing as if to suggest there would be someone there to field that, but there wasn't.
There wasn't.
Fooled me as well as everybody else.
So it's one of these.
Well, it's a fall for a boundary where it lives a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
Well, with other bowlers waiting in the wings, Josh Tongue not impressing too much today.
I think he's got good pace. I think I don't know what he's bowling at now. Actually, I haven't looked, but he started off in the high 80s. I don't think this is a particularly conducive pitch for bowling, is it?
No, but you can still bowl well and not so well on an unhelpful pitch. That's a bit better. More into the body of Tsiga. Manages to just drop it back down the pitch.
I mean, he's bowled, he's into his 11th over, and he's still bowling in the high 80s, above 85 anyway.
Well, you need to expect that, don't you?
Well, yeah, you do, but I mean, we were all told when Gus Atkinson came in the side, he was in the side because he was quick and slippery. He doesn't look particularly slippery at 83, 84 miles an hour, does he?
Well, we get told a lot of things.
Well, exactly. When's Joffre back is what I want to know.
That's what everybody's asking. Whenever Joffre isn't on screen, ask where's Joffre. That's how we got here in the first place. Tsiga, it looks a bit unorthodox, and he keeps that one out more with body than bat, but he's on 17. They're adding a few runs. We're not quite into Gary Naylor's number 8 runs counting double, but maybe number 7 runs count an extra 50%.
What is Joffre's latest injury? He's done something to his thumb, hasn't he, or something?
No, his body's just falling apart. We broke him that year with the ice baths.
Yeah.
Tongue's in again. Ducks underneath that one, Tsiga. More effectively than Irvine, who ducked into one earlier on. That's going to be the end of the over. 240 for 5.
I'll get through a few of these messages then. Now, Leah, I think it is, who says this cook is a severe downgrade from the last cook to bowl for England, who had a test bowling average of 6.
Yep.
George McPherson says, be better if we had rain overnight, having it during the day is a disaster. O'Neill Harris says, England prepared a batting paradise so they can wear down their fast bowlers who are already perennially injured.
Yeah.
Good point, that,
Great
O'Neill.
plan, Baldrick, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's been a bit tricky probably, isn't it? You can't expect or prepare your usual May green top when it's been blazing sunshine for 2 months.
Well, there is only I mean, we talk about preparing and doctoring wickets, but there is only so much ground staff can do.
I mean, all you can do is water it heavily, I suppose, but with the heat that we've had recently, it dries up pretty quick as well, doesn't it?
Cook, whose hair is maintaining its I don't know what you would call it, a structure.
Yeah, structural integrity.
Yes. We were just talking in the green room about women with hair that's held up by internal scaffolding. Maybe an element of that with Cook.
I see we've gone to a funky field as well.
We have. It is time to get funky.
It is time to get funky. Who did that?
Who was that?
It is time to get.
It is time to get. It is time to get funky, which is generally the third session when England aren't immediately taking wickets.
Well, the day wears on.
It does. They've got that silly mid-off and sort of slightly foolish mid-off and mid-on, who is beaten by that one. Nicely driven by Bennett. It's another 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Which is the great plan that worked the first time it was ever tried and has never worked since.
Yeah, fortunately, the reason why was against fucking Matthew Hayden.
Yes.
In an Ashes test.
And as history would have it, only happened because they set a field and didn't realise that someone was still in the toilet, and then they came out and he said, just stand there then till we figure it out.
Yeah. And then he blatted one in the
Blatted
first
one
over.
straight at him, yes. Cooks in again. Where's that gone? Oh, it's off the toe of the bat.
Was it off the toe or the helmet?
I think so. It goes down towards point. Root picks it up. We'll have another. No, you're right. The umpire's signalled a bye.
Shoulder, maybe?
Hit him somewhere. Not amidships, in upper ships.
High up in the masts.
No, it's hit him on the bat. The umpire's blind, not me.
Yeah.
It's come off the back of the bat, isn't it?
Surely that was just the umpire making a random point rather than signalling a bye.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe one for the over.
Yeah, I mean, could be a bit more clear with that kind of thing. Cook is in, 2 slips, drops the bat on it. Seager, no run.
Although you're allowed 2 in a test match, aren't you?
I don't even know. I mean,
You are,
you're
yeah.
totally asking the wrong person when it comes to rule changes and things like that. You know how much IPL I watched this year?
None.
0.
Yeah.
Not one ball.
Which, even among cricket fans, I think is probably the modal number of days that we've watched.
Oh, it's definitely modal, yes.
The IPL.
I mean, we watched the games that we did at the beginning of the IPL. That's just fucking tedious, man. It's just really fucking
Yeah,
tedious.
well, what I'm reading is that people are enjoying it less and less.
Well, I mean, they're talking after this.
Yeah, I know they're talking extending it and
Like 98 games or 96 games in
Yeah,
a year.
there can be you can have too much of a bad thing. You're going to welcome me back into the fold because I'm going to. I've had about enough of T20 cricket.
Yeah, I love the fact you're involved in the test match, Andy.
Yeah.
There's certainly more intrigue in a test match than.
Well, I still maintain that a lot of it is just randomness that looks like intrigue, but that's just the way my brain is wired now.
Randomness can be entertaining in its own way.
Well, yeah, the endless popularity of dice cricket.
Oh, well, yeah.
Slower ball from Cook, played into the leg side.
Plus,
It looks like Crawley with the fielding.
the availability of to talk absolute shite whilst the test cricket.
Well,
it's much more entertaining.
They've been rattling through them today, to be fair.
George McPherson points out Zimbabwe have 11 tests this year, which is pretty much the same as England. Our friend Sutahu says, I don't say where this team, the England team, gets 20 Indian wickets with pitches like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, not with pitches like this, no.
Yeah. Bear, says Richard Peel, you need more gain or move that mic closer to your gob.
Me?
I think I'm picking up some heavy breathing on my own mic. Sorry about that.
Will Reynolds says it'll perk the pitch up if there's rain overnight.
Cover it, surely.
It would need a monsoon, says Peter.
Well, I've just turned it up. That's better, isn't it?
And Stephen Kelker's with us. He's escaped his meeting. Welcome, Stephen. Kelker's.
Nothing worse than a meeting. I don't even need to add any qualification to that.
Full stop.
Right, Tongue is going to continue. 0 for 55. He's going to want to try to find some wickets. He's going around the wicket to try something different, but that one is down the arse and through to Smith for no run.
He's got trying a bit of leg theory here, isn't he?
If he's going to do that, why has he not got a short leg in?
Well, it always seems a bit desperate to me when England start doing this, if that is the plan.
They've got 3 out.
Yeah, they got 2 long legs basically. I always think this is a bit pathetic.
The trap is set.
You'd be surprised how many idiot batsmen fall into
Well,
the trap.
yes, especially when remember that summer England kept doing it.
Yes, we did it 6 times against India and in 1 innings, I think.
Was it India? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, and Australia in 2023.
Yeah.
When they were like 200 for 1, and then
yeah. It was worth it. That idiocy was worth it just to see the apoplexy that it caused among some cricket fans.
I mean, again, rightly for once.
Yeah. But the level of it was
off the scale.
Made Made me laugh.
There was many a Hendo rant. Round the wicket again, Tongue. Jabbed down into the offside. It goes to one of 2 gullies, and there's no run.
I'd be tempted if I was Stokes to bring myself back on again. I'm the only one who's only got 2 wickets, hasn't he?
Yeah, but
in about 4 overs.
As people were saying earlier on, don't push it.
Well, you only bowl 4 overs.
Well, you wonder, having said that, are we really going to go into India with him as a serious 5th bowler?
Yes.
But no qualms with the quality of his bowling. I mean, from a fitness point of view.
Well, I mean, that's what he's been trying to sort out, isn't it? I mean, that's why he's had an operation on his hamstring.
Yeah, ducks under that one, Bennett, and there's no run.
I mean, the idea is that he has said he doesn't want to play unless he can play. Well, not that he doesn't want to play, but he wants to be able to play a full part as an all-rounder. And he is a useful bowler, and he's certainly useful as a 4th bowler, and it allows you to have 4 seamers and a spinner.
Oh,
even if your spinner is Shoaib Bashir.
It really does. I mean, there was a spell where England was short of all-rounders, and it really showed.
Yeah.
Tongue's in again. He's really leaning into the short bowling, and Smith looks about as enthused by it as I am. He just sort of allows the ball to thud into his gloves and then tosses it off, so to speak, to the next fielder.
I'm just looking at the bowling figures here, chaps, and obviously not paying attention, having too much fun in the green room, but Shoaib Bashir's bowled 12.4 and Stokes bowled 3.2, so did Stokes get injured partway through and over?
No, Bashir got injured trying to take a caught and bowled.
Oh, that was that. Is he off the field then?
I presume he's back now. I presume he just got the end of the finger, didn't he? I presume he hasn't broken his finger. It's one of those ones that may have ripped a bit of his nail off, or just
knocked it either out or back into shape. Who can tell with cricketers' fingers? Tongue again. That's
a fantastic catch.
It's a great catch. I'm annoyed that it worked though. And it's Bennett as well. It's the man on 139. So, but there's Bashir. He is on, joining the celebrations, and it was a good catch by Pope. Oh, you see, it didn't work. I was right. It's a no ball.
At least he got the short leg in though.
Oh dear, I think it's Brian Bennett's day. Safe to say.
Well, don't bowl no balls.
Absolutely.
He's getting all pats on the back like he's been unlucky.
Yeah.
He hasn't. He's made a mistake. Silly boy.
It's a close one, but close counts.
The width of the line.
Yeah.
It was a genuine no ball.
And well, that's not the first one they bowled today, and that's what'll happen. It was a surprisingly poor shot. It was a great catch by Ollie Pope, but it's all for nothing.
Ah, well, he's been dropped and caught on a no ball.
Dropped and caught on a no ball. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, after he'd already got 90.
Yeah, totally. But it should have been caught. I mean, Root.
Yeah.
And Root, he's done that quite a few times in his career, I have to say.
Well, you're going to get a lot of catches if you play 150 tests at first slip. You're going to get a lot of catches, and you're going to drop some of them.
Yeah, true.
Batsman goes back to ducking underneath the ball, which is definitely safer. End of the over, and well, don't bowl no balls, as Paul just said.
Well, no, exactly.
A couple of messages on YouTube. Suitahu says, "You're perfect now, Bear."
Why, thank you.
We may disagree, but nothing worse than a meeting, full stop, says Stephen Kelp. We'll get that printed on a T-shirt. Back from the vet, says Mr. P. He gave me the all clear. This looks a bit toothless from England, or is the Zim batting looking solid? I think they've done pretty well.
They've done pretty well. I think the wicket's pretty flat. There's not a lot in it for the bowlers. It's not pacey.
Honestly, from your wallet's point of view, if you go and see the vet, you better hope it's you, and not the animal. Spend a fortune.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
someone I know spent about fucking 1,200 quid or something putting a cat down. It's like, really?
I have friends. Yeah, I have friends spent absolute fortunes on their pets.
Bash it over the head and stick it in a hole. You know.
Played into mid-wicket by Seager. There's no run. I mean, humanely bash it in the head and put it in the hole.
That's our friend David Attenborough over there.
Air gun to the head. That's probably quicker, isn't it?
Mayank laughing about the no ball. Paul K saying shite. Suter saying it's that classic English not willing to catch fingers pointing up above waist high catches. Root drop. And Mike McNamara sitting on the banks of the Zambezi River drinking beer.
We were just talking about the Zambezi River in the green room. How strange. Cook holds that one back a little bit. It holds his line, beats the bat. No edge though.
He looked behind, didn't he? Like he was a bit worried that he'd edged
A little bit, yeah.
Sam Cooke looks like somebody, but I can't think who. Someone kind of famous. Or maybe it's just playing on my
Has
head.
he got a little bit of a Matt and Luke Goss look in their younger days?
Possibly. I didn't realise that. Was it Matt or Luke? One of them's done a fucking 2-year residency in Las Vegas.
Matt's done a 2-year residency in Las Vegas. Luke has appeared in several films, including Blade 2.
Yes.
That one's played back down the wicket. I have full respect for him, actually. The band broke up. He worked for years doing small parts in theatres, trying to become an actor. He wasn't given it. He worked at it. Did you not see the documentary?
I did see the documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was also in Hellboy 2.
Okay, yeah.
A film I went to see by accident.
He was the bad elf, wasn't he?
Something like that.
The Elf King.
Terrible film.
I quite enjoyed Hellboy films.
Here's Cook. Covered up by Seager to short mid-wickets. Crawley, there's no run.
Muttley's with you, Bear, about disposal of animals. Mr. P says apparently the vet will be charging £300 for a scale and polish for the dog. Does anyone know what that is? A scale and polish?
Teeth, isn't it? And teeth and claws.
Scale and polish.
300 quid.
FFS. And Will Reynolds says the RSPCA want a word with Bear.
Well, don't worry, there's no animals in the studio. In fact, we've noticed that it's back in Sydenham. There'll be a lot of cats outside. Not many cats around this industrial estate in Lewisham. That one's played back to Cook, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, on one of the weekends that just before I sold the place, the next door, Ben, my old tenant, came back to get his last odds and sods that he left at the flat, and he left the door open, did check the flat before he left
15 cats in when you
came
back.
Well, no, yeah, Pablo, the black and white cat from next door, basically had to spend the night in the flat, got locked in there.
Oh.
And I got a phone call from the neighbour next day, our cat's in your flat.
Well, how did they know? Could they hear it?
Yeah, they saw it through. It was basically standing behind the door, and they could see it through the glass,
scraping the door like in
let me out,
like in the coffin in an.
Of course, I was worried whether it had shat on the floor.
Of course, yeah. That seems to be.
Yeah, there was a
the
double
over.
end of the over.
Yes.
It sounds like you're writing something that Dr. Seuss might write.
The cat
The
shat.
cat
The cat
shat in the flat.
hat.
The
Shat in the
cat on
flat.
the mat. And called me up and said, "Our cat's in your flat." The bear replied, "The cat he has shat."
Well, you could say to the neighbour he shouldn't be going into other people's flats.
Yeah, they were quite cute, those cats.
Mr. P, I'm going to spare your blushes by not reading out that terrible pun you just sent in.
One of those, was it? Pope's going to go back into short leg and have another go.
Maybe you can do it this over and not.
Hopefully not be a no ball from his point of view.
That was a blinding
It was a
catch.
good catch, yeah. I am pleased to see that England, once again, after James Taylor was in the role, actually putting in the best person at short leg and not just the new guy.
Yeah. What sort of cricket nonsense is that?
Yes.
Silly tradition.
It's a bit like if you make your first appearance for England football, they put you in goal.
Yeah.
Starting goal.
Come on. Get in next. We've all got to do it.
We've all got to do it, and you might get half an hour towards the end.
Sammy Lee. One for the kids there.
Here comes Tongue again. Is that a slightly peculiar slingy
That's
action? No, we thought that was out
Oh,
for
I
half
thought-
a second.
I
It
thought
was
he
it was
gloved
over the shoulder. He went for the hook shot, which is the way they're trying to get him. But it went over his glove, I think.
I thought it slowed up. That's why I thought it hit the glove.
Nothing from Jamie Smith beyond the sticks.
No. I've already said it. I don't like England doing this. Just bowl at the top of off stump.
The thing about it is, though, it's not as negative as people think because it does force the batsman to make a decision. So the ball's coming at you if you bowl the right line.
I
and
think
you've got to do something.
Well, no, you don't. You just duck underneath it. Well, he's out that time. It's definitely worked that time, unless it's an. Oh, it hasn't hit it. Well, it's
definitely a wicket.
Yes, it is. We weren't sure for a second. It's probably come up with it. That one, by contrast, was the easiest catch in the world. It just looped up off glove or handle. And, maybe they did find a weakness in Bennett.
Well, I'd say you're kind of right, but you're only right if the batsman doesn't play any shots at that.
Yeah.
You stop it, right? But this guy was clearly trying to still hook everything and, and getting in a tangle. In which case you carry on until
I suppose
makes some mistakes or scores too many runs.
It's a bad plan that works against stupid batsmen.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Which makes it a good plan.
If you are good enough to duck under everything that comes your way, then fine. But not everyone is.
No. Well, I'm going to send him off.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
I think he'll just feel kind of embarrassed. I mean, he scored 139. It was a fantastic innings, and I'm sure he'll look back on that in time and say, you know, I've scored 100 in a Test match in England, but he'll be disappointed how he got out.
Yeah, no doubt. And after all of that, that cost England precisely no runs, that no ball.
Which is also annoying because they need to be made to pay.
Yes.
Well, how long is this innings going to last from here? That's the question.
That is the question. Now the main man's out. No
8
one else
minutes.
has really scored anymore.
We've got a number 8 comes in, and I would suggest now any runs he scores will count treble.
It's like that nonsense thing that Jimmy Hill said once, which is a goal before half-time is worth almost 2.
Did he say that?
He did once, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
While scratching his chin.
His chin.
Chinny recon. Or as they refer to it in Detectorists, he goes, I know what you're doing. You're doing Jimmy Waffle on.
He's still my go-to Twitter image for yeah right, which is probably completely missed by anybody under 55.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. You can always go with the partridge shrug.
You can. That's not quite the same, though. No.
It's not. I don't
That's
believe
more.
you,
I
so
don't
I'm
care.
not interested. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will says under Wenger you had to start on the left wing. Paul K says good to see you all back. Can you tell Woody the plant to turn Lady Gaga off? I don't know what that means. Where's Lady Gaga?
Yeah.
In
Woody,
all of this.
turn off Lady Gaga, whatever. New man. Oh, it's Blessings.
Blessing Mizrabani. I had to take a run up at that one.
Oh no, hold on. I was going to play Mog's Blessing jingle because he sent one in.
Would you give praise to this lad on the ground? He's a blessing. He's a blessing.
Well, 246 for 6, and even though it's been a flat wicket, and England at times, oh dear, that didn't look a good shot for number 8. His feet were absolutely rooted in cement as he waved about that one outside off stump, and fortunately for him, did not make contact.
I did notice that there is a one of these guys, Joy Lord Gumby.
Oh, that's a fantastic name.
Who has a jingle.
Yeah.
He once wanted a little cricket to play. Gumby! And you should see how he can play today. Joy Lord Gumby!
Do you think he's only in the squad because of his name?
Possibly.
There's also that player called Picky Ya France. That's good.
Yes. That's Namibia, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think so, Namibia, yeah.
Well, Tongue has got his wicket. He's still got the short leg in there. And Muzrabani with the same footwork, but at least he holds his bat up and lets it go outside off stump.
I'd be tempted to go back over the wicket to New
I think I might, yeah.
Yeah.
Try and stick it right up there as fast as I can and see if he's any good.
Lockie says you're looking quite svelte, Bear. He doesn't
Don't feel it.
He doesn't put it quite as politely as that, but he acknowledges, as indeed I did when I first saw you today, you might have shifted a bit of timber.
Well, actually, I'll probably put some on, but I've got a Peloton.
So everything's all right.
Everything's okay.
Tongue is back over the wicket, from our mouths to your brains. But Muzrabani defends it into the offside, and there's no run.
He defended that in a very uncertain fashion, though, with his feet rooted and his bat just going down the line of the ball.
Yeah, if I was Atkinson or someone, I would be vigorously warming up and trying to catch the captain's eye, thinking if this is number 8, we could be in for some wickets here.
Yeah, exactly. I want some cheap ones at the end of the fucking innings to make my figures look good.
But if Stokes is like any of the captains I've played under, he will be warming up himself.
Yes.
Funny that, because Mog was just asking for the Joy Lord jingle. A few people congratulating Bennett for his 139, Ravi, Muttley, Mike McNamara. Will Reynolds says, annoyingly, the curse of the athlete is that him buggering up is all he'll think about for the rest of his life.
Well, I hopefully in a few days that will wear off and he'll realise, the achievement.
Yeah, 139.
And it is going to be Atkinson. God, we're calling them all today.
Yeah, we've got it all going on.
Let's buy a lottery ticket.
It's this man.
Gus, the hat-trick son. That's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick son. A bowling impresario.
Well, he's down the leg side. It's flicked away by Seager, and he's going to get 4 in between those two men at long leg.
Wow. Gus has bowled pretty crap.
1, 2, 3, 4.
250 up for Zimbabwe. Still quite a way to go. But, you know, they're not getting bowled out twice in a day, so...
No. Yeah, they need to get 400 odd, don't they?
Yeah, it's 150, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. I would be surprised if they got 3 from here. Played down into the ground by Seager. He's surely going to be their best bet at doing that.
Well, surely England make them follow on if they get them up 270 or something.
I think in a 4-day game you would, yeah. If well, unless you really have just simply viewing this as practice and you don't want to exhaust your bowlers.
Well, there is only they've only bowled for 2 sessions and a bit in a day.
Yeah, it's true. Cook has the most overs with 17. Atkinson's only bowling his 10th. It's short again. Again, Seager doesn't look very assured under that, but he does get on top of it and play it down into the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're facing England, you know there's a good chance you're gonna have to deal with this at some point. So it is something you should be expecting.
And you know, exactly that. You kind of need a bit of practice on flat shit decks.
Yeah.
Trying to working out how you're going to take your wickets on them.
It's good practice for Zimbabwe for the next time they play here in 20 years. Seager tips that one down to long leg, pick up a single.
You might know this, Grubby. Where are the tests versus the Indians? There's one at Lords and one at Oval, I presume.
Nope, I don't know.
You don't know. Maybe someone
can look it up.
You're quite rightly not even asking me.
Yeah. Well, I could ask you. You might. I figure you know about as much as me.
Less probably.
I think there's one at Edgbaston.
Does that mean there's not one at Trent Bridge because they're playing this game at Trent Bridge?
Most likely.
Headingley, Old Trafford, the usual suspects.
There is one at Old Trafford. I believe there is one at Old Trafford. So maybe there's one at Headingley and Edgbaston.
Edgbaston would make sense.
Yeah, I definitely think there's one at Edgbaston.
2 London, 1 Midlands, 2 North. There you go. Oh, George McPherson says the first one is at Headingley.
There you go.
Thanks, George.
Right, Atkinson's into Musrabani, who I'm not quite sure how he evaded that. Seemed to go through him, but he did manage to duck under it somehow.
Right, I've got a super chat and a request.
Oh, okay.
Play the Picky Ya France jingle, says Mog.
Okay. I'll see if I
Use your prime super chat.
well, all I need to know is how to spell picky.
P-I-K-K-Y.
Is that right?
If
P-I-K-K-Y.
If it's...
I'm P-I-K-K-Y.
Picky Ya France. I've got it.
Oh, and a big swish for a man on naught. Aimed it somewhere into the heavens over Cow Corner.
That was a golf swing.
It was a golf swing, and he missed it, and it went over leg stump.
Okay, this one's... How much was the super chat for?
$5, so only pay half of it.
Okay.
Spare the rod, spoil the child, you'll get no gain. If they run wild, oh, they'll become an insufferable ass, just like Picky Ya France.
There you go. I presume that was done by you, Mog.
Right, Bashir has spent enough time recuperating and back on the field. Looks like he's going to return. I thought he had some a plaster on his hand a moment ago, but obviously he does. Yeah, right on the as I thought, on the top of his ring finger of his right hand. He does have very long fingers, as many spinners do.
It's like he's got an extra sort of joint in there, an extra knuckle.
Yeah.
Let's have a little jingle.
Have there ever been any six-fingered spinners in history?
Anne Boleyn.
Yeah.
Did she have 6 fingers?
Apparently. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we've got this jingle.
But no head.
Not in the end. We're due a change as well.
Are we going to do this over? It'll be a spinner, so it'll be quite quick. We'll do this one and then we'll have a little switcheroo.
He's got a slip and a leg slip. Tosses it up and bowls him.
Look at that.
First ball, right through the gate of Seager. If I were him, I would make a complaint about the bandage on his right hand and see if that works.
Well, I don't think he uses that finger. He uses the 2 fingers that he's got. Anyway, we'll give him one of these.
Didn't take long.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, it went through the gate, but it was a very big gate.
Yeah, it's a good ball, but he rather made it easy with his lack of technique.
Well, you two are staying on, apparently.
Yep.
Mog is coming on. Do you want to come over and sit in my seat?
Yeah, I'll do jingles, yeah.
Grubby's going to do some ball by ball, so you two just switch to the left. Come on, Mog, get your arse on. You might as well, because there's been a wicket.
Fuck off.
Oh, I was going to say yesterday. You fell asleep, Mog. But
I did.
It is the middle of the night.
It's fair enough.
It is. Yes, it's 1 minute past 2 in the AM.
And I would say that by the look of Blessings Musrabani, if he's coming in at 8, then I wouldn't hold out too much hope for this innings lasting much longer.
No, I think all the England bowlers will be vigorously warming up.
Signalling to skipper.
Yeah.
Get me on. So who have we got coming in? I think it's going to be Richard Garava.
Richard Garava. Shall we take a
I don't
punt?
think it is, because he's injured and probably isn't going to play.
Okay. So Blessing, that sort of explains. So Blessings actually was slated to come in at 9, so that would explain it. So maybe it'll be Tanaka Chivanga instead.
Right. Well, that does. He barely looks a number 9.
He barely looks an 11.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look a number 8. I can't say I recognise him. Mind you, from his bowling, it looks the build of Chivanga.
It's not Mr. Daffabet.
I think it's
Mr. Daffabet.
Yeah. Same beard.
There he is.
It is Chivanga.
Yes,
Yes. Here he goes.
Tanaka Chivanga, golden idol. Tanaka Chivanga, always viral. Tanaka Chivanga.
Show tosses one up outside the off stump. Doesn't spin this time, and he leaves it to go through to the keeper.
Well, I think Seager could be, reasonably satisfied with his efforts. He hung around with Bennett for quite a while, added 22, helped him move it along.
This is allowed to pass through once again, exploring the line outside the off stump, but the one that got the wicket turned markedly, and the first 2 that Chivanga has faced have not.
Well, he asked a lot of those. He's asked a lot of that.
Yeah, with
one.
a big bit of flight there. He swings through it, gets it to deep backward point, and he gets off the mark with 1. So this could all be over fairly quickly.
It could do,
judging by what we've seen in front of our eyes.
Cool bloodstains on the pants.
I was just going to say that Bashir has got a couple of bloodstains on as Dave Mustaine would say.
This is defended by Musrabani, who perhaps will be a bit more circumspect on 0 now than he was prior to the wicket.
Or perhaps
he's
not.
the senior partner in this little partnership.
Yeah, he's feeling that responsibility now.
And Bashir might be eyeing up a 5 for here.
As he completes this over. It's a big old slog from Musrabani. It's gone up in the air, but it looks like it's going to drop safely out to cow corner. It does drop safely, and they're going to get a couple of rather fortunate runs there. So he was circumspect and responsible for all of 1 ball, and he did a big old mow at that one.
Perfect placement. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. And he's off the mark. 254 for 7. We've had 57 overs of this reply, and Zimbabwe still a fair way behind England in this game. It was a classic off-spinner's dismissal.
The odd one has turned a long way.
And it certainly did there. As we reported when it happened, there was a considerable gate. The sort of gate you might get on the side of a ferry. But a good ball nevertheless.
Cargo trucks.
Yeah.
Even some of his teammates are giving a bit of a wow, that turned a lot face.
Yeah.
Who's doing all that yawning in the background? Is that the bear?
Oh yeah, that was the bear.
Probably, yeah. It is nap time for the Ursines.
Good opportunity, Guerrilla listeners, to hear what people are saying in the green room. If you're really keen, you might hear some scurrilous rumours or scandalous comments.
Well, I think as soon as at some point politics will come up, and then you'll hear the shouting from the green room more clearly than you would have done in the past.
Atkinson starts a new over, and Chivanga jabs down on this one, squirts out towards mid wicket, and there is no run.
But yeah, I'm loving this setup.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Great, yeah.
It's terrific. I feel like a 20-something living the life of Riley.
Living in a warehouse, doing some cool podcasting.
It's like a New York sitcom.
Yeah, we're like in the what do they call it in New York? The cool area.
The loft
that we don't know about.
Soho.
Yes, that's it. Not like Soho here so much.
Greenwich Village.
Yes, that kind of thing.
This is speared in towards the stumps by Atkinson, and Chivanga rather tentatively prods it out onto the offside, and there is no run.
Do you think there's many poets and beatniks in the neighbouring, apart from us?
Yeah. I don't know, man. We'll have to start wearing berets and smoking gulwars and sort of wandering about with scarves on in the middle of summer, drinking very strong
I need
coffee.
to hear some beat poetry from someone.
You won't hear it from me.
I'll see if I can come up with some beat poetry. You get some bongos to accompany yourself.
Atkinson outside the off stump this time, and Chivanga just backing away and trying to carve it over the offside, but doesn't manage it. On the Road, I thought was shit when I read it.
I've never read it. I've never really seen the attraction.
Closest I've gotten is watching So I Married an Axe Murderer.
That's a good film.
With Mike Myers.
Yes.
That's a funny film. I remember that one.
It's an often overlooked film.
I think so.
Is it funny, or is just the title funny?
No,
It's not bad.
that's right. He
It's not bad.
he does funny sort of beat poetry.
Oh, right. Chivanga backing away again. He squirts it to sort of a deep gully area where it's fielded. Atkinson will feel like he's got a chance every ball here, because Chivanga is effectively just backing away a step or two.
Delivery. If I was either a pace bowler or a spin bowler, I would try to bowl a few on the stumps.
It's never the worst plan in the world.
It's never the worst plan in the world, especially when you're bowling at Johnny Bairstow.
Let the poor man rest in peace.
Rest in peace, yes.
Well,
you don't need to disinter
he's not
that
dead.
grave.
I saw him batting at the Oval this time last week, and he was fine. This one is more stumpy, but a little bit down the leg side, actually. So it just strikes him high up on the leg and plops down in front of him. No run. 2-5-4 for 7 is still the score, and that lead is now 3-11.
You could have called that a Duckett-style delivery, stumpy.
Stumpy, yeah.
No? Okay.
No, I liked it. I liked it. That's why I laughed. Hey, Stumpy. It's not a term of endearment you hear too often these days, is it? Unfortunately.
We had a kid called Stumpy at school. Different times.
Just lays about on this one, does Chivanga, and he'll, I should imagine, feel a bit relieved that he's survived. And that's the end of the over. Anything on socials from anyone?
Is there did we do Farong? Grubby does have that head, Travis, look about him. If the test finished early tomorrow, would the promotion match Sheffield United versus Sunderland be on the cards?
Or maybe.
No.
It's at 1 minute past 3 tomorrow. You should get Forthy to commentate on it as a form of punishment.
Oh, that would be torture for him. The poor lad.
I felt for that one. That was a really cruel goal. I mean, it was only going to penalties, and you don't know, but it was a real sickener at the death.
Horrible way to lose it in injury time, in extra time.
Yeah,
like a David Platt moment from 1990.
Which is all right when you're on the right.
Nice
end
to be
of
on
it.
the right side, exactly.
Yeah. I know of pubs that were smashed up when that goal went in.
I literally hit the ceiling. And woke up my sister, who was on the sofa opposite, and she cried. 14 years old she was.
She was 27.
It's turned into the leg side by Muzra Rabbani. It's Shoaib Bashir who started a new over. He's got some decent figures to his name, 3 for 52 at the moment, and will very much fancy his chances bowling to the Zimbabwe lower order, as he is doing. A nicely flighted delivery on that line outside the off stump. Will it turn? Will it not turn? It turns a little bit, and Muzarabani is equal to it, playing it to backward point, no run.
What's the most gutting goal you've ever seen against your team?
Last season away at Cardiff, my boy and I went. This is defended, back up the track, no run. And we were 1-0 up, as the clock ticked past 90.
Yep.
And they equalised and went, oh, God. And then it got to 90 plus 10 and they scored the winner. And we walked out in silence. Horrible. It all turned out right in the end, though.
Yes, it did.
But in the words of Morrissey at the time, it was terrible.
Yep.
Back in his crease goes Musrabani, carves it backward of point, and there is one run.
Ours was... Oh, the bear's shouting. While that's going on, ours was
Shut up, Nigel.
Ours was the goal, the most famous Fergie time goal, the goal that prompted those boards at the end of matches. It was the one Cantona scored at about 5:05.
This one turns and keeps a little bit low outside the off stump, but there is no run. Oh yeah, okay. Because the other famous one was Steve
Sheffield
Bruce,
Wednesday, and they were on the pitch. But
Brian Kidd on his knees.
Yes.
Oh.
But this was I think the season after.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was awful.
And you were at that game?
I was at the game, yeah,
awful.
and I still think we'd have stayed up if that hadn't gone in.
No. Lots of flight this time from Shoaib outside Chivanga's off stump. Swings through the line, and I think they got one there, didn't they?
Yep.
So that is the end of Bashir's over. The score has moved on to 256 for 7. What have we got in the sphere?
Not. In answer to Will's question, yes, I am.
Okay.
Leah says, "Well, Yog Sofoff, those chairs in the studio look absolutely rocked."
Well, we're getting some new ones.
New ones arriving
tomorrow, I believe.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Chairs will
Richard
arrive.
Gill says, "For fear of waking the porn bot, you're probably thinking of the meatpacking district of the cool New York neighbourhood."
Yeah.
I've always liked the sound of the meatpacking district, but not for porn bot reasons, just for reasons. Oh, this one hits.
That's where they filmed all the porn.
This one hits wouldn't know, mate. Hits Chivanga was, as is his mode, sort of backing away. Didn't even threaten that ball with the bat, and wore one somewhere around the sort of forearm /
He's a big
midriff.
He's a big lad. Don't be such a wuss.
Yeah.
It's only on you for a second. That's what Brian Close said.
Thank you, Brian Close. Yes.
Barely touches you.
Yeah. What a stupid thing to say. I mean, only a psychopath
probably
says.
All the concussion made him say that. Yeah.
Like a bullet. Bullet just goes in and out.
Yeah.
Doesn't say, "You're right." Get up, walk it off, sweat it out.
2 slips in place. Chivanga with that unique technique. He's doing the same thing, listeners.
What's their number 11 going to look like?
And he's trying to fiddle this one, I don't know, over gully or something. Gets nothing on it. He's almost turning his head away at the same time. It's a real eye-opener, this technique.
The number 11 might actually start on his back.
I mean, this is an incredibly difficult shot to play, even if you're any good.
Yeah, I
It's ambitious.
I did him a bit of a disservice because he was sort of looking at it as it went past, but he sat himself on his arse again. This is
Can we get 3 in a row?
Nothing like the MCC coaching manual.
I mean, they all seem to have the same bat sponsor, but you wonder if the bat sponsor asked them to be taken off these
Yes.
the 9, 10, 11.
Rather not be associated with this type of batting if it's all the same to you. Thank you. What are we looking at? Have we got a review going on, everyone? So I think Stokes has decided there might have been a thin tickle on the way through to
18
Jamie
reviews
Smith there.
left, and you might as well use one of them.
Oh, we're looking at the replay now. He thinks it might have got a little feather. I think it's a bit of a moonshot in terms of true belief.
I think so.
Here it goes. Past it now. A bit gap. Nothing. So
You can just about park a camper van in that.
let's get on with our lives.
Well, they still got 4 reviews left, probably. I don't know what it is now.
I can imagine the third umpire is saying, just rock and roll that for me. There's no need to rock and roll that. It's only rock and roll.
But
this is
a
waste of my time.
Get on with it. And we are going to get on with it. Atkinson up to the crease now. Bowles. This keeps a bit low.
Did he bring a bat out, this fella?
Chivanga. Again, he's walking. He's like Michael Jackson.
Doing a moonwalk.
Yeah. If you can make a career batting like this, then honestly.
How do you think Michael Jackson would have batted?
Like this.
He's got quick feet.
Yeah.
Get down the track. You know, the reverse of cricketers going on to Strictly.
Yep.
Well, He'd probably been distracted by the kids in the crowd.
Forward in
he went
defence comes Chivanga. Was it? And there's no run. Was it Chef in South Park? He might have touched some children, but it was Michael Jackson. As if that's an excuse. I'll expect letters after this exchange.
Letters. Yeah, send us a letter.
Yeah,
just send us a letter in the post.
Please address them to Nigel Henderson.
Yes. Care of the home
for expired commentators.
Well,
that must be it.
This has struck either bat or body, and it's ended up in the hands of second slip. And he's
Brooke thinks it's carried.
Brooke is holding it as if to say, "Well, that's a bloody catch," but I think it's not got near the bat, has it?
No, it's just that was a good catch by me, although it didn't hit the bat.
Yeah. And I'm lying here on the turf to demonstrate quite how good it was.
Let me just put a bit more mayonnaise on my efforts by waving the ball.
Yeah,
it hits him on the shoulder.
Hit him on the shoulder.
But he's batting like... When people say like a drain, they mean badly. I don't know, drains are usually quite good, aren't they?
What we used to say.
Here he comes.
Batting like a bastard.
And he bastards this one into the onside. It goes about 4 yards.
Batting like a jabroni. That's what they say. I don't know exactly what it means. But
what's a jabroni?
Like The Rock from the wrestling used to say that. He called people jabronis.
I think it means you're a kind of fake. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, is it a proper Italian word or?
I don't know. We'll have to go back to New York to find out.
Yeah, to get down the meatpacking district and see what we can find.
They'll know, yeah.
Yeah, they'll know in Greenwich Village. Those beat poets. They're all about the jabroni.
Speaking of, Peel or Williamsburg is also kind of hip and cool, according to Leah.
Right.
But Williamsburg is cool, but more residential.
What about the Bowery?
Backing is more the former warehouse exposed brick cool.
Yeah. Well, we've definitely got
so
the
it's like, the Lewisham of New York is what you're saying.
That's what it aspires to be.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they're saying, yeah.
What about the Bowery district? That's another area, isn't it?
Or Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen, yeah.
Yep.
Tin Pan Alley.
That's London.
That's one in New York, isn't it?
That's Soho.
It's one of those at Melbourne University.
I thought there's one
Soho,
in
London.
I thought there's one in New York. Where's the Tin Pan Alley in Soho?
Yeah, it's around there.
Where?
I don't know exactly. I'm not that
On the
familiar. I'm
streets?
not that familiar with Soho.
Berwick
frankly.
Street, Broadwick Street. Oh no, the dark underbelly, as I like to think of it.
Alea also requests that everyone please cross their fingers for RCB in the IPL. Asking for their superfan K, who's a big RCB fan.
Okay. All right then. There you go. They're crossed.
Frank Rockefeller says jabroni, loser.
Jabroni means it's a loser. Yeah. Right. Okay.
A foolish or contemptible person, according to Google, informal US American.
Huh.
No.
Leah provides.
All those things.
How do you spell it? Is it with a G?
No, a J.
A J.
It's one of those things I've seen written. You know.
So J.
Jabroni.
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 It's quite satisfying to say.
Yeah. It feels like
It sounds like sort of faux Italian.
It does. It sounds like faux.
Bafangul jabroni.
Yeah.
We must be on a drinks break because Nick Knight, the jabroni, is talking about something.
He's very the jabroni's jabroni.
He's a jabroni, all right.
Has it got? I'm trying to get to the etymology of jabroni. Is the bro bit bro?
I don't know.
No?
I don't know.
I mean, these are all rhetorical questions unless you have actual answers to them.
Have a Google machine. Let's see.
Yeah. Ask some artificial intelligence.
Ask Grok. Yeah.
Or if I want a real answer, I'll not.
Yes.
It is from the Italian jambone, which means ham.
Jamboni, yeah. That's French, isn't it? Le jambon. Le jambon.
Jambon.
So it means someone.
Jamon in Italian.
Someone's a ham of some sort.
Yeah. Maybe a bit like gammon. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Actually, I'm quite up for calling people ham. You fucking ham. Melt is always quite a satisfying one.
I don't like melt.
No, why not?
No, I don't know. It just doesn't sound particularly satisfying.
I think I've obviously heard London geezers say it to each other. You fucking melt.
Fucking melt.
And I always like it. But I think I first read the word used in that context in a Brendan Behan book, Borstal Boy.
Okay.
He talks about someone being a whore's melt, which I very much enjoyed.
Is that sort of like scum in literary form?
It was a bit like that. It wasn't. Yeah.
Were there any socks full of billiard balls?
Socks full of billiard balls and unpleasant things in the greenhouse.
There was unpleasantness, but not to that sort of 1970s lurid filmic extent.
The peak of Ray Winston's career.
Yeah,
he was the daddy now.
I'm the fucking daddy now. This is defended back at the track by Musrabani. It's Shoaib Bashir starting you over. Brendan Behan.
We have a super chat.
Oh, well, I'll back off and let you talk about that then.
Alan Turfmore, £2. Can I have fuck off jingles for Blackburn Rovers? Thank you.
Obviously a Burnley fan. Forward in defence comes Musrabani.
Well,
quite circumspect for him.
If you give us money, you can have anything you want. So I'll just find that.
Anything that's available to us.
Well, yes. I mean, we're not genies.
Yeah. Speak for yourself. 3 wishes I grant you. He's back in his crease.
I grant you 1 wish, which is to hear this jingle.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
There you go.
Satisfying.
Worth every penny, I'd say, Mr. Turfmore. Not his real name, I should imagine.
He might have changed it because of love of Burnley.
Might have. We got caught in 2 minds there. Musrabani didn't know whether to go forward or back. He rather played it from the crease and chopped it very close to his stumps, except his pad got in the way.
I can't say anything at all. Burnley came to our place and won 5-0, and they were doing the conga after each goal.
They conceded 9 goals in about 40 games.
Yeah, something like that.
Back he goes in his crease once more and swats this one through.
Still get relegated
the covers.
next season.
Yeah, more than likely. 1 more to the total there for Zimbabwe, who have moved on to 257 for 7. A pretty good effort from their top order. Brian Bennett being the obvious highlight for them with his 139.
I mean, he's really held them together. They managed to bat around him to get as far as they have. It certainly could have gone a lot worse.
Oh, a lovely ball. The arm ball didn't spin. Chivanga played for the spin that didn't happen, and it fizzed past, a bit quicker as well, I'd say, past his outside edge, and that completes the over. He does survive, however. Natural variation, or did he mean that, do you think?
Oh, who knows?
Who knows
Only
with spinners?
he will know, and he will tell you what he wants you to hear.
But maybe he didn't even know. Yeah, maybe it hit the shiny bit and just zipped on. Maybe he genuinely changed his action. We don't know. 61 overs have gone, 257 for 7. 308 is the lead. England bludgeoning their way to that.
They are bludgeoning. I mean, that short bowling really was bludgeoning. But it worked, so who am I to say?
In this, I'm talking about the start of the day where they bludgeoned their way up to 5-6-5, was it? And, on occasion in this bowling effort, they've bludgeoned some more. This outside the off stump from Gus Atkinson. Musrabani this time totally takes his front leg out of the equation and sort of shunts it over to square leg and attempts some sort of wafty cover drive, which, unsurprisingly, given that technique, was unsuccessful.
Well, this is my last stint today. Everybody cheers.
Not at all.
And I'll be making my way back. And I was saying this in the green room. This is how my luck is.
Go
my
on.
journey back is likely to be interrupted by a Tottenham Hotspur open tour bus parade.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's pretty unlucky, isn't it?
Can you not skirt
First
around it?
time in 17 years.
A short delivery. Musrabani again pretty much gets out of the way of it. Thinks about an attempted pull, but pulls out of the pull.
It was pretty leery on the night. I think they were doing a showing at the video showing at the ground.
Yes. Oh, you're very close, aren't you?
I'm not far away. I'm right by the station where a lot of them come back to. Yeah.
Yeah.
They always look miserable. It doesn't matter if they've won or lost.
So in a season where Tottenham have lost at home to Ipswich Town, among others, it's now being heralded as their best season
they won
for
something.
40 years.
I mean,
he goes back in his crease, Musrabani. It was a full delivery, however. And it meant that he had an extra yard to cover in that quick single, and Stokes shies at the stumps, misses, but he was in anyway.
As someone said on Twitter, only Tottenham could actually test the theory of whether it's better to finish 4th or finish 17th and win a trophy.
Oh, the latter, for sure.
Of course it is. But only Tottenham could actually not make it a non-theoretical question.
I mean, United were in a very similar position, weren't they?
I never thought United were going to win. I just didn't see it.
Atkinson, a full delivery, an attempted Yorker. He's appealing for LBW, thinking that
he's
the
saying
back
foot first.
Yeah, that the
yes.
back came in second. He's quite keen on this, Atkinson, and he's not a man given to over expression, I think. So if
I'd have a look. Yeah.
I probably would as well. You may as well. And it's not going to make a difference one way or the other, is it? They have indeed gone upstairs, as they say. Atkinson really keen on that. He's sort of shrugging to his teammates and saying, yeah, definitely hit his pad first. And
I think if it did,
it's plumb.
Bang in front, yes.
Burning through the reviews, though. Got to be careful. Got to save them up.
Do they? No, they don't. There's no jeopardy.
Let's have a look at the eye test on the slow motion.
I know, it's full face of the bat as far as I can tell.
Okay, actually, yeah.
Full
God,
face
take
of the
the
bat.
splinters out of the ball. Christ.
Yeah, full face of the bat.
Oh, or is it?
Oh, it hits
no,
the pad
it's not.
before. That is.
Oh, no.
I tell you what.
Flicks the
that is
pad.
an incredible review from Gus Atkinson. From side on, from the sort of cover angle, if you like. It looked like it went straight onto the bat. But
always trust your first impression.
however,
it's not going down leg, is it? No.
Yeah,
it's hitting. It's
surely
hitting
it's
the base
not.
of leg stump, and this is going to be out. So you can't really blame the umpire for not giving that out on the field. And even on first look from that side-on angle, I thought, oh, well, it's just face of the mat. But it had flicked the pad on the way through. It was going to hit the base of leg stump. And Chivanga it is who has to go.
Well, it is, and you're still supposed to get your bat in front of your pad in those situations. So, hasn't really got anyone else to blame.
Well, he would have eventually.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Fortunately, I don't have to tell Chivanga that to his face because he looks a big lad.
Yeah.
And he is still holding a bat, so.
I don't think he'd need a bat.
Well, based on his batting performance, he wouldn't even hit my
I
head.
mean, the bat might actually impede him in giving me a battering.
So 8 down, England slowly but surely reaching the end of this Zimbabwe batting effort. What time are we now? It's just coming towards 5:30. So another half hour.
You'd think they would wind this up today, unless they've been hiding someone good at 10 or 11, which seems unlikely.
And we think there might be an injury as well, don't we?
Oh, possibly, yes.
Yeah, I think they said before Garava's not going to be taking any further part because of a back injury.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, when it rains...
That situation may have evolved.
When it rains, it pours. We got 2 jingles for him. Oh, it looks like the same one twice. Well, seeing as you went to the trouble of making a jingle for him, I'm going to play it anyway, even if it's not him.
He'll fight them all standing tall.
Ooh, it's a good one.
His name is Richard Garava.
Well, but we're not going to see him, we don't think. No, it is going to be Victor Nyochi, and that's this guy.
He seeks the far horizon. He loves a new frontier. He's hiding at the hotel as Victor Nyachi.
He sure does.
I wonder if he's got a Zimbabwean advertising agency, Nyachi and Nyachi.
Finally.
Is that an ad man joke? Is it?
Finally,
It's sort of the only advertising agency that the general public have heard of, which is Saatchi and Saatchi.
In the 80s. Are they still a thing?
There's still a thing called them, yes.
Oh, wasn't Nigella Lawson married to one of them?
Yes, I think so.
Charles.
And he
deeply unpleasant.
Beat her up in public, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't a particularly good.
What a hero.
relationship.
So excellent
Bloody
review there
admin.
from Gus Atkinson. We think Zimbabwe are effectively 9 down.
And he's finally got on the wickets board.
Nyachi, and this is a good ball from Atkinson at the stumps. Nyachi is up to it though, swinging through the line there, fetches up at extra cover, and there is no run.
Now, if Muzarabani was swinging like a rusty gate before, now if it's the last wicket, he's going to swing like I don't know what.
Like a well-oiled
like
gate.
The Acropolis door.
Like the privy door when the plague's in town.
Yep. And a windy night.
Atkinson in once more. Just playing this watchfully from the crease, not committing forward or back really. No, who can blame him? But he does survive. That's the end of the 62nd over. and it's 258 for 8 / possibly 9 effectively. Who's got stuff to say?
Well then, I should probably read some of these out.
Go for that.
I mean, don't feel compelled.
Lockie6 asks innocently, what does wanker mean?
It means you.
Look it up.
Oh, harsh. Leah tells a story about the Ashwin jingle that Jeff has done, and an Indian woman turning around and hearing it because she uses it as her ringtone.
How did she react?
Her partner looked pretty annoyed, but when the chorus kicked in, he told her what was going on. Then she looked annoyed, and Leah had a nice convo about cricket with the guy.
So quite a lot of annoyance in that whole story.
So, yeah, it sort of seems to be trending towards annoyance, but with some sort of happy ending.
With a smattering of joy.
Is that caught and bowled? No.
No. Driven, Muzarabani went back in his crease and absolutely threw the kitchen sink at it. It rather went through Bashir, I think, and it's gone straight for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think Bashir's kind of think I've already taken one on the fingers today.
Yeah.
That's enough for today.
But it did sort of meg him as he stood there with his feet akimbo.
Yep.
And it bisected them. Good job he didn't wear that one on the ankle. It's turned round the corner this time, down towards fine leg.
Quite delicate.
Yeah, they're going to come back for a couple as the man runs round from a squarer position to do the fielding. So
I'll tell you what, he's winding up at this next one though.
Such finesse.
Yeah, I think I'd be tempted to give this one a lot of air. Toss it up above his eye line. Nope. It's quite flat and with angled bat and a bit of a misfield there at backward point. Josh Tongue, who's not at the best of days, what with his wicket off a no ball. Well,
he will argue that he got the key wicket in the end. He got Bennett.
He doesn't have to argue that. It's in the scorebook.
It is.
Yeah. But a shit bit of fielding just then.
Lack of reverse sweeps, I must say.
Yeah. Anyway, it's 7 runs off the first 3 balls of this over, but Zim's number 11 is now due to face Bashir.
Nyachi sounds like something you would encounter in an H.P. Lovecraft story. Oh no, it's the Nyachi.
Oh, that's the
it's
plural.
A bit like a line from a movie called Delamorte Delamore.
Oh, this one would have beaten the outside edge of many a better batter, I reckon. And it was certainly too good for Nyachi on that occasion. Fizzed it through. Decent take from Jamie Smith. Nearly hit the top of off stump. Missed the outside edge. Here he comes again. One slip and a backwards short leg. Nice looking shot that. Stretching forward and playing it to cover, but there's no run. 1 ball left in this over. Nyachi survives again.
It would be quite mathematically satisfying if England get a 300-run lead. Twice the amount needed for the follow-on.
And driven again to that man in the covers for no run. That does complete the over. 265 for 8.
That means they'd have to follow on twice.
A 3 innings game for them.
They've got to come back multiple extra days.
Maybe some sort of handicap system should be introduced in games like this.
Maybe, yeah.
3 innings.
Like
Zimbabwe get 3 innings.
Like playing chess without a rook or whatever.
Yeah. And then in that instance, you could make them follow on twice.
It is a thing, yeah. It used to be quite a thing in the 19th century. Paul Morphy was so much better than everybody else that most of his best games he's playing without a knight or a rook or something.
Paul Morphy?
Yep.
Right, we're leaving, I believe. We're vacating the broadcast area.
Yeah. I'm done for today, so I'll be back when I'm back.
Well, it's been terrific,
I'll be
Andy.
back for the overflow. Bye.
See you in a bit, Mog. I'll just do this ball while we're waiting. It's full. Atkinson, Muzarabani swings like the proverbial. It winds up at mid-wicket and there is no run. Messers will be with you momentarily. Bye, listeners.
I am here. I have no idea what I'm doing, but that's nothing new. And I have no clue where we've got to on the tweets. So you'll have to forgive me.
Will Reynolds talking about Brendan Behan.
Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate it.
Right, 265 for 8. They need another 100 to save the follow-on. It ain't happening. No, it's definitely not happening now because Atkinson's bowled a straight one. Muzarabani has stepped back and it's clipped at the top of middle stump. taken away the bails, and Zimbabwe are 265 for 9.
Well, they need more than... They need 130 odd, didn't they, to avoid the follow-on? So
Need another 150.
150 now.
Well, okay, he's out.
He is indeed. Atkinson's picking up
Another one bites the
couple
dust.
of late wickets here. What's going on here?
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, they declared.
They've declared?
No, of course they haven't.
Well, what's going on?
I don't
They seem
know.
to be going off. Is this? Oh, is it the
Ngavare, isn't it?
Ngavare can't bat.
Yeah.
So, well, they're going off. Well, I think they're going to put Zimbabwe straight back in again. I would think, because let's face it, Bennett, who batted so beautifully,
He's going to be knackered.
he's going to be knackered. And he's going to, and the adrenaline that was pumping through him and kept him going, is going to be sort of dissipated now to a certain extent. And they kind of found a way to get him out, didn't they? With the short ball from around the wicket. And they might go to that much earlier than they did before. Ben Duckett is giving a massage to Tim Southey. At least he's not pouring beer over him like he would do with Jimmy Anderson. But
That's very much a sort of Marcus Stoinis and Adam Zampa vibe, isn't it? They did that sort of
brotherly laugh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the connection between Duckett and Southey. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think they were bosom buddies, but maybe they've worked together. Has he played in the IPL, Duckett?
I don't think so.
I think he has, actually. So I don't know. Maybe they played the 100 together or something.
Maybe Duckett's played down in somewhere in New Zealand.
Z at some
now,
point.
yeah.
Let's look at that lineup. Bennett made 139. That was the chief contribution. Curran 6, Irvin 42. He batted quite well. Williams 25, Raza 7. Madaveri got a duck. Seager made 22. Muzarabani 12. And Chavanga 2. Ben Stokes 2 for 11. He really got it going today, didn't he? When England were struggling to make the breakthrough, and that was only because Shoaib Bashir had to go off after injuring his finger trying to take a return catch. Unfortunately, the figures have stayed up for about 10 seconds, so I can't bring you any more information unless I can have a look
Atkinson
at
2 for 58, Joss Tongue 1 for 56, Shoaib Bashir 3 for 62. That's all the wickets.
How do we think? Poor old Sam Cook doesn't even get on there.
And they haven't forced to follow on.
Oh, they have. Oh, that's a bit of a disappointment. You know what it is? Even though it's a 4-day game, they want the 4th day for what? What do you think they want it for?
Golf.
Golf. They want it for golf. So Sam Cook 1 for 72. I thought he bowled well at times. He got the ball to nibble around a little bit. Gus Atkinson was not very impressive until taking a couple of late wickets. 2 for 58 from 13.2. Shoaib Bashir, I thought bowled well. He really got one to turn to get rid of Irvine, didn't he? And that was a tremendous delivery. Just as Andy was saying, it's not really turning. No one's turning it.
Yeah.
He got one to turn. He pitched it on the leg stump and turned it.
It was a great ball, actually. The one that got
cracking ball. And then he got rid of Williams with a. Well, he played on, didn't he? He played on. I thought he was playing for a little bit of extra turn, and it didn't turn as much, so he got an inside edge onto his stump. So he ended up with figures of 16.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 62. Josh Tongue, again, I thought he bowled well. Good pace, 90 miles an hour or more at times. And then I wasn't keen on the short ball approach, but once he started bowling around the wicket to the right-hander with that approach, it's so much more difficult for a right-hander to get the ball down to the ground from sort of under his armpit. He's really cramped for room, and that's basically how he got him. Ben Stokes, as I said, came on, took 2 wickets, got Sikandar Raza with an absolute beauty, turned him right round, right round. He also got rid of Wesley Madaveri for a duck. He took 2 for 11 from 3.2. What do we think, chaps? Well, I think it'll be over by cheap tomorrow easily.
Yeah, I do think Zimbabwe has slightly outperformed expectations.
I do think the wicket's pretty flat.
Yeah.
England have actually, a better side would have probably, England may want to have stayed out there a bit longer and got more runs on the board, to be honest. I mean, it looks pretty flat. The outfield is quick. There isn't a lot in it for the bowlers, to be fair. And England have done quite well in the end to bowl them out for 260.
Well, I mean, the ball is going through the top of the surface now
Yeah.
a little bit from time to time, and I think that, as a batsman, that is when it becomes really difficult to bat, because the ball is just, you have a rhythm to your batting, and you're expecting the ball to come on at a certain pace. Even if it's slow or even if it's quick, you get used to that pace. But when it goes through the top and stops on you, it is so difficult to get your timing. And so I think that could be quite tricky for them. And I'll be surprised if Bennett has to come out, if he does come out and open again, if he survives till the end of play, then he's done an incredible job for Zimbabwe today.
Yes. Well, he scored, half of their runs? More than half their runs. 135 out of 139 or whatever it was, out of 265.
Yeah.
So he's done pretty well.
And he got to 90 before he'd given any sort of chance.
Yeah.
And just before he was out, he was actually caught at short leg. Brilliant catch by Ollie Pope, but Josh Tongue had overstepped and no ball. So, but it wasn't a reprieve for very long, Messi.
No, indeed. Mayank says you could have a handicap where Zimbabwe get one extra batter. They can bring back one person at the end to rebat. Yeah.
I wonder who they'd choose.
Handicap cricket is an interesting concept in the Test team. Yeah, if you're 8th on the Test Championship table, you get a quarter an extra batter for each position you're down the table. It'd level things up a bit. Mr. P says Messi's in a trance. I was waiting while Hendo was reading my screen. He says, what brings Messi to Great Britain? Well, I'm here to meet
gorillas.
Gorillas who I've had lots to do with online, but never actually met before. And I've been having a wonderful time meeting them. And going back to some of the places of my youth as well. Take some films for my grandchildren. Films. I mentioned films to my niece yesterday. She said, what's a film?
Yeah.
I tried to tell her I'd run out of film and couldn't film her anymore, and she said, what do you mean?
Run out? What is this notion of running out of things? Yeah. State of the world.
Yes, there's been some discussion flowing on from earlier on about various players and their Phoenix connections, but we're into a new innings now.
Well, we will be very shortly. We're just being reminded that the first England-India test starts on the 20th of June, which is less than a month
Just
away.
under a month away.
Indeed. Yeah. And, of course, in between that, we've got the World Test Championship final, which starts, I think, on the 11th of June, is it?
I don't know why I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, but, great. I mean, I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to that. I do think Australia... Well, what's their team going to be?
A good one.
Well, is it?
I think so.
Hazelwood's injured again, isn't he?
No, Hazelwood's... They're all four fast bowlers are fit. The question is who will be left out of Hazelwood, Stark, Cummings and...
Boland, isn't it?
Boland, yes.
That'd be Boland, wouldn't it?
Probably Boland, yes.
Well, so they'll only have a four-man attack then.
Plus Lyon, of course.
Well, I thought that... No,
sorry, but they'll probably have Bo Webster in as an all-rounder.
Oh, will they? Okay.
And I think he's played pretty well today. The question will be around Labuschagne, English and Sam Constas. I personally wouldn't let Sam Constas near them at the moment because he's just made no runs in any form of cricket of significance lately. I would like to see Inglis in the team. I think there's a very good chance
as a
batter,
specialist batter.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he'll be captaining in Australia within 4 or 5 years.
He's a keeper, isn't he? English?
Wow,
he's a keeper as well, but he's also an extremely accomplished batter.
Well, he got a fantastic one-day 100 against us, didn't he?
Yes.
Was that a Champions Trophy? I suppose it was.
He's a Yorkshire lad, of course, because he was I think 13 when he left Australia for Yorkshire. So he's got some of that toughness that comes with the breed.
So he would be the keeper then. Who's currently?
Carey.
Well, Carey's the keeper at the moment. So Carey will play in this test. He's been playing beautifully.
Carey is. He's just come into his own completely, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, bless me.
Labuschagne and Green are in competition with one another for batting position.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it?
And Labuschagne's made bugger all runs for Glamorgan. Green's made 2 centuries and a 50 for Gloucester, as well as a few duds.
But Labuschagne's only played one match so far, hasn't he?
He's just out of the second. He was out for 34 today.
Oh, was he? Okay. Yeah, Cameron.
Lavershane's not as good as he thinks he is.
Well, you've never been a big fan, have you?
No, I've never been a big fan. I mean, he started fantastically, but he's not Pete Smith.
But he does have the advantage of experience at Lords that's served him pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's an incredible competitor, a brilliant fielder.
I don't think as a team they'll want to go in without Labuschagne because he's just part of that vibe for
So who will they open with then? They'll open with Travis Head.
They'll have Travis Head and probably... they'll have Usman Khawaja.
Of course, Usman Khawaja, yeah.
And Head. And then the question number 3 will be between Green and Labuschagne, probably, with Smith.
Is 3 not a little bit high for Green?
Probably is.
Yeah.
But if Labuschagne's out of form...
Yeah.
Then you got Webster and Carey, and it's a really interesting lineup. They're not lacking in strength. But I really think this is the last year, and the Ashes, when we will see the dominance of the Australian attack on display. Because
you don't think there's a lot coming through?
There will be some good stuff coming through, but as you know, experience is the key to that.
Yeah. And other teams fearing what they know is a good attack. Which is going to be England's problem against India, actually, because I don't think these are bad bowlers, but none of them have any match experience.
Yes, exactly. I think that's what the thing is.
The flip side of that is India's batsmen won't be very experienced here. I mean, you've got no Kohli and no Rohit, so they're going to have a very callow top order.
Yeah, and we don't know what the weather's going to be like. We don't know. I mean, you maybe if you get Cook on a relative green top at Lords, he's going to find that he's going to find a bit of Jimmy Anderson like magic.
Yeah.
I think Tongue has bowled well today. I mean, Atkinson's had a brilliant first year in England. I'm not sure about how he's going to go overseas. And of course, Chris Wokes to come back.
Yeah.
He's had a brilliant summer last year, and actually took that into the winter a little bit in the away games. Anyway, Bennett is finding himself back out there. He probably wishes he was still out there in the first innings. He's in the second innings, and he rather abruptly draws the bat inside that delivery, which is delivered by none other than one of those new bowlers, man making his debut. It is famous name, man with a famous
Sam
name.
Cooke. Let's bowl. Sam Cooke. He bowls.
He's got 3 slips. He's coming in to bowl to Bennett, and Bennett is on to the back foot, as he was so often in that first innings, and quite often playing lovely, well-timed strokes square of the wicket or through extra cover.
What's wrong with Wokes at the moment? What's his injury? He's getting on though, isn't he? Wokes must be 36, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's fit, isn't he? He looks like a kind of fit bloke to me. I certainly would want Wokes in my team for the summer.
Yes.
Cook in bowls, and this has come off the thigh pad, and they will get the first run of the second innings, the follow-on. Zimbabwe trailing by exactly 300 before that run. 1 for none, and Ben Curran is back.
Yeah,
I suppose you could say failed in the first innings. He played one or two quite nice shots, and then
he was out for 6.
He struggled. He really did struggle.
Ben Curran's brothers can't go get fucked. They took the easy way out. Ben Curran staying in Zimbabwe until he's poached.
He'll be coming round the wicket, I imagine, Cook now, because that's the way he got rid of him in the first innings. 3 slips and a leg slip, and he's in and bowls, and he clips it away worryingly for a moment. We wonder whether that was going in the direction of the leg slip. Actually, it's gone fairly square of him, and they've picked up a single, so he's off the mark. 2 for none.
The other batsman opening up is this man.
He's just a regular, everyday Zimbabwean. His name's Brian Bennett, motherfucker. Sometimes plays tests, but not often. His name's still Brian Bennett, motherfucker.
Was Mogg in a particularly bad mood that night?
I don't know. Clearly.
Well, he turned him round in the first innings a couple of times, didn't he? Bennett goes onto the back foot, plays that comfortably into the offside. It's hard to imagine. What do you feel like as a batsman, having played so beautifully in the first innings, and if the others around you could have done the same, the team would still be out there. You'd be resting with your feet up, and now you've got to go out and play out a really difficult 50 minutes.
You feel pretty pissed off.
And in fact, it's going to spoil your day, isn't it? Because if you get out cheaply, you're going to be upset about that, rather than concentrating on how well you played earlier. He defends this one. A little bit of movement away in the air. There is no run. End of the first over, 2 for none.
Sudhu says just a big question mark rests with Labuschagne, which I think is very true. Chris Quire says, hoping Messi is still planning to be in the Gorilla Triforium for the Australia versus South Africa test. I've got Friday the 13th in my diary for a visit to Lewisham. Indeed, I have. I'll be at Lord's for day 1, along with Richard Asher, but I shall be in the studio for days 2, 3 and 4.
Oh, is Richard Asher coming into the studio? I think he is.
Yes.
Oh, great. Brilliant. So, what day of the week is the first day of that?
I think it's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. Okay. Gus Atkinson is going to open. Picked up those 2 late wickets. 54 wickets already in Test cricket. Amazing, really. And he can bat a bit.
I haven't been so impressed with his bowling today, to be honest.
No, he hasn't bowled well. I mean, he didn't bowl well in the one day, did he, at all overseas? But I think he is a good man to have in English conditions generally. But this is a fast-scoring pitch, isn't it, really? You haven't got much margin for error as a quick bowler. Anyways,
easy pace pitch as well, isn't it? It's not doing a lot.
No, he's in, bowls full, and it scuttles under Ben Curran's bat. Fortunately for him, it wasn't straight, and so
he looks a bit more like Tom than Sam, doesn't he, Ben? Not that they all look very similar, but
he doesn't look as angry as Sam.
It doesn't look as arrogant as Tom.
We think very highly of this family.
I love Sam Curran. I'm sorry, I do. I think he's maybe done too much too young, as the specials once sang.
Too much too young.
This one is outside the off stump. Diving across to his left to collect is Jamie Smith, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, he's been exposed to so many forms of cricket, and everyone knows what he bowls now, don't they?
Yeah.
And I think that's the difficulty. He hasn't got that sheer pace that would get him out of difficulty when it's not doing anything for him. Anyway, Ben is facing up, and he drives, and he meets that really nicely, actually. It was beautifully timed, but he'll be a bit despondent at the fact that that's gone straight up to Josh Tong at mid-off, rather than a couple of yards either side of him. 2 for none. And Zimbabwe trail by 298. The pterodactyl gets into position. In he comes. And bowls. And that's too wide, left alone by the left-handed Curran. Through to the keeper. I mean, I thought that... he does look like... He's like a little thicker set, I would say, than Sam, but about the same size, and he's got a face that's almost the same. Although I actually think that Jacob Bethel is possibly a 4th Curran that was shipped out of Zimbabwe earlier because of some sort of scandal.
Out to the West Indies early.
Atkinson in, nice drive, but good piece of fielding by Atkinson for a tall man, getting down really well to his left, cuts off thoughts of runs, and it might have indeed cut off thoughts of 4 runs because he hit that quite nicely.
I have some news for you on Chris Wokes from 2 days ago. England seamer Chris Wokes will make his return from an ankle injury after being selected for 2 Lions fixtures with India A.
Yep, he's going to get a little bit of a bowl there, isn't he? Those could be interesting matches, actually. I don't know where they are. I might
start on the 30th of May and the 6th of June.
find some way of getting to see any of that. Outside the off stump, dies a little bit on its way through to Smith. It's the end of the second over. Zimbabwe in their second innings, are 2-0. Messi.
Will Reynolds says, is the 14-year-old IPLer going to get a shout for India? I doubt it.
I have some news on that. I saw a story this morning. He's been selected for the India under-19 team coming over here.
Is that right? Is that a white... They'll be playing white ball cricket rather than red, won't they?
No, actually. It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. I think I saw the headline and didn't actually read the text. So
well, it'd be good to have an under-19 player who's actually under-19, because a lot of them aren't. Daz Reynolds says, what's the field for Cook and Atkinson, please?
What's the field?
Yeah,
field. Or the field. Oh, sorry. Well, it's not always easy to say because, we have to wait for the camera to draw back or them to put a little diagram up. But I'll do my best.
3 slips and a gully, I believe.
It's only got 3 slips. He's in, bowls, onto the front foot goes Bennett. No, he hasn't got a gully. He's got a backward point. He's got a squarish cover who is also slightly behind square. He's got an extra. Let's just see if he's got a mid-off. And, of course, when you want the camera to pan back, they don't do it. Focusing on Bennett fiddling with his gloves. But we'll see what we can do. 3 slips, backward point. Another backward point, if you want to call it that, or cover just behind square. Worked out how strong he is there. This one is angled into the pads. It loops up off the pad, and just for a moment you felt Bennett might be worried that it had the potential to spin back towards his stumps, but fortunately not for him. Cook looks nothing like I thought he looked. I don't know what I thought he looked like, but it looks like him. Because I hadn't seen anything really of him, to be honest. And some of those streams, the quality of the picture is not that great, is it? The county streams. He's in again, bowls to Bennett, who goes onto the back foot, looking to force through the offside. I can bring you news, there is a mid-off as well. So he's got 4 on the offside, saving the 1. 3 slips, which means he's only got 2 men on the onside by clever deduction. Worked that out. An arithmetic. One of those is Josh Tongue, who I think is at mid-on. I'm guessing the other fielder is probably at long leg. There's a massive gap on the onside then, and he takes advantage of that gap. He's actually a deep square. Shoaib, it is, and they get through for a single. That is Bennett off the mark in the second innings. And Zimbabwe moved to 3 for none.
Shoaib, when he fields, seems to have these incredibly long arms, like a marionette almost.
I think he's got very big hands, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a very long finger. He's got fingers like E.T.
Yes. Indeed. Now let's see what Cook's got. He's got a leg slip now. 3 slips, a leg slip, backward point, squarish cover, extra cover, and he's into Curran, who waits for this one. He wants a single. He's gone a long way down. In comes Stokes, can't gather it, and continues on across the cut strip. And, what might have been isn't. He was pleading with Bennett to come for a run.
Bennett's
knackered and wasn't really interested, although he did sort of start... He was taking sort of steps which suggested he might be interested. You can understand why Curran would have been a bit confused by that. In he comes again. Bowls, and Curran is on the back foot. Defending into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. After 3 overs of the second innings, Zimbabwe are 3 for none.
Leah says, Kay, my super fan, I asked everyone to keep their fingers crossed for. It says, thank you all, and is very moved by the gesture. Will Reynolds says, Messi, do you hate this Curran as much as the others? It's only Sam Curran that gets me going.
Really? Why?
Yeah. He's just always so angry. It's like Coetzee in the South African team. He overreacts when he takes a wicket. I just don't like the attitude. Okay. Tom Curran's all right. This Curran's all right. It's just Sam. It's like you and Stoinis, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it is, yeah. I've got no problem with Sam Curran. In fact, I love him. Atkinson will continue. Got any more? Any more?
Dennis Sanchez says, come on, Zimbabwe. Will Reynolds says, Sam Cooke looks a bit like you face merged Jimmy and Brody. Ooh, yes. Yeah, I don't think he's angry enough.
People can do that with AI now, so maybe we should try that and see what happens. Atkinson then to the right-handed Bennett, 3 slips waiting. Oh, he's trapped him on the back foot. He knows he's out. He's unlucky there. That's gone right along the ground, I think. And he batted so well in the first innings. That is a real killer, in my opinion. He's having a long discussion with Curran as to whether he can review it. He's going to review it, but I think he's in some trouble.
It might have been sneaking down.
Could have been. But if it's clipping, it's out, isn't it? Because it's been given.
He's been given.
But he's too important a person not to review. And they only... In fact, I don't think they used any of their reviews in the first innings. So.
Someone reviewed an LBW.
Look at this. This scuttles, doesn't it? Oh, it does a little bit. It scuttles through, though.
It's right on his back foot.
Maybe he should have been forward. I
think it might be umpire's call, but it's still be out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, his whole reaction was slumping shoulders as soon as he was hit, as if he knew that was... And I think he's unlucky there, because that's kept quite low, hasn't it?
It's going on to hit leg stump, isn't it?
It just goes about half a centimetre under the bat.
Yeah, he didn't deserve that after the day he's had. I feel really, really, really gutted for him.
There's a lot of angle on it.
There's quite a bit of angle, but it's not enough. No. It's hitting. It's not even clipping, it's hitting. And poor old Brian Bennett, the old-time comedian, has gone for one after his marvellous 139 in the first innings. Oh, cricket is such
mistress.
A bastard. It really is a horrible, horrible game.
136 and 1.
Was it? Oh, I think 136. I thought it was 139. Over by lunchtime tomorrow.
Could be.
Quite possibly. We've got half an hour left. We're due a change, actually.
Oh, good, of course we are. Is there? I've got a feeling.
You two are still on, and Mog, if he's still awake.
Are you still awake, Mog?
I'm still awake.
Hey, he's here!
Yeah, I'm just going to get your picture up.
Mogster. I was looking across to Grubby, and then I thought maybe he's fallen asleep over there. But he's not on anyway.
I shall hand over to you, Mog, and I'll catch the rest of you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, Mogster. I love the way Mogster always sits in front of an enormous bookshelf, as if he's erudite, well-read. And yet we know that he's basically a violent sword swinger.
I'm just a fucking Luddite.
Yeah, so what was that? What was that with the mother effer jingle? Were you in a particularly bad mood that night?
With Brian Bennett.
Were you a bit angry?
No.
Oh, right, okay.
No, it's a positive thing for him.
Right,
what, are you a motherfucker?
Okay.
It's calling you people motherfuckers because his name's Brian Bennett. Don't forget it, kind of business.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough.
I think I do. I don't think I put that rhyme in there in the end.
Okay. That might be it. Craig Irvine is back out there,
and he has a jingle that goes like this. He was the other guy who got runs, wasn't he? 42,
45,
45.
In comes Atkinson, bowls him a bouncer, which he does well to jab down to where a short leg might have been, but isn't, and they get through for a 1. It should be time for you to take over on ball by ball bat.
Oh yeah, it should be.
Just a thought. I mean, I don't mind, but
it's okay. I'll do it.
Okay.
Let me just get the way.
Where's that hand, Mr.
Oh God, sorry. Yeah. I needed you on all day, really, Mog, so that you could. Keep reminding me. Will reminded me at times, but otherwise I've been remiss. And
don't come crying to me when they have to cut the whole thing off.
It could happen. I suppose. Yeah. Worst case scenario.
That's Ben Curran is defending to. Is it still Atkinson? Yeah.
Yep.
1 for 1. Different to his first innings.
Do you feel as if Atkinson's got a bit more oomph at the beginning of this innings?
Well, he's got a new ball, hasn't he? I mean, that does make a difference, and he's just got a wicket, so that's bound to pep him up a bit. And he just got 2 wickets at the end of the last.
Right. Well, that's what the point I was going to make. Do you think it was the fact that he got those 2 late wickets that just gave him a little bit of
extra energy? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
go in there, give him an energy drink, quick rub down, happy ending, and then he's off out again. Left alone outside the off stump by Curran through the keeper, and there's no run.
It's the happy ending that puts the spring in his step.
He's definitely got more vigour.
Feels a bit lighter after it, especially.
That's, absolutely. Blow away the cobwebs as it were.
About 10 cc's lighter.
Ooh, yes, I know where you're going with that one. It's amazing, wasn't it, that no one really knew that when we were kids about the name of that band and what it meant.
Like Steely Dan's another one.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely.
What's a Steely Dan? I don't even know what that is now, and I'm fucking 54. That one is played square, and there is no run.
It's a form of
buggery?
Pleasure of a toy. It's a toy that would pleasure.
It's a
pleasure
dildo,
you. Yeah,
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Steely Dan's a dildo. I didn't know that.
Dildo. It's not like a Dirty Sanchez, who's one of the...
I have to say, you sound like you know more about dildos than I do.
It's the nicest thing anyone's ever said.
Yeah. I know the rabbit. Atkinson is in, and Ben Curran defends it. Up to mid-off, and there is no run.
You know it personally?
No. End of the fourth over.
Up close and...
Yeah, that's wasn't it called rampant? It's a rampant
rabbit.
Rampant
Yeah,
rabbit. Yeah.
Rabbit. Made famous in Sex and the City, I think.
Oh, is that right? Okay. I used to quite like Sex and the City, especially when I was in Bermuda. All you could get was bloody American TV, and that was about the only thing that was that. And there's another good comedy series called Caroline in the City, which you never see anymore. And that was good.
Yeah.
Do you remember
one of
it?
those ones that's disappeared. Leah Thompson?
I can't remember what her name was, but yeah, she was what was she? He was a cartoonist, and she was something or other, living in the flat together.
I don't remember that. They all live in flats. Cox, that one kept low. Nibbled back into Irvine, managed to scoot it around the corner to Shah Bashir, who's out there at Beat Square.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh because the bear, all this talk about dildos has made him rename Cook Cox.
Oh, did I? Did I say Cox?
Roy
You
would
did.
Be having a
You
field
did.
day.
It's not the first time today either,
Cook.
which is quite entertaining.
He really reminds me of someone. Footballer maybe, or someone like
He looks
that.
He looked a bit like Jack Callis to me the other day.
Really? I was going to
Not so
say.
much now, when he was sitting up in the...
Do you think he's got a bit of Adam
dressing
Collins about him?
Maybe that's it. God, that's unfortunate.
I hope he's not listening. No, he won't be.
No, he won't be. Sam Cook around, he's probably there, isn't he? Sam Cook doing it for SEN, probably, if he could do. Defended up to mid-off, and there is no run.
There, or the Oval, I presume.
Yes.
I spoke to Dan this week, Dan Allcross.
Okay.
Because I said to it, I just suddenly thought when I was booking tickets for the playoff final, he sort of has this weird claim to being a sort of Wimbledon fan.
Oh,
although
really?
he really watches
That sounds like
he's a really
bullshit
Man
to me.
United fan. He has been a couple of times, but not recently. I thought, well, yeah, I'll just get on to him and see if he and Catherine fancied coming, but he was doing the Oval. So.
That's a cracker. There's a peel from behind. That's nibbled off the seam. It's a beautiful ball. Ben Curran's not done a lot wrong there. He's got forward to defend it, and it's beaten his outside edge and gone through to Smith, but
That was
not out and they're in no run.
That was a wonderful delivery. It really was. And I think. Oh, hang on, though. This is the replay of the first inning dismissal.
That was a cracking delivery as well.
But actually, look at that. That even as early as that. Look at this. It takes something
I
out
know
of
it
the top.
does take something out of the top.
Yeah. Not this one doesn't though.
No,
So it's been
great
rolled.
delivery
It's been
there.
rolled, hasn't it? That might make the difference.
He's learnt a little bit, Sam Cook, in just the afternoon. That one is turned around the corner. There's no run. The first few overs he bowled way too full.
Bit too
didn't
full,
he?
yeah.
And he drew his length back a bit. If you just think on a deadish track with that pace, and it's not really going to do much, is it?
Well, as you say, talking looking forward to the Ashes. If he can make it do that on this pitch, and you're talking about the fact that there's a stronger seam now on the
There's a
Kookaburra
stronger
ball.
seam, and they seem to have got the wickets to do much. I mean, I watched some of the India Australia series last winter, and okay, Bumrah's a fucking fantastic bowler, but the Aussies were doing it too, and there was a lot of nibble in the pitches and a bit of movement, and it wasn't easy to bat in Australia like it used to be. Oh, there's a big appeal for Obidobi. I think it's him outside the line.
I think that's well outside the line. Yeah. Yeah, that's not out. There's no point.
He does
There's no
bowl
point.
straight, but he is bowling around the wicket, isn't he? So I would say that's probably not. England have got 3 reviews. Fuck it. Maybe use one. 7 seconds. 6. Come on, Ben. What are you going to do? You're going to do Kohli? Last second.
He's going to have a look at it.
He's going to have a look at it.
He's going to have a look at it. He's going to have a look at it.
We're going to have a bowler's review.
Pissing them away.
It's going to be this.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
I'll be a bit surprised.
Yeah,
well, it's hit the back pad. It's hit the flap of the back pad,
and it's going away as well.
Yeah.
It's outside the line.
That's what I think. I think I detected was the movement again. So that it went off the straight. Now we're looking to see if there's an outside edge. There was an outside edge. So it's not really got very much going for it at all.
Yeah, multiple layers of wrong.
Didn't get caught, did it? No.
Well, unless he got caught, yeah, and then he could be in trouble.
But it didn't because it went along the ground.
Well, I think it just sort of died and
Yeah, it
died.
did.
Yeah, it's not out.
Not out. But Zimbabwe went rockets out the stands, didn't they? In the first innings, they're going on 5 or 6 and over. Then this innings 5 for 1 after 4.5.
It's a different mindset to some extent, isn't it? Because they know now that they've been bowled out and they've got this tricky period.
Yeah. Cook is in again, defended by Ben Curran, out square on the offside. Stokes Fields, no run.
Looks to me as if Ben
End of
Curran's
5.
not committing himself coming forward quite so much. Just hanging back a little bit.
Well, and if you don't play any shots, eventually you let the bowlers get on top of you a bit, don't you?
Well, yeah, but at this time of night, you don't have to think about scoring runs, do you? Because they just want to be there till tomorrow morning, don't they? That's their main goal from here on in. I mean, what have we got? 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes to go.
England versus T. Is that the women?
Women, yeah.
Okay.
Is that tonight?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, cricket everywhere, forever.
Unfortunately, the West Indies Island game was rained out. So
Oh, did it get rained out in the end after West Indies got 350 or something?
Oh, what have we gone over?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Is that there's going to be no winners of the GPL tonight?
Yeah,
that's good news to us.
That is.
Good news for the bank.
Atkinson in again. Irvine just defends. There is no run.
I suppose another thing about talking about there seems to be sort of renewed vigour with Atkinson now is that he knows he's only going to bowl maybe 4 overs tonight.
Yep.
So he can give it absolutely everything.
I don't know how many overs we've had today, actually.
Well, I mean, we can't go beyond 6:30 anyway, can we?
I know. I just wonder how many overs we've had in the day.
That's a good question.
2 changes of innings, so they only have to actually bowl, 86 in a day? And that's defended, actually onside, and there is no run.
Craig Irvin's got a huge job on his hands. He's really got to, as one of the experienced Zimbabwe batsmen, him and Sean Williams, they've really got to knuckle down. It's going to be very hard for them to even make England bad again. But they've got to just do what they can do and try and make as big a game of it as they possibly can.
Yep. And Irvin faces up, leaves that one well alone outside the off stump. Good carry, and there's no run.
Are there any tweets you want to sort of sneak in?
So there's some discussion about what a dirty Sanchez is, which we probably don't need to read out, but I did know what it meant. Leah, I was just including that.
I didn't know what I don't even know what dirty Sanchez is either.
I thought it was a cocktail.
You might read the comments. You'll get a full definition there. Colin says, Mr. Restart, was the second Bennett wicket an unlucky clipping, or was it plumb?
Defended into the offside and there's no run. That's my phone. Why have you lost your phone?
Oh shit!
Well, you want me?
Andy has lost his phone, which is a kind of thing that...
Have you called it?
You don't want anyone to go through. It's a real pain.
Or is it on silent? That's always really annoying.
Are you getting your phone out, Hendo, just to rub it in that he's lost his?
I'm getting my phone out to check that I hadn't picked up the wrong one, which I once did. As I've told you before, robbing someone of an interview with Jimmy Adams.
Okay, that's what a dirty Sanchez is. I didn't know what that was. Sure.
You live and learn.
Yeah, you do live and learn. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. That particular
Something
comment
the
there.
weekend.
It's rather nasty.
Oh, that is horrible, isn't it? Oh, that is really horrible. I was telling, I think, was it you? I'm not going to say it on air because it's too rude.
Would you saying something for us?
Sorry?
Would you saying something for us?
Yeah, it is saying something for us.
I usually will say anything. You found it, Andy?
I think I was telling the bear something that I heard on a comedy program the other day, which I had no idea about. A particular practice. It was just, I was amazed.
Atkinson through to the keeper. Does that remind me?
No, I'm not even going to go there.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to go there.
I can't remember.
Now we all want to know.
No, I can't even quite remember the actual term, but what it meant was horrendous. Is that the end of the over?
It is the end of the over.
Mog!
Muttley says don't tell them what felching is.
Oh, God, I know what it is, and I don't like the idea of it, personally. But there you go.
Dirty Sanchez was also the name of a TV show.
It was.
A Jackass style.
Yes, it was.
A bunch of Welsh guys, maybe?
Something like that.
And talking about cricket, George McPherson says England have done better in this innings. Getting Bennett out for just a single has helped a lot.
Yes, very much so.
Well, it kind of depends on whether you want to see Zimbabwe cricket thrive, doesn't it? I'd like to see them doing better in general.
Well, political situation over there is no better than it was 20 years ago.
No.
I mean, the new guys are fucking the alligator or whatever they called him, the crocodile. Cook is in around the wicket. Ben Curran just defends into the offside and there's no run. What was it, Mugabe's party? I can't even remember what they're fucking called. They're still in charge and they're still...
Probably something incredibly inappropriate like the Freedom
ZANU PF, wasn't it? ZANU PF?
Something like that.
ZANU PF might have been.
And they still, do dodgy elections as far as I can figure, but,
Well, are they the only place that does dodgy elections?
No.
Democracy's not fashionable anymore.
It certainly isn't now that Trump's in, eh? Cook around the wicket, and that's just worked into the leg side. They've got a single. Ben Curran will get himself off strike.
Well, not to get too political, but I mean, what the heck was going on in the White House with the South African president? I mean, that was
a bunch of nonsense, wasn't it? I mean, it was just crap.
Well, he's just
and it was all absolutely incorrect.
Yeah, exactly.
As well,
no one picks him up on it. You've seen that they've his fucking crazy woman, Christy Nome or whatever, has banned Harvard from having international students.
International students. Yeah.
I mean, surely it's got to be all illegal. This shit he's doing. Yeah, I know.
It can be as illegal as it likes. Doesn't matter. They'll still do it.
Yeah, they'll do it, and then they just get taken to court.
There's no one to stop them.
Well, there is. Unfortunately, the courts do stop quite a lot of shit over there. And that's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. Especially all this stuff that's blatantly illegal.
I think you'll find that's going to be a very declining situation.
I don't know. I think.
What are they going? If you ignore it, what are you going to do? I'm not going to do what the court says. Oh well.
What do you do? Yeah. What do you do about that? No one's ever really done that, have they? No one said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play."
Well, it's difficult to say. I mean, if the courts start issuing detention orders for his staff, I don't know if anyone takes that into account and actually does it. That's defended square on the offside and there's no run. But I mean, even the Supreme Court, who are fucking rabidly right wing, turned down. What was it, the charter school thing yesterday? Mainly because Coney Barrett couldn't vote on it because she was in cahoots or
I mean,
by one of the people.
Part ownership in something.
Yeah. They're as mad as fucking hatters, that lot. They really are. They're crazy, lunatic motherfuckers. Anyway, that's defended square on the offside and there is no run. They're just mad. They're totally mad.
Well,
and paranoid.
It was amusing to see Ramaphosa said, I'm sorry I don't have a plane to give you, Donald.
Yeah. Oh, did he say that?
Yeah. I said it'd be much better if I had a plane to give you. Yeah. That was defended square on the offside, and that was the end of the over.
I do
he
like
also gave him a book, so that was never going to get used.
I do like the fact that he took a couple of golfers with him. Was it Ernie Els?
I can't remember who the other one was. But
who is the other one? Yeah.
Lee Trevino?
No.
Is he still alive? I thought Lee Trevino died the other year.
He's probably
defended. The last ball. What's going on? They've lost the fucking match scorecard on the bottom of the screen. That's why I thought it was the end of the over. But that was the last ball of the over. It was defended square out to point once again, and there is no run.
Go for it, Mog.
A message from young Will Reynolds. Hendo, put your hand up.
Sorry, I've just had a message on my phone from someone else saying to me, "Do you have to keep it up like that the whole time?"
Do it.
I'll do.
There's been a bunch of stuff about politics. I think someone says, "Please, no Trump."
Oh yeah, sorry, but
sorry, Mr. Peel.
But he's fascinating.
Yeah, but for a bad reason. You have to sit there and they go, what?
Oh, today he decided he was going to put 50% tariffs on. He crashed the market again.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He said, we're going to have 50% tariffs on Europe. And then he's going to put 25% tariffs on iPhones because they won't build them in the States.
What's Richard Peel saying? He's gone. He said, "Please no Trump" a second time.
I come here to escape the hell that I'm living in.
Oh, yeah. Well,
given he's trapped in the middle of it.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, that one popped up.
Change of bowling, Ben.
It is a change of bowling. They got through for a single though. Ben Curran was just admiring the fact that he managed to defend one, whilst Sean Irvine, Craig Irvine even, was up his end. He did manage to get to the other end. They did get a single. Was it a leg single or was it a leg by? I think it was a single. And we have a change of bowling. And it is... I can't find him. I'm sure he's in there. Yeah,
he's in there.
Yeah, of course he is.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
He's bowled well, I think, today. I've been impressed at the fact that he's been able to get up to 90 miles an hour. He's hardly played any cricket. He's had injury problems for
He's played
ages.
a fair few at the beginning of the season, hasn't he? He got a 5 or 6.
Oh, he did, yeah, that's right, he did, yeah, he got it, yeah, definitely, yeah. And that was for nothing, of course, which is where he now plies his trade.
At Trent Bridge, wasn't it?
Yeah. That is Nottingham Bear.
Yeah, I know. Oh, look, he has got him a wicket first ball. Josh Tongue has just bowled it into the hip of Craig Irvine, who's just plonked it straight to Ollie Pope, who's at short leg. And the second wicket goes down, and things looking pretty drastic now. It might not even last till lunch tomorrow. Are we going to get another no ball? They're going to review it. Did he actually hit it? Who knows? The wicket was given. I'm going to give it a jingle.
I hope it's a no ball.
Yeah, no, it's definitely up the leading edge. It's just popped it straight to him.
Easiest catch you'll ever get.
Yep.
It's kind of,
And the two guys who got runs, they got 190 of their Zimbabwe's 265 have now been out in the second innings.
Oh dear, what have we got to go? We've got, 8 minutes? Send in Muzurabani as night watchman, that'll be fun.
Did they lose it today?
Well, how many wickets?
No,
8
another
wickets
7 wickets.
7. Is it 7 or 6? No, they got 8. Oh no, they got 7. You're right.
Unless they send Garver out in a back brace in a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it only takes 7 balls, so they could do it.
What have we got? We got about 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
And we have to spend all tomorrow talking about Trump.
Yeah.
Or watching the playoff between Sunderland and Sheffield United.
We can do that. We've got Sky, haven't we?
Yeah.
You could watch Canada versus Oman as a
one-day
game going on there.
Is it one day? At least it's not T20. That would be even more fucking worse.
I don't think it was.
I mean, the thing about the iPhone thing is that, someone said if an iPhone was built in the States, it would cost something like $4,000, just because of labour costs and everything. So it's just not going to happen. Plus, it would cost them about 300 billion or something, stupid amount of money just to transfer everything to the States. It's just not going to happen, Trumpy boy.
New batsman at the crease
is
Sean Williams.
Is it Sean Williams?
Another left-hander, third in the top 4.
Yeah. Well, I'll give him a jingle after his first ball, which is down the leg side, and he's clipped. That's good. I didn't go under before he hit his first 4, which is genius. 'Cause that was horrible.
I mean, something you have to think about and remember, although he's got 3 off 21, he got out for 6 in the first innings. Ben Curran has got quite a lot of experience of English conditions. I mean, he's played at least 1 season, if not 2, at Northamptonshire, I think it is. So, he may not have set the world alight in playing there, but he's seen a bit of English bowling.
He has indeed. Josh Tongue comes in. And that's defended with a rather braced front leg by Williams. Out to cover, and there is no run.
Plus, he's had his brothers to leech off, learn from.
Brothers probably won't tell him anything.
No, maybe not now.
Especially if he plays for the Oppo now.
That would be quite fun, wouldn't it? See brothers playing in opposite international teams. Has that ever happened before?
Must have.
Sure, it has.
It surely has.
Because I think I remember having this
Oh,
conversation.
now that one's leapt on Williams. He didn't look comfortable there. Drew his head back and got his hands down on it.
Sorry, Mog. What were you saying?
A chapel?
I remember a conversation on here about this very thing, but I might be.
Oh right, okay.
Misremembering something.
That leapt on him a bit.
Gloved it. He had to gloved it. Could have gone anywhere really. It's better to glove it really than get it off any sort of the bat. Yeah, less likely to
pop anywhere.
Yeah.
Another one of those, and it's not full. Wow. It's clipped and clipped aerially out to deep mid wicket. He will get 4.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
And that is the over. 15 for 2.
That's a nice shot, actually. I mean, on the basis that there's no one there.
Yeah.
That's picked it up all right, I think. I think that's fair enough.
Picked it up all right.
Although there is a mid wicket, so fairly straight mid wicket. It was fairly square of him. So he might have just for a moment might have had his heart in his mouth. Moggy.
Oh, right. Dara Azizi says, Wirtz has apparently turned down Bayern Munich and has given the green light to LFC there.
Who?
Wirtz.
Wirtz.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know these people.
It's about that game that you people talk about.
I think we've only possibly get one more over in maybe 2 if he gets through this quickly. It's going to be this man.
Does make sense. There's 2 left-handers in.
Likes to attack.
We didn't have the batsmen.
Now in an England cap.
And the batsman is?
If I had Sean Williams' number,
I would be a Glenn Maxwell.
if I had Sean Williams' number, I'd Branko him a lot.
Defended back to the bowler, no run.
Indeed so. And of course he got Williams out in the first innings. It's Curran facing for the time being though.
Second ball was a little bit too short. Needs to draw him forward. I quite like Bashir today has bowled less flat and sort of short. And he's given it some air and tried to get it up there.
I know that people, they're divided on Bashir, but there is definitely something there.
Yeah, there's definitely potential there. Yeah. But he's got, the thing is, that's a good ball, you see. That's a nice flight, good length, good line.
It's got to be more consistent.
Yeah, he's got to be more consistent, and that's what he needs to learn. That's just defended, and there's no run.
But when you think of the fact, and we were talking earlier about Nathan Lyon, and people were saying, Nathan Lyon didn't have an easy introduction. And you also think, we talk about spinners, they come into their own in their 30s. He's what, 21?
Yeah, something like that. He's got a long way to go. That's played up. That was a fucking terrible throw from Duckett, I think. Fortunately, someone was backing up.
Duckett thought he was bowling there, I think.
Yeah, he's practicing his bowling. They scoot through for a quick single. Yeah, I think with Bashir, I've said it many a time on the show, I think he'll learn more playing for England than he'll ever get county games. And the thing is, he'll play all around the world, won't he? And he'll get better for doing that.
Yeah, so it's a strange situation where you're learning an
international stage.
Cricket. Yeah,
exactly. But I mean, with England spinners, it's kind of the way you have to do it. Not enough of them play county cricket to a good enough standard. That one again is a decent line, decent length, gives it a little bit of flight. He's certainly slowed down his pace a little bit. He's only run up 52. Sometimes he can bowl at high, sort of 50s.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a question for you, Bear.
Uh-huh.
Do you read your Discord messages?
No. That one's into the leg side, and they'll get a single. I do so little social media, Mog, you wouldn't understand. Basically, WhatsApp I can just about deal with. Twitter went out the window a long time ago. Don't look at Facebook. The only time I deal with social media is when we're on here.
There you go, Leah. He probably will not have read anything that you've sent him.
Yeah, the Bear. I mean, I think you're very wise. I mean, it's one of the wisest things you do, Bear.
I just can't be bothered.
Avoid it.
There's enough going on in the world.
I mean, I got so annoyed myself to get drawn back into it during the election last year, because I hadn't touched Twitter for about 18 months, and then I just thought, ooh, the election, and I was a bit bored, and had a bad back, and I thought,
I'd rather have a conversation. I'd rather have a conversation with someone face to face about it.
Oh yeah.
That's driven nicely timed by Williams. He's going to get it up past mid on. Bashir chases it down. They should come back for a couple. Score moves on to 19.
The thing is, though, even if you have a face-to-face conversation with someone who disagrees with you, you're not going to shout in each other's faces generally, which is what you get on social media, isn't it?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to shout in person. Okay.
No, Mog.
Unless you've had a few beers.
You can lop their head off with one of your axes, obviously, if you get too annoyed, but, that's just to be expected. But verbal abuse, no.
That's down the leg side. This is pants from Tongue. It's going to cost me money, you little fucker. As that goes for 4 down the leg side. Let's have that one. Mind you, Sean Williams has decided the best form of defence is attack. Yeah, that's what happens when you watch it on real, if you don't do it from the back end. That's how we get paid, Hendo. If you watch it long enough, loads of these adverts come along. And the second and third and fourth adverts, you get more money for than the first one.
All right, so we got some money for that, did we?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, good.
Probably about 2p.
It all adds up.
Well, it does. I will say Tongue is in. And that's better. He's got an edge through the slips. Duckett is chasing it down. I think he's going to catch it before he gets to the boundary. He does indeed.
His tiny little legs go.
Oh, my word, what are they doing?
And they think about 3, but it's not there. And Williams has to turn around and dive back in. Does make it, though. We're making about $100 a month off the advertising from people watching.
Okay.
So, all those people.
Smash that like and subscribe button.
Exactly. Smash the like and subscribe. We haven't been doing enough of that since we've been back.
So what do we get? If you subscribe, we get more money. The more people that subscribe, the more money we get, yeah?
Well, the more people who watch, the more we get.
Oh, it's not to do with subscriptions.
No, not with subscribers. It's the amount of watching that people
so it doesn't really matter whether they subscribe then, really?
Well, it does, because it means they get a notification and they might watch
okay.
when we go live, you see.
Fair point.
You've only been doing this for how many years?
Yeah.
I don't understand these things, Mog.
Yeah, he doesn't understand these things, Mog. Williams is facing up. That's really nicely timed. Fuck it. That's my bet's gone, you bastard. As that goes out to the cover boundary for another 4. And that's really annoying.
Well,
nice time, though.
He's played some lovely shots since he
has.
came in, actually. Yeah. Okay, England have got a pretty attacking field, but... what's he gone on to? Was it 20 odd from 10 balls?
Something like that.
More runs off this over than the previous, all of them.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, 21 off 10. Curran's got 4 off 25.
Yeah.
And we've got 2 balls to go in the day.
Hendo, hand.
Hand.
Yeah. Who said that?
That was Will doing
Will
it
again. Thank you, Will.
We'll see. Will's a wise man when it comes to illnesses.
He's looking after my health.
Yes, Tongue is in. That's into the pads of Williams, who works it around the corner past Pope. They'll get a single. I think it may have been a leg by, actually. No, it hasn't gone to Williams's account.
Yes, it has.
Oh, that's what it has.
Belatedly,
yeah. So 2 runs.
Yeah, Tongue just wasn't getting his line right at all, was he? From over the wicket to the left-hander. And he now switched around the wicket. He looks more comfortable there.
Aye. So, last ball of the day. What? 1 run to... Who's going to win the GPL?
Hang on, what's going on? We were told it was all over.
Well, he said about 30 runs were needed, and they're on 30. So, please don't score a run, Ben Curran. And he doesn't.
Thank you,
Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Woof, that was lucky. I thought we got away with that one, but clearly we hadn't. That stumps on day 2. Zimbabwe end on for 32. Thankfully, they didn't get 31 because Messages would have won a GPL £140. But such is life. The bank likes to win. He's upset over in the corner, but it's okay.
Was it Messages?
It was Messages himself.
Oh well, the thing is, as we're going to the pub, he could have bought us a big round.
Yeah, he could have done.
Winnings, to be honest, but I always like to have a big pot in the morning, if I pardon the expression.
Well, yes, of course you do. Well, that's it for today. England went on course to win this tomorrow, one would assume.
I think it could well be over at lunch. It could be over an hour into the second session. So it just depends. You know, I hope that Zimbabwe bat as well as they can.
Well, there's going to be a bit of rain overnight. Might slow the outfield a bit. Might green it up a little bit. A bit of moisture underneath the covers overnight, and they might zip around in the morning.
Well, then that's really bad news for Zimbabwe.
Well, it is. Yeah, it's good news for us though, because we'll be out of here in the pub.
But I don't see it that way, Bear. If you, I mean, you know, how can we make money if we're not on air?
Well, this is very true.
You know, this is why I don't like test matches finishing early.
I know.
You know, because we've got to be here and we've got to have listeners. Listeners make.
Well, the other way you could support us, of course, is become patrons, people out there.
Oh, indeed.
Because we are in our new lovely space, and it costs money.
It does.
We need a regular income, and Patreon is the best way to become a regular Gorilla follower, and then we know exactly how much we're getting every month, and we can be secure in the fact that we're going to be safe in our new abode.
Do you think it's worth giving details of our Patreon situation in regards to what we pay? I'm not going to give the actual figures.
What we pay here.
Well, I'm not going to say that. But what I'm going to say is that I was going on dollars, and when you were talking in pounds this morning, and we're probably clearing. What did we say? 300 quid.
Yeah, we haven't got much. We haven't
got much. 300 quid.
Headroom.
We are 300 quid away from going out of business every month. So, if you can possibly find it in your hearts
to become a patron,
patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Otherwise, you'll have to listen to that other lot.
Indeed.
And you don't want to do that, do you?
And we've come just over in time to
play the Lauren Bell jingle.
The Lauren Bell to bowl to. Ooh, there's a horrible shot by Joseph. She's
very similar to the Ian Bell jingle.
She's the one who actually killed England, wasn't she, in the semi-final of the World T20?
It's time to go for drinks, says Messenger, so we're out of here. I'm going to play the theme tune. See you later.
Look at the YouTube comments, Bear, before you go.
Oh, okay, go on then. Careful, you're going to have to pull everything
No,
over.
I mean, you should read them just quickly.
Oh,
He
okay.
has a question for you.
Anyway. Is it the
bye.
last one? Oh, God.
It's back up a little bit somewhere.
Who's it from?
It's from Leah. 3:31. Or 31 past the hour, I should say.
Oh, it doesn't give me times on here. Dara Zizi, followed by Ravi, I'm uncharitable, something like that. No.
Further up than that. I don't know.
Further up than that. Here. Oh, right, you have to ask here in a bear. Can you confirm is a patron member? Yes, he is. He is. I think so. I'm pretty certain he is. Yeah. No, he is. I think he said he might come in you in the summer. I don't know. Oh, look. Caught and bowled. No. Yes. Lauren Bell's just caught Joseph. And West Indies are 4 for 1 after 0.3 overs. But we're out of here. That is the answer to that question. Are you in tomorrow, Morg? We seeing you tomorrow?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I've volunteered for every day of this increasingly 2.5-day test.
Yes, you're a star. Okay. Well, we're out, and we will see you at 10 to 11 tomorrow morning, English time. Until then, it's goodbye from us. Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket.
It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, 'cause you know we're not the kind of thing that